within the miniature universe that was starting to degenerate and collapse. The floating continent was cracking. Cracks appeared in space, creating a scene depicting the imminent end of the universe, but it was, in fact, only the initial stage of the collapse. All living souls that had originally been in this miniature universe had been quietly annihilated. Only numerous floating godly bodies could be seen. All my fellow humans, come, all of you should come here. A black pyramid could be seen flying at high speed. The dark hole of the deep abyss at its base had opened, and it was swallowing without restraint, sucking in treasures it found along the way, and even some universe masters, and the godly bodies of universe knights, because on these godly bodies, there might be treasures like godly armor and the like. Scour and collect as wildly as possible. No matter how composed Darkness Master was, he was still incomparably exhilarated. Thunderstorm Star Race only had one Universe Supreme Master. In terms of treasures and wealth in its treasure vault, it is at most comparable to us humans. Should there come a day when we are able to exterminate a top power like the Divine I clan, the wealth we gain will truly be something impressive. The humans were, indeed, very poor before Luo Feng had met with all his great opportunities. Huge Axe Creator's supreme true treasure was the only one the human race had. Likewise, Thunderstorm Star Race also had only one supreme true treasure. Yet, with the passing of time, the pinnacle true treasures that Thunderstorm Star Race had in their possession started to outnumber that of humans. By causing our huge axe to be annihilated, you have brought yourselves to this sorry end, said Darkness Master. At times, the Black Pyramid would be advancing at high speed. Other times, it would teleport. Then finally, it managed to scour and collect everything it could find within the entire miniature universe. Thereafter, Darkness Master, who was feeling incredibly satisfied, left behind a clean yet utterly defeated miniature universe. Not too long later, a stream of golden, flowing light flashed by and dashed into this utterly defeated miniature universe. Nothing, everything is gone. Who was it reaching here before us to scour the entire miniature universe so thoroughly that not a single valuable is left? A great being from another race, whose body was radiating golden light rays, was hovering within the miniature universe. He felt utterly helpless as he lamented, I rushed here as fast as I could. Scouring and collecting things would take some time. Could it be the moment that old fellow, Great Thunder, died? His miniature universe was scoured, and everything was taken. Alas, it looks like this was likely done by the humans. Thereafter, he helplessly transformed into a streak of light, teleported a few times, and charged directly out of the miniature universe. At that moment, two more streaks of flowing light appeared outside. Rampaging Devil God, you actually beat everyone to it. Rampaging Devil God, you cannot be taking all the treasures and wealth in the treasury vault for yourself. The two streaks of flowing light came to a halt. Both were Pinnacle Palace true treasures, and they were speaking up at the same time. Rampaging Devil God, who was about to leave, let out a howling cry. I just arrived not too long ago. Everything in the treasure vault of the Thunderstorm Star Race has already been taken away. I have taken nothing at all. Rampaging Devil God, you are a lone traveler. Is there any need for you to take everything for yourself? Rampaging Devil God, don't lie. How long ago has it been since Great Thunder Star Master was annihilated? Scouring the entire miniature universe to collect the valuables would require a long time. Yet you say you have found and taken nothing at all. Who would believe that? Rampaging devil god flew into a rage immediately. The feeling of being so grievously wronged was unpleasant. You two are fools, I said. I have taken nothing. That means I have taken nothing. Why should I even lie about it? I have no time to continue this pointless talk with you. I'm leaving. Rampaging devil god howled again. Then, in a flash, he vanished. This rampaging devil god had a strange temper. He liked to swallow rocks and metals. A huge amount of the essence of rocks and metals had condensed onto his outer shell, forming a golden covering. Furthermore, he also had a supreme true treasure, bloody sea devil armor, which, by right, should be radiating an endless bloody light. Yet rampaging devil god had instead made bloody sea devil armor become golden in color. Generally, all places he passed by would be enveloped by a golden hue. The effect was remarkably dazzling. That savage fellow, rampaging, would not stoop so low as to lie. Could it be that he truly did not take anything? Maybe it is the humans. Luo Feng lured Great Thunder Star Master into a battle. Maybe he had devised a plot that succeeded in the end, annihilating Great Thunder Star Master. Then the human race could scour the miniature universe thoroughly and collect everything they found. This would be a sizable amount. With that, they too left. Thereafter, great beings of several groups arrived in succession, but what was left for them was only a desolated miniature universe. On the peak of Thunder Island in the virtual universe, a group of universe masters of the human race had gathered. As for Luo Feng, he had previously focused all his energy on the fight, so he had not divided his attention into entering the virtual universe. We are not sure if Luo Feng succeeded or not. Killing a universe supreme master required some luck. No one can say for sure whether success is possible. Primal Chaos City Leader, Long Yen Master, Void Gold Master, Deserted Mirror Master, and the others were all seated on their thrones, feeling nervous and perturbed as they waited. A short moment later, a message appeared before Primal Chaos City Leader with a light tap. He read the mail and soon revealed a look of surprise and joy. Great Thunder Star Master Primal Chaos City Leader looked around at the numerous universe masters who were all waiting in anticipation. Is dead. Ha ha ha. What madness. Simply unbelievable. The human universe masters were going crazy with joy. A universe master killing a universe supreme master was a miracle. It was a great tragedy, of course, for Great Thunder Star Master, who had been annihilated, as well as for his Thunderstorm Star race, but Luo Feng and his human race could not have been more excited and exhilarated. Darkness Master is now in Great Thunder Star Master's miniature universe, collecting all the items that are now without masters. Primal Chaos City Leader said in a leisurely tone, "This is great for us, since our race is currently lacking these." Great Thunder Star Master's annihilation had far-reaching effects. A Universe Supreme Master had been annihilated just like that throughout the entire Universe Ocean. It was rare for Universe Masters from the 3 reincarnation eras and 2 holy lands to be annihilated, even if they were. Normally, it would happen within the core regions of the 3 most dangerous lands or because of environmental reasons, but the cases of annihilation by other great beings were so few that they could be counted on 2 hands. We must clarify the cause of Great Thunder Star Master's death. If we do not know his cause of death, maybe we will be the next in line. At that point in time, various groups of powers and even supreme masters who traveled alone were in a frenzy. They were all heading toward Whirling Swamp Ocean to investigate. In the next 7 days, following the battle between Luo Feng and Great Thunder Star Master, there had been 2 Universe Supreme Masters arriving successively to conduct some thorough investigation. In the half a year following the battle, the number had increased to 22 Universe Supreme Masters. Based on the traces of battle left behind, they tried to deduce how Luo Feng had annihilated Great Thunder Star Master. Without clarification, how could they have peace of mind? Judging from the position, this battle must have happened around the area by the core whirlpool. Great Thunder Star Master must have worn his supreme true treasure godly armor as self-protection and had intended to charge and kill via a head-on confrontation. Even for a Universe Supreme Master, this might not be possible, so we can almost be sure that it was the core whirlpool that brought about the annihilation of Great Thunder Star Master. But the question is, why did he not dodge? This is the key point. We can only say that Luo Feng must have staged a ploy to prevent Great Thunder Star Master from leaving the core whirlpool. Milky Way Horde leader Luo Feng must have a secret ultimate technique. He must have a technique that he is exceptionally skilled at. For instance, there are abilities to restrain or limit, and this ability of his is likely from the inheritance of the pulse of Duandong River. He must have gained a restraining type unique treasure. The chances are very high. Time passed. The death of a Universe Supreme Master would always seize the attention of various groups of top powers and keep them on their toes. They had guessed that Luo Feng knew of limiting type method, but if the Universe Supreme Master he was pitted against had a restraining type means 2, then that Universe Supreme Master would have the ability to come and go as he pleased. How could he be annihilated? This limiting type means that Luo Feng used. No one knew what it was. Even more than before, these various groups started to exercise more vigilance whenever Luo Feng was involved. If a being was able to kill a Universe Supreme Master, regardless of how he achieved it, he definitely could not be treated lightly. They had to be vigilant. Purple Moon Holy Land is in trouble. When fighting the humans, Purple Moon Holy Land enlisted the help of other groups of powers within the primal universe to suppress the development of the humans. They even issued a killing order on all humans. Before now, Luo Feng is merely a universe master and yet is able to make use of some secret special means to annihilate a Universe Supreme Master when he becomes a Universe Supreme Master. I'm afraid he is going to be more intimidating than Teacher Origin. If this goes on, it seems like Purple Moon Holy Land is going to suffer quite a loss. Purple Moon Holy Land is already an eternal existence to begin with. There is no need for it to suppress the humans now. It has incurred the wrath of a great enemy. You all think too highly of the humans' great enemy. Purple Moon Holy Land is, after all, a Holy Land universe. Even if it is temporarily at a disadvantage, they are an eternal existence. After a few reincarnation eras, they will still be as strong and powerful as ever. Besides, to this day, no one can say for sure whether or not the human race can live past 3 reincarnation eras. The aftermath of Great Thunder Star Master's annihilation lingered on, and Luo Feng, whom the various groups of top powers in the entire universe ocean had placed so much focus on, suddenly disappeared. For over 300 years, not a single great being could find a trace of Luo Feng. He had completely removed himself from the scene. Even so, he remained recognized as one of the most terrifying existences, and the memories of him were etched deeply in the minds of great beings from various groups of top powers in Universe Ocean. Universe Masters would have to escape and hide if possible, if not, it would be better to surrender obediently and banish all thoughts of resistance. As for Universe Supreme Masters, they still would need to practice some vigilance. It was best to steer clear of dangerous environments, lest an accidental lack of vigilance cause one to lose everything and become great. Thunder Star Master, the second. Pa. Within Star Tower, a drop of blood hovered in a fixed spot in one of the individual spaces. Great Thunder Star Master carried with him quite a fair amount of treasures and precious materials, said Luo Feng. The top-notch materials are almost used up, and there are 2 pinnacle true treasures swallowed, 2, but there is just enough to help Sherwu Wings produce 1 more drop of godly blood. Luo Feng turned to look to his side at the wings on golden-horned beast. At the moment, only 1 more patch of the bloodstain left from its previous injury remained. Luo Feng turned to look at the outside world through Star Tower. From where he was in the vast Universe Ocean, he could already faintly see the immeasurably huge Primal Universe. Primal Universe, I am back. Luo Feng revealed a trace of a smile. He changed the form of Star Tower and secretly made his way out until he had exited Universe Boat. For this long period of time, he had spent his time on cultivation, immersing himself in the study of the godly power genes. At times, he made use of his talent technique of the endless remote ocean within the primal universe to create and conduct experiments. Over 300 years, this length of time was, in fact, more than 300 years. The number of experiments he had performed equaled more than 80,000. There may have been the occasional rewarding outcome, but the course of studying had led Luo Feng to believe that such a path was extremely difficult. I will head back first to rejuvenate my godly body, then I will go send some congratulatory gifts to teacher. A glint of eagerness flashed in Luo Feng's eyes. Teacher Primal Chaos City leader had always bestowed great kindness upon him, this supreme true treasure. Armor Luo Feng had seized from Great Thunder Star Master was the first gesture of gratitude he wanted to present to teacher after he had gained power and prestige. After all, even Darkness Master and Pungong Master had previously received supreme true treasures from him. The time and space of the primal secret region, the power center of the human race, were already transformed under the control of the new true God, Primal Chaos City leader. Even the laws were already changed, at least the enemies couldn't get to the center in a short time through God Country transportation or teleportation. After Hujax died, the humans had much weaker control over space and time, which was why the United Forces Alliance had been able to reach their center in a short period of time. Hua hua hua. Waves appeared in the endless remote ocean. Standing in the space, a being showed up on the waves. I'm back. Luo Feng stepped on the waves, and the godly power immediately supplied his original body. The godly power also went into Boat of Mausoleum and supplied the golden horned beast. Both bodies recovered instantly to the endless remote ocean. Such godly power was nothing. The godly power path is indeed complicated and mysterious. Luo Feng waved his hands, and a world ring flew out. The endless waves tumbled and swallowed the world ring. Lots of special materials gained from Universe Boat by Luo Feng in the past 800 years were hidden in that world ring. There were 92,083 kinds of rock, material, as well as flames, gases, liquids, metals, and so on other than those lifeless objects, pieces of the dead body of Thunder Shuttle Master and Great Thunder Star Master were also in the World Ring. There were many routes on the godly power path. Endless Remote Ocean had the inherited technique creation, which could analyze life genes and create life forms naturally. Analyzing life genes was the most effective before he had gone to Universe Ocean the last time. Luo Feng had put many objects from the original universe in Remote Ocean for it to analyze. Luo Feng had a simple method. Endless Remote Ocean could analyze the life forms. His godly power then stayed in the space of inheritance to further study them. Once he had made some breakthrough during the studies, he would use his Endless Remote Ocean for testing again. Unfortunately, the creatures I prepared last time are already rotten. Luo Feng shook his head. Some creatures only have a lifespan of around 1,000 years, so they had already aged to death during the course of study. Teacher Luo Feng shouted on the waves of Endless Remote Ocean. Shua. A being showed up beside Luo Feng. It was Primal Chaos City Leader. He wore a golden cape, and his eyes looked as if they had recorded the birth and death of a universe. He appeared very calm, which amazed Luo Feng as his teacher. And Hugh Jax had two different auras. Hugh Jax was more adventurous and intrepid, while Primal Chaos City Leader was more conservative and reserved. Congratulations, Teacher Luo Feng noticed the improvement in the power of his teacher. Still not as impressive as you, said Primal Chaos City Leader. I just became a Universe Supreme Master, yet you've already killed one. Few in Universe Ocean have killed Universe Supreme Masters. It's luck, said Luo Feng. You said before the fight that you had a 30% chance of winning. Primal Chaos City Leader shook his head. It's not about luck. Luo Feng stopped arguing. He waved his hands, and Star Tower appeared beside him. An armor, giving out cyan light, flew out from the side gate at the base. An ancient force permeated from the armor, which shocked Primal Chaos City Leader. Great Thunder Godly Armor. Luo Feng nodded and said, yes teacher, you just became a Universe Supreme Master, and I just killed that Great Thunder Star Master. This Great Thunder Godly Armor is my gift to congratulate you on becoming a Universe Supreme Master. You don't even have a Supreme True Treasure. Primal Chaos City Leader shook his head. This Great Thunder Godly Armor would be very useful to you. Keep it for yourself. Luo Feng was dazed. Teacher, I have several Supreme True Treasures, so I really don't need this one. I came here to give you the armor. Please take it. Primal Chaos City Leader frowned and said, stop arguing with me. You know how I am. If this were an attack type or palace type Supreme True Treasure, I would have taken it already. However, you don't have a Supreme True Treasure armor. You're adventuring through Universe Ocean now, yet I'm guarding the Primal Universe and won't go out for a while. I don't need Great Thunder Godly Armor. You do. Luo Feng was anxious. However, even Darkness Master and Pungong Master have a Supreme True Treasure, but you. He was indeed grateful, but he also had several valuables, so he didn't need this Supreme True Treasure. As for survival skills, almost nobody in Universe Ocean could compare to him. He had already planned to give Great Thunder Godly Armor to his teacher. It's different for Darkness and Pungong, said Primal Chaos City Leader. That was during the war. Besides, you have both the attack type and palace type Supreme True Treasure, which is why I allowed that to happen. As for Great Thunder Godly Armor, I don't want it. End of discussion. Luo Feng was dazed, but he had to acquiesce. He realized that his teacher was just balancing the power and rights in the human race. A great being like this wouldn't accept gifts from others for no reason, even from his own disciple. If it was a valueless to his disciple, he would accept it, yet it was a supreme true treasure armor that was vital to his disciple, so he couldn't accept it. I'll adventure through universe ocean, Luo Feng thought. I'll keep going on adventures, and if I get new armor, my teacher won't have any excuses to reject it. Luo Feng understood that it was very difficult to get another supreme true treasure armor. Teacher, this is a set true treasure. Great Thunder Star Master left after he died. Universe Imperial Cone. Luo Feng pointed to Star Tower, and a set of valuables flew out of the gate at the bottom of Star Tower and floated on the waves. There were 36 triangle cones. Universe Imperial Cone. Primal Chaos City leader's eyes gleamed, and he exclaimed, "This is a very powerful set true treasures, only second to supreme true treasures. I'll accept this valuable, thank you." Primal Chaos City leader could feel the passion of his disciple, and he had already upset his disciple by rejecting the armor. He wanted to make Luo Feng feel better by taking Universe Imperial Cone. After the congratulatory gift, Luo Feng told his teacher, "Teacher, I need to ask you for a favor." Primal Chaos City leader nodded. "Just say the word." "My remote ocean has the power of creation," said Luo Feng. "I need billions of creatures and objects from the original universe, alive and lifeless. I need them all. Even though I prepared some last time, the original universe is enormous. Only with the power of the entire Han Alliance can we gather enough material." Primal Chaos City leader nodded. "This concerns you becoming a universe Supreme Master. Rest assured, I'll tell the entire Han Alliance. Even if we search every inch of the original universe, we'll prepare all the materials, valuables, and creatures. How do I give them to you?" "Just put them in the endless remote ocean," said Luo Feng. "Especially those creatures. There are billions of life forms in the universe, and those from the weak races have short lifespans. I might need to practice for tens of millions of years or even more. Those creatures might die during the period. I'm thinking that we should capture as many as possible so that they can keep breeding. Then I'll have infinite sources to study." Primal Chaos City leader nodded. "Okay, it's so simple. I'll prepare some world rings and let them live there. Do you have any requirements for their power?" "From the weakest to sector lords," said Luo Feng. "The more powerful a life form is, the more difficult it is to analyze them. I might need a long time to study a sector lord." "Okay, I'll go arrange it now." Primal Chaos City leader was careful. "Don't capture too many," said Luo Feng. "Just capture a few of them for them to breed. I'll study them, and I won't hurt them. I need as many kinds of life forms as possible, but I only need a few from each kind." Luo Feng was worried that some races might go extinct because of him. After all, there were many universe knights in the Han Alliance, and when they acted, they might annihilate an entire race. That was why Luo Feng said that he only needed a few from each. "Teacher," said Luo Feng, "I'm going to Universe Ocean now, and please don't tell anyone where I'm going." "Do you mean?" Primal Chaos City leader understood it immediately. "You want them to think you're still in Universe Boat?" "That's right." Luo Feng nodded. "If someone knows that I came back to the original universe, then other powers will know that I've left Universe Boat. I'm afraid that Pei Xing Master might get away, though it's unlikely that he can get away. I don't want to risk it after all. If he enters Purple Moon Holy Land, I won't be able to do anything about it. Okay, Primal Chaos City leader nodded. He now understood why Luo Feng had chosen to meet him in Endless Remote Ocean. Endless Remote Ocean belonged to Luo Feng. Nobody would know that Luo Feng's original body had already been back to the original universe. If Luo Feng showed up here, I won't use Universe Imperial Cone until you kill Pei Xing Master. Luo Feng shook his head and smiled. It depends on my luck. I still can't be sure whether the wing of Pei Xing Master is exactly the one I want. I'll leave now, teacher. After saying goodbye, Luo Feng left the human territory and entered Universe Ocean, heading toward Tilted Peak Sector. It would take a long time to get to Tilted Peak Sector. No great beings were able to find the periphery of Universe Ocean, and anyone could get lost if they fly too far in Universe Ocean. In an area where nobody from the 3 universe eras and 2 holy lands had ever been. Hong. In the endless chaos air, an enormous object started to fly at high speed, a million times faster than light speed, then 10 million times faster than light speed. The speed limit was nothing to it, and its volume was larger than that of a miniature universe. The giant object was in the shape of a human. The human shape object, which was larger than a miniature universe, was flying in a straight line at a steady speed, flying toward the original universe. That enormous thing was flying, yet nobody noticed it. In the inner area of Tilted Peak Sector, a white boat flew by, and Luo Feng was sitting it. That white boat was Boat of Mausoleum, which had changed its size and color. It was a machine-type valuable, so it could change its appearance. However, it still had to be in the shape of a boat. Okay, I understand it, rest assured. Luo Feng's mind answered. In the virtual universe, his target was Pei Xing Master, so he needed to locate him first. After all, Pei Xing Master wouldn't just stay in one place and not move. Pei Xing Master was found 11 years ago, whispered Luo Feng. It's Ice Flower Rock World in Tilted Peak Sector. It might take me around 80 years to get there. That Pei Xing Master is indeed adventurous. I've been in Tilted Peak Sector for 200 years, and I still haven't found him. I can't believe a new Universe Master can be this mad. Luo Feng failed to imagine the passion and ambition of a Universe Master who had been suppressed for 18 universe eras and finally got the chance to enter Universe Ocean. Don't disappoint me, Luo Feng. Thought I chose you over the valuables left by Jiafanzi. He then smiled awkwardly. He had already traveled several times to the green keepsake space where the valuables from Jiafanzi were left. The first time he had entered Universe Boat and fought 5 Chaos Master, he had gotten trapped in the 9th abyss, yet he had put away the valuables from Jiafanzi because of the inheritance from Duandong River. The second time, he had gone to get the White Wing, and after getting it, he had separated his 2 bodies. However, Huge Axe had suddenly died, so Luo Feng had summoned his golden horned beast body. This was the 3rd time he had been flying in Universe Boat for 400 years. And he had suddenly learned about Pei Xing Master. There's a saying from my home planet, Earth: good things are a long time in coming. Luo Feng whispered, I failed several times. Can there be some surprising gifts in the green keepsake space of Jiafanzi? Actually, he didn't care much about that keepsake space. To him, other wings of Sherwu Wing were obviously much more important than the valuables left by Jiafanzi. He turned around the second he learned about Pei Xing Master. Perhaps there is a happy surprise. Luo Feng smiled, closed his eyes, and kept practicing. Ice flower rock world of the inner area of Tilted Peak sector. The white boat was flying in the sky. Nothing. Luo Feng sat in the hull of the boat. He had 4 wings on his back. When I sensed that white wing, it was dozens of light years away from me. Yet now, I can't sense anything either. That wing isn't the one I want, or he's not an ice flower rock world anymore. Luo Feng frowned. He looked at the outside world. There were giant flowers growing in ice flower rock world. The flowers looked beautiful, but there was a sense of killing hidden in them. The entire space was made up endless flowers. What should I do? I can't find them anyway. Luo Feng frowned. It was very difficult to track a great being in the 3 lands of extremis. After all, it might take someone several eras for a great being to wait for a valuable to be born. Even though the intelligence network of the Hong Alliance was impressive, there hadn't been any updates on Pei-Xing Master's traces. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Perhaps I can do this. Luo Feng smiled. He had a thought, and a being showed up, which was a golden horned beast. It was carrying a pair of white wings. When I was looking for Heavenly Young Knight on the original stars, I only had 1 pair of wings, thought Luo Feng. I could only sense the white wings. When I was close enough to Heavenly Young Knight with 2 pairs of wings, I can feel it dozens of light years away in Tilted Peak sector, even with the waters and wing space in the middle. Apparently, the more wings I have, the stronger than summoning will be. If I combine all 3 pairs of wings, the detection distance will be far. The detection distance of 1 pair was less than 10 billion kilometers. The detection distance of 2 pairs was dozens of light years. What about 3 pairs? Hundreds of light years, thousands of light years. No matter how dangerous the inner area of Tilted Peak sector was, Pei-Xing Master had been an ice flower rock world 90 years ago, and a universe master wouldn't be able to go too far. Luo Feng should be able to sense it. White wings, Luo Feng thought. The pair of white wings merged with the back of the Earthling original body. Just as they merged, the 4 silver wings and the white wings integrated like gears, forming 6 perfect wings after connecting with each other. Wang. The 6 silver wings on Luo Feng's back suddenly shook. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed, and he looked exhilarated. The summoning that direction. Luo Feng looked at a direction in the distance, as he could clearly sense the summoning coming from their other wings of Shiwu. There they are. Luo Feng was thrilled. It didn't matter whether those wings belonged to Pei-Xing Master or not. There was a summoning, so there were wings in that direction. Let's go. Luo Feng drove boat of mausoleum and raced toward along that direction. Luo Feng understood that the sensing was mutual, and if the other side ran away, it would be a trouble for him. However, the other side didn't know where the summoning came from. A great being in the 3 lands of extremis would only think of it as an opportunity, so they wouldn't run. Besides, Luo Feng was closer to the exit, while the other side was farther away. Even if he was trying to run, Luo Feng could stop him. Luo Feng dashed toward the other side with his craving for those wings. The waves were tumbling and sweeping through the area. The space was annihilated every time it was hit. A strange, 3-level tower was on the waves. That direction. All 4 faces of Pei-Xing Master looked confused. My wings. The black wings on his back were trembling. Summoning. Something's calling me. Pei-Xing Master was excited. Am I really that lucky? I've stayed in the holy universe for 18 eras, and my chance comes right after entering Universe Ocean. In the Holy Land, Pei-Xing Master had heard a great deal about the dangers and Opportunities in the three lands of extremists, he'd been expecting the chance. For a long time, especially after hearing that a brat who had only practiced for fewer than 20 eras had obtained the Duandong River inheritance that even the ancestor wanted. Humph, with my power, as long as I don't meet a universe supreme master, I'll be safe. Pei Xing Master was very confident. He had fought quite a few universe masters before, and even universe masters at top-tier level 5 couldn't hurt him. It's in the inner area, so universe supreme masters shouldn't be here. Even supreme masters need to show some respect for Purple Moon Holy Land. Pei Xing Master's interest was piqued. He flew in that direction with his palace true treasure. The farther he flew, the more confident he got. Haha, the valuable summoning me is also flying toward me. It must be carried by a universe master, and that universe master also senses the summoning. Pei Xing Master was content based on his speed. He must be a universe master instead of a supreme universe master. Pei Xing Master grew more excited after confirming that the individual on the other side wasn't a supreme universe master. They could feel each other, and they were racing toward each other as fast as possible. Only the stronger one can win. The stronger one will get the valuable Pei Xing Master was growing more and more excited. I just left the Holy Land, and I'll be renowned in Universe Ocean. Universe masters from Holy Lands thought differently, as they had eternal lives. Some loved adventures, some loved killing, and some wanted to be renowned in Universe Ocean. Like Pei Xing Master, it was quite normal for universe masters to have such thoughts. Sheesh, they're coming really fast. Great Luo Feng accelerated his boat of mausoleum. The wings on his back were shaking vigorously, and the calling was getting stronger and stronger. It saves me time. I'll kill you instantly. Sparing this being's life, Luo Feng didn't even consider it. Since the Purple Moon Holy Land had already given a killing order, he didn't need to show any mercy to their beings. More than 20 years passed, and they got closer and closer to each other. The calling was driving both of them mad. Incredible, incredible. Pei Xing Master felt that the four wings were trying to fly away. The summoning made Pei Xing Master's godly body tremble. What kind of valuables have such strong summoning? Are my wings parts of a supreme true treasure? Pei Xing Master was excited. Ah, he thought, could I have such a great chance? 2. If even that human Luo Feng can get the Duandong River inheritance, why can't I get a supreme true treasure? The individual on the other side only has a component, so he might not have realized how precious it is. Pei Xing Master's heart was racing. They were drawing closer to each other. In the sky above the mountains, two traces of light flew toward each other, one from the left and one from the right. Here it comes. Pei Xing Master was ready to attack. I'll stay in my true treasure palace first. I just entered Universe Ocean, and I rarely show my true treasure palace. Few know about it. If I show my palace, he'll know that I'm good at binding, and that he won't be able to get away. If he's trapped, he might fly away now. I'll show my true self later, said Luo Feng. He might run away if he sees my face, though I can trap him with Golden Country and Snow Sand Ocean. It'll still take me a lot of time. I might as well save some time. Such a competitor, I might just give him a quick death. Luo Feng stayed in the white boat and didn't leave. They kept approaching each other. Just when the two true treasure palaces were only 1 billion kilometers away from each other. Hong. Pei Xing Master, with 4 faces and 16 arms, had his 4 black wings wide open. and appeared in the space he thought it was close enough. "There is no escape for you," said Pei-Shing Master as he looked at the white jade boat in the distance away. He was filled with fighting spirit, and the 4 black wings on his back were shooting out 5 streams of light rays, representing the 5 laws of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. The might of these 5 light rays soared up high in the sky, high like a rainbow, and immediately moved over to enshroud the white jade boat in the distance. From Pei-Shing Master's point of view, even if the other party stayed hidden within the palace true treasure, he would still be able to trap him by using a restraining technique. Then he could direct the other party to some extremely dangerous environment within the internal domain of Tilted Peak sector, where he could make use of it to kill the other party. Then the treasure would be without a master, just the beckoning of mutual attraction between the treasure and him would bring it flying over to him. My precious Pei-Shing Master was looking forward to laying his hands on the treasure. Pei-Shing Master, shouted a voice. Pei-Shing Master was shocked. Suddenly, something felt wrong. He could see the white jade boat stopping too, and walking out of it was a man with 6 silver wings. Pei-Shing Master momentarily rejoiced at the sight of the 6 silver wings. His wings were originally silver, too, but when he saw the man his expression changed instantly. Human black hair, silver wings. It only took a fleeting moment for a name to surface in his mind: Luo Feng. The one person he was most jealous of. How could he not recognize him? Without a palace-type supreme true treasure in hand, any universe master who crossed paths with Luo Feng had no chance of survival. No. Pei-Shing Master turned around and flew straight into the 3-story minaret behind him. He knew there was no escape, but he was reluctant to admit it. He had been in the Holy Land universe for as long as 18 reincarnation eras, a very long time. And finally, he had made it here, to the universe ocean. He felt that his name had just started to make an impact within universe ocean, so he couldn't bear the thought of dying now. Although he knew he could not escape, he still longed to run away. He would try his very best to hang on to even the slightest hope of survival. "Why are you trying to escape?" Luo Feng shook his head. "How nice if we could have a conversation." Luo Feng stretched out his left hand, and in the middle of his palm was a miniature star tower. Hua! Star tower flew out and expanded rapidly. A deep abyss black hole appeared at the base level and took aim at the faraway Pei-Shing Master. An incomparably strong suction power was directly exerted over Pei-Shing Master, causing Pei-Shing Master, who had previously been flying toward the 3-story minaret right next to him, to instantly let out an anguished howl. Pei-Shing Master, void of any strength for resistance, was pulled toward Star Tower. Why can't you give me a chance? Give me a chance for survival." Pei-Shing Master did not even have the motivation to put up a struggle anymore. Previously, he was still hopeful that Luo Feng would not execute any of his killer moves. Then, with that little amount of time, he could perhaps try to make a hasty escape. From a universe master's point of view, being sucked into Star Tower was an absolute nightmare. He had not expected Luo Feng to execute such a killer move the moment he arrived. "You are so cooperative," said Luo Feng. "If only you weren't from Purple Moon Holy Land, I might still spare your life. What a pity that you are from Purple Moon Holy Land. Your only option is annihilation." Luo Feng shook his head. Star Tower, originally exerting a suction force, was instantly driven to the 4th layer of secret engravings by Luo Feng, and started executing the technique of smashing. To make things efficient, Luo Feng also executed extermination. Hung. With extreme might, Star Tower bombarded Pei-Xing Master's four-faced head at. Lightning speed Pei-Xing Master had 16 arms, and all 16 tried to stop Star Tower at the same time. Unfortunately, they were instantly smashed to ashes. And Star Tower continued smashing all the way to the head of Pei-Xing Master. Shortly after. Peng. Complete annihilation. Using power that was at the 8th tier as the top level against Pei-Xing Master was immensely effective. He had just come out of his Holy Land universe. Without any pinnacle true treasure armor, and his defense level of godly power was barely comparable to a power that was at 4th tier as the top level. He was simply too weak. Pei-Xing Master's only merit was his ability to restrain. His combat power, defense ability, and other forms of abilities were only at the 4th tier standard. He was only good at restraining and escaping. These two skills were considered to be at the 5th tier standard, but were not enough to be considered as the 5th tier as the top standard yet. So by using an 8th tier as the top level power to kill a universe master who only wielded a 4th tier as the top level power, the difference was 4 levels apart. It was akin to a 5th stage top tier existence, like Primal Chaos City leader killing a 1st stage top tier existence, like someone who had just become a universe master, whose life gene was merely at 100 times, and who owned true treasures of inferior quality. Theoretically speaking, the weakest kind of universe master. Of course, with one swift move, it was an instant kill. After all, it was an attack with a strength that was similar to that used to attack Great Thunder Star Master. Using power at this level to attack a universe master whose defense standard was only at the level of the 4th tier as the top level. Naturally, the task was a piece of cake. One smash from Star Tower, and instant annihilation was achieved. Various kinds of true treasures, like a suit of armor, wings, and a 3-story minaret were left floating about the surroundings. So, 2 pairs of wings that had turned back to silver wings instantly transformed into silver light and flew to Luo Feng without further ado. Keep. With a wave of his hand, Luo Feng claimed the 2 pair of wings and all other true treasures that had once belonged to Pei-Xing Master. For the time being, he was not keen to look into what kind of treasures Pei-Xing Master had. After all, how many precious treasures could someone who had just come out of a Holy Land universe possibly have? To be able to own 2 pairs of wings was already quite impressive. Wings. Luo Feng caught hold of the 2 pairs of wings that were flying toward him. With a grin, he flew back into his little, white jade boat. Sherwu wings were a super strong treasure. The combination of the wings exuded an aura with an oppressive force that was extremely strong. It would be better for him to experiment within the boat of Mausoleum. Purple Moon Holy Land Universe. No. Luo Feng. A bitter and shrill roar was heard. Then Pei-Xing Master's avatar, sustained by his godly power, instantly disappeared. The guards that were standing outside the palace were shocked. Their noble universe master, what had happened? His avatar, sustained by his godly power, had disappeared. Annihilated. Huh. In the core region of Purple Moon Holy Land Universe, where the universe origin was a purple figure, turned around to look into the distance. His gaze bore through the obstructions in time and space to look at the palace. After all, this was his miniature universe. Everything that happened in this miniature universe, so long as he had the intention of looking into them, could bring about the reversal of time and space to investigate anything that happened. He held Luo Feng in high regard. Besides, a universe master under his command had been annihilated, and before he was annihilated, he had shouted Luo Feng's name. Of course, this would raise concern. Pei-Xing annihilated by Luo Feng. Purple Moon Ancestor immediately sent his command via voice transmission. Ju Hua Ancestor. Within his own godly palace, Ju Hua, true god, suddenly heard a voice ringing in his mind. Without further ado, he responded with deference. Purple Moon Ancestor continued to give his command. Pei-Xing Master has been annihilated, most likely when attacked by Luo Feng. Send my orders all of my universe masters who are within the surroundings of Pei-Xing Masters. Residents must exercise extreme vigilance. Ju Hua, true god, was shocked beyond words. Pei-Xing Master was supposed to be in Tilted Sector region, was he not? And Luo Feng should have been in the universe boat, right? Yes, Luo Feng had been missing, without a trace, for a long time when considering the fastest speed a universe master could travel at. He would most likely make it to the region where Pei-Xing Master's place of residence was. Without further ado, he replied, yes, Ancestor, I will transmit your orders right away. The black, little boat was advancing through space at high speed. Obviously, that was Luo Feng, who had once again changed the color of his boat of mausoleum. The reaction that Purple Moon Holy Land would give in response to Pei-Xing's annihilation was not Luo Feng's concern right now. His focus was entirely on his Shiwu wings. Hong Long Long. Amidst the space of inheritance and within the boat of mausoleum, Luo Feng looked up into the sky and saw 5 huge, outspread wings having a whale of a time. The 5 pairs of wings were crazily connecting and corresponding with one another, exuding bouts of oppressive force. The oppressive force was getting stronger with the passage of time, even stronger than any other supreme true treasures like Black Prison Tower, Yen Jun Rod, or Great Thunder's Battle armor. It was stronger than everything else Luo Feng had encountered so far. Only 5 pairs of wings, yet the oppressive force was so ridiculously strong. How precious indeed. Luo Feng was in awe. Everything was within his expectations. After all, the 2 pairs of wings were only inferior to a supreme true treasure, so what if there were 3 pairs? Or 4 pairs, or even 5 or 6 pairs according to Luo Feng's speculations? It should have been higher than an ordinary supreme true treasure by several levels. After all, these 2 pairs alone were only second to a supreme true treasure, so, theoretically speaking, 3 pairs of wings that corresponded to one another should already possess the power of a supreme true treasure. In midair, the evolution was still in progress internally. The 5 pairs of wings were continuously evolving and combining, which might bring about the integration of various secret engravings to form a more extensive and complex diagram of secret engravings. Then, finally, everything came to a rest. Shiwu Wings. Luo Feng pointed afar, and his godly power was immediately infused into the wings. Ha! He whispered, indeed, there are injuries. He would not have known if he had not made the comparison. Compared to the previous 2 pairs of wings, which had been restored after absorbing the internal blade energy of the origin, these 2 new pairs of wings were obviously 1 notch lower, especially when godly power was circulating within the 2 pairs of wings. Their powers were obviously greatly reduced. The last time a large amount of internal blade energy of the origin was consumed, I was hoping this time would be more energy saving, and also, The sixth pair of wings is yet to be found, Luo Feng sighed. Hong. Luo Feng had placed the origin within the first pair of wings of Shiwu wings. At that moment, as he manipulated the two new pairs of wings into absorbing energy, a tremendous amount of blade energy with extremely terrifying power suddenly came gushing out from the inside the origin. Streams of blade rays visible to the naked eye came surging out from within. These blade rays were circulating in continuous motion about the surface of Shiwu wings, especially before the third and fourth pairs of wings, like water flowing through a dry riverbed. The moment these circulating blade rays touched the two pairs of wings, they would be swallowed. I will need to wait. Slowly Luo Feng sat down right away, cross-legged, and waited quietly. He was experienced the previous time to restore the two pairs of wings. Swallowing energy from the origin had taken around half a day. Time passed. After around 35 hours, the frightening ripples within the upper space started to disperse, and finally, everything stopped. It was essential to know that every blade ray wielded an attack that was more terrifying than an attack by any universe supreme master, even a pinnacle palace true treasure. Upon being attacked by a blade ray, would be shattered and reduced to ashes. How strong such a ripple was. Shiwu, how much energy from the origin have you consumed? Luo Feng asked. Right away. Previously, I consumed about 2/10, Shiwu replied. This time around, the amount should also be around 2/10. Luo Feng heaved a sigh of relief. Still acceptable. Internally, the amount of blade storm energy of the origin left was still around 6/10, with only the last pair of wings left. Even if it required restoration, there should have been enough energy. The energy within the origin was infused by an existence that far exceeded a universe supreme master, whether it exceeded it by one level or even more than one level. One thing was for sure, it was definitely above that of a universe supreme master. Such an existence facilitated the conversion of conserved energy within the origin. It was absolutely the greatest trump card anyone could own. It might have been the most terrifying trump card possible. Unconsciously, the energy that dispersed in all directions would sweep up everything in its path. It would destroy Pinnacle Palace true treasures, and if all of this energy were gathered at one point, any supreme true treasure in its way was destined for destruction, especially when it was executed through blades. Then it would be even more terrifying. All this while, Luo Feng still had not used it. While he was in the primal universe, he could not bear to use it yet. When he was in Universe Ocean, there was no need for him to use it. The primal universe had an ironclad law: any attack executed by an individual great being, regardless of how powerful it was, would be suppressed to the level of 6th tier as the top, and once there was an outburst of energy from the origin that originated from any great being, it would be suppressed by the law of the primal universe to the level of 6th tier as the top. If that happened, Luo Feng would greatly regret this opportunity, would he not? He might have suspected that the origin of the primal universe could be suppressed, but he was unwilling to take that gamble. After all, this origin within Universe Ocean was certainly powerful enough to sweep up everything. However, in Universe Ocean, the appropriate opportunity was essential. After all, given Luo Feng's current ability, he was capable of dealing with most of the dangers in his way. Come here. With a move of intention, the 5 pairs of wings rapidly descended from the sky above and integrated themselves onto Luo Feng's back with 10 widespread wings on his back. Luo Feng activated his godly power. hua hua hua. Silver armor extended out of Sherwu wings and very quickly moved to entirely envelop Luo Feng. Battle armor at the level of a supreme true treasure. Luo Feng was dumbfounded. Luo Feng hadn't expected to get his godly armor in this way, even though Peng Gong Master's Yan Jun Rod and Huge Axe, Creator's Godly Axe, could both extend. And form armor. Luo Feng had owned 3 pairs of wings before, yet they didn't extend to form armor, so he hadn't expected this even though Pei Xing Master had black armor and black wings. Luo Feng hadn't anticipated that the black armor was an extension of the wings. The 5 pairs of wings merged with Luo Feng's body under Luo Feng's godly power. His wings extended, covered his body, and formed a suit of godly armor. The spirit of Sherwu transmitted a message in his mind. Master, this is the subsidiary armor of Sherwu wings. It's a supreme true treasure armor. The message amazed Luo Feng. Supreme true treasure. Sherwu wings were a machine-type valuable used by a being much stronger than Universe Supreme Masters, said the spirit of Sherwu, sounding upset too. Pairs of wings are only inferior to supreme true treasures, and 3 pairs can already rival supreme true treasures. As for 4 pairs, they are already more powerful. The wings you have now are from the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 6th pair. Luo Feng nodded. He had acquired the 1st, the 2nd, and the 6th pair before, and he had seized the 3rd and the 4th pair from Pei Xing Master. Only adjacent wings can perfectly integrate with each other, said the spirit of Sherwu. There are still some inconsistencies between the 6th pair and the first 4 pairs. The power can't multiply well. However, the first 4 wings are already perfect. They definitely surpass ordinary supreme true treasures, and even the subsidiary armor can rival a supreme true treasure armor. Luo Feng rejoiced. He had seen the endless power in the wing space before, and he knew that Sherwu wing was extraordinary. With more and more wings being integrated, it was indeed getting stronger. Why couldn't the first 2 wings form a suit of armor? Asked Luo Feng. Master, the wings of Sherwu wing have different functions, replied the spirit of Sherwu, continuing to send messages. The 1st and the 2nd pairs of wings are like the foundation, like the roots of a tree. They are the base. With other wings being integrated, other powers will come. I presume that the 3rd to the 5th pair of wings have subsidiary powers, and the 6th pair is for attack. Luo Feng nodded. It made sense. The 1st and 2nd pairs of wings were like the foundation of a skyscraper, the keel of a ship. I see. Attack-type supreme true treasures can all extend to form armors. Luo Feng exclaimed. Machine-type valuables are quite variable and have all sorts of uses. They're also good at fighting those above their level. How can they not extend to form armor? I only have the armor now, because this machine-type valuable isn't complete yet. Sherwu, what's the power of this godly armor? Be more specific. Firstly, attacks under level 8 can be completely neutralized by godly armors, said the spirit of Sherwu. Attacks over level 8 can be weakened to 1/1,000,000th. Besides, the godly armor has a high limit. At least no Universe Supreme Masters can reach the limit. Luo Feng was amazed. Attacks under level 8 can be completely neutralized, and attacks over level 8 could be weakened to 1/1,000,000th. That wasn't too amazing after all. Even crazy demon extermination godly armor could weaken the power to 1/100,000th. However, the limit couldn't even be reached by Universe Supreme Masters. What did it stand for? It meant the weakening power of 1/1,000,000th could be completely utilized, the more powerful an attack was, the less efficient the weakening power of an armor would be. If the enemy was too strong, it might only be able to weaken it to 1/1000th, 1/100th, or lower, which made him more dangerous. Crazy demon extermination godly armor was impressive at the Universe Master level. However, when fighting Universe Supreme Masters, its limit would often be exceeded. 1/1,000,000th perfectly utilized Luo Feng was shocked. That means Universe Supreme Masters who have Supreme True Treasure armors can never be killed by material attacks from other Universe Supreme Masters, right? Luo Feng nodded. It seemed to be true. Those with Supreme True Treasure armor couldn't be killed by material attacks. Only some dangerous places in the lands of extremists could kill them. Teacher Origin was great at soul attacks at top tier level 10. With that subsidiary armor, I won't need to fear any material attacks anymore. Luo Feng was the essence of confidence. However, I can't get trapped in a fight for too long. Attacks were different from defense. Attacks were aided by techniques and true treasures, and they had no upper limit. As for defense, it depended on the armor. Weapons could help sometimes, but the armor was the most vital part. If someone was too weak to defend himself, he had to resort to armor, as only armor could resist material attacks. Even if the armor can weaken the power to 1/1,000,000th, my godly body will still be consumed. Luo Feng thought Universe Supreme Masters have enormous godly bodies and high-level godly power. I have a small godly body and low-level godly power, and I need to maintain Duan Mia. If I get trapped in a long fight, I'll be doomed. Luo Feng understood that he needed to finish a fight quickly. Compared to real Universe Supreme Masters, one of his weaknesses was that he couldn't get trapped in a long fight. Also, he couldn't exceed the speed limit. Of course, he had Star Tower, Blood Shadow Blade, the subsidiary armor of Sherwu Wings, and Boat of Mausoleum to make up for this. The 5 wings were open and floating in front of Luo Feng. He infused his godly power into the wings and studied Sherwu Wings. He had found that his Sherwu Wings were very special. Valuables like Star Tower or Black Prison Tower had many different levels of engravings, but his Sherwu Wings were exceptional and only had 4 levels of engravings. The first pair of wings contained the first level of engravings, the second pair contained the second level of engravings, and the fourth pair contained the fourth level of engravings. There were only 4 levels. The first level was called Space and Time in Chaos, and the second level was called Golden Country. The third level is beyond complicated. Luo Feng frowned. He had already spent more than an era studying the engravings in the space of training. It's more complicated than the 5th level of engravings of Star Tower. That was how it was as a machine-type valuable. There were few levels of engravings, yet the quality was outstanding. Undying level. Luo Feng could have fully comprehended the first level easily. As for the second level, he had practiced in Beast God Sector for more than 100,000 years and had reached Universe Master level on the engraving picture path before he had fully comprehended the second level and practiced Golden Country. As for the third level, it was too complicated even for him. The gap between each level was exceedingly large. But Luo Feng wouldn't give up easily. He could sense that the subsidiary armor was only a side power. The engravings contained on the third wing were truly amazing, which was why he devoted lots of his energy to studying them. Time passed. Boat of Mausoleum started to leave Tilted Peak sector. It spent around 300 years to do so, and 300 years was equivalent to 300 eras in the space of training. Over the course of 300 eras, Luo Feng spent most of his energy studying the godly power path. As for the rest of his energy, he spent it on the third level of engravings of Shiwu wings. Too difficult, I can't understand them, I can't. Boat of Mausoleum flew out of Tilted Peak sector. Luo Feng shook his head. I think it's as complicated as the 6th level of engravings of Star Tower. The 6th level of Star Tower was at top-tier level 8 Universe Supreme. Masters like Great Thunder Star Master and Father God of the Automaton race could understand the engravings at that level. As for those more powerful, like Huge Axe and First True Master, they could comprehend the engravings at top-tier level 9. Teacher Origin was able to comprehend those at top-tier level 10. I'm only a Universe Master. After I created a blade technique at top-tier level 7, I can comprehend engravings at top-tier level 7 or level 8. Luo Feng understood that he needed to create superior blade techniques. To fully comprehend the engravings at top-tier level 8, he needed a fundamental improvement. Could Universe Masters create blade techniques at level 7? None of the great beings in Universe Ocean thought it was possible. However, those great beings also thought that Universe Masters couldn't even create blade techniques at top-tier level 6, yet the selection criterion for Duan Dong River Inheritor was to create a blade technique at top-tier level 6 as a Universe Master. Based on the records, many talents from the ancient civilization created techniques at top-tier level 6 as Universe Masters. All the inheritors of Duandong River did that, creating techniques at top-tier level 7 as a Universe Master was rare in the ancient civilization, yet half the inheritors of Duandong River did that. Only 2 inheritors from Duandong River created techniques at level 8 as Universe Masters, including the ancestral teachers. Luo Feng had made a decision after creating Nirvana Incarnation. Luo Feng hadn't created a better technique. He had much better training conditions after getting the inheritance, and it was likely that he could create a technique at top-tier level 7. He had to train himself as a potential talent like those from the ancient civilization. It might take me a long time to become a Universe Supreme Master. I'll try to improve my power as much as possible. I'll let them know that after getting the inheritance from Duandong River, I can be there better even as a Universe Master. He then decided to temporarily give up comprehending the 3rd level of engravings of Shiwu wings and to turn to the godly power path and blade technique creation. I can now, in the Chaos Air. Luo Feng was driving Boat of Mausoleum and going to Universe Boat to get the valuables left by Jiafanzi. I can totally go look for the last pair of wings. 1 pair has a very short detection distance. 2 pairs of wings can detect through dozens of light years. 3 pairs of wings. When I first detected Pei Xing Master, we flew toward each other for around 20 years. The distance must have been thousands of light years, and the summoning was very strong, which means 3 pairs of wings can detect 10,000 light years. That means, for each additional pair of wings, the detection distance must be 1,000 times farther. 4 pairs of wings can probably detect tens of millions of light years, and 5 pairs of wings can probably detect billions of light years. Luo Feng was thrilled, as a miniature universe only had a diameter of 100 Million light years, the three lands of extremis, were only 100 million light years. The Holy Lands were larger, but were still only at billions of light years. If the last pair of wings is hidden in one of the miniature universes, I'll be able to sense it if I fly closer to those miniature universes. Luo Feng grew even more excited. He only had the last pair of wings left for Shiwu wings. I'll go find where the last pair is. Luo Feng couldn't resist the temptation anymore. He immediately drove boat of Mausoleum and flew toward the nearest miniature universe. As for valuables left by Jiafanzi, he would deal with those after getting the sixth pair of wings. The younger a miniature universe was, the closer it was to the original universe, like Primal Chaos City Leaders, Teacher Origins, and Bug Empresses. They were all very close to the original universe. The miniature universes from the second universe era were farther from the original universe. Those from the first universe era were even farther, and the two Holy Lands were quite distant from the original universe. This is the 18th miniature universe I have inspected. Luo Feng looked at the towering small universe in front of him. The 10 silver wings were all wide open, yet he couldn't sense the calling. There aren't any here. He shook his head. Fortunately, he had separated a pair of wings and disowned them. After all, the golden-horned beast carrying that pair of wings with no master entered the original universe. Luo Feng was staying outside the original universe. He could clearly sense it, even with the entire original universe in the way. Apparently, the universe couldn't block the sensing. The universe can't even block the sensing from a communications token, not to mention that of Shiwu wings, and it turns out to be true. Luo Feng looked to the other side. In the distance was the original universe. It seemed to cover half the universe ocean. I'm closer to other small universes. I might just go there. Shwa. Luo Feng teleported and disappeared. In the primal secret region in the human territory, the remote ocean seemed tranquil. The waves were almost invisible. However, remote ocean was so enormous that those negligible waves were tens of kilometers tall. A silver armored man walked on the waves, smiling at the space and shouting, "Teacher! Primal Chaos City Leader showed up. You have come back so soon." "Teacher," said Luo Feng. "Teacher rejected my gift because I didn't have a Supreme True Treasure armor. Now, I'm handing you the gift again." Star Tower showed up beside him, and Great Thunder godly armor flew out of the side gate. "You mean Primal Chaos City Leader?" was shocked. He knew what Luo Feng meant. "I got a Supreme True Treasure armor." Luo Feng smiled. He infused his godly power into the silver armor on his back, and an ancient yet powerful force permeated. It was even stronger than Yanjun Rod and Black Prison Tower, as the silver armor was part of his Shiwu wings. That power came from the newly integrated Shiwu wing. He only triggered a portion of its power, and it was already this powerful. If he actually triggered all of it, it would be beyond imagination. This was within remote ocean, so the force was suppressed so that the great beings outside the ocean wouldn't know about it. This armor Primal Chaos City Leader felt the force, and he stopped the hesitation. He just got more shocked. Where did you get it?" There were only a certain number of Supreme True Treasures in Universe Ocean. A new Supreme True Treasure, from the 3 lands of extremis. Even if there was one newly born, it must have been born in the core area. Yet Luo Feng didn't go to the core area at all. "There's no need for further questions." Luo Feng smirked. "I have armor now. There should be no excuse for saying no to my gift." Primal Chaos City leader looked at Luo Feng and could feel his passion. Okay. I'll take it. However, the human race is in a much better situation now. Even if the situation gets worse, it's just going to be some conflicts between the two teams from now on. Don't give the valuables you obtain after hard work. Luo Feng nodded. That sounded right. Even those who were powerful found it difficult to attain supreme true treasure. For universe supreme masters, it might be possible for them to defeat other supreme masters, yet it was difficult for them to kill other supreme masters. He only got the subsidiary armor from the extension of Shiwu Wing. Teacher, I still have something to deal with. I should go now, said Luo Feng. Go ahead. Primal Chaos City leader nodded and watched Luo Feng leave. Primal Chaos City leader saw the floating great thunder godly armor emanating ancient power, and he couldn't help thinking in amazement that this disciple of his had indeed become an incredible talent after entering Universe Ocean. Opposite to being merely an ordinary talent within the human race when he was only in the original universe. Even Primal Chaos City leader had to admit that, after getting the Duandong River inheritance, Luo Feng instead of him held the most important role in the human race. He's like Teacher Origin who led the race to its rise. Primal Chaos City leader whispered, he's even more glorious than Teacher Origin. There will be an actual peerless being that was born in the human race. Hong. Luo Feng flew out of the membrane of the original universe. I'll go to the 21st miniature universe. Luo Feng had just traveled across the entire original universe. It would take too long a time to go around the original universe, yet he could use God country transportation within the original universe. Where are the last pair of wings? He whispered. Are they in one of the other two lands of Extremis? Each land of Extremis was around 100 million square light years. If the last pair was in any of the lands of Extremis, Luo Feng should have been able to sense them. If he was in it, he could now confirm that they weren't in Tilted Peak sector. Instead of rushing to the other two lands of Extremis, he went to check all the miniature universes. Time passed. It took Luo Feng 2 years to travel from one miniature universe to another. Hong. A silver-armored being appeared in the chaos air and clenched his teeth. I've searched all the miniature universes from the 3 universe eras, and none of them have the wings. They're either in the other 2 lands of Extremis or the Holy Lands. I won't let you go. Luo Feng was indeed upset that he had searched for so long but couldn't find anything. Purple Moon Holy Land is the closest one. Luo Feng immediately flew toward Purple Moon Holy Land. It took him 9 days in Universe Ocean. Purple Moon Holy Land. Luo Feng stood in space, surrounded by chaos air. The giant celestial body in front of him was Purple Moon Holy Land. It was much larger than the miniature universes he had checked before. All the miniature universes from the 3 universe eras had a diameter of 100 million light years, yet Purple Moon Holy Land had a diameter of 21 billion light years. I'll search it first. Luo Feng teleported and got closer. Shwa shwa shwa. He teleported several times outside Purple Moon Holy Land. He wasn't sure what the limit of the sensing distance of the 5 pairs of wings would be when facing such an enormous miniature universe, which was why he had selected several spots for sensing. As he approached the miniature universe 100 million light years away, Luo Feng turned around and looked at his back. The 10 silver wings were open and quivering. It seemed that a summoning was coming from Purple Moon Holy Land. Summoning Luo Feng's eyes gleamed and gazed at the gigantic purple moon. Holy Land in front of him, the sixth pair is in Purple Moon Holy Land. He had been craving for them for a long time. He wanted to dash in, but he wasn't stupid enough to do so. Mother of Ker Luo Feng clenched his teeth. He hadn't sworn for eras, yet he couldn't help doing it now. Why is it in Purple Moon Holy Land? How come no matter which miniature universe the wings are in, I might be able to get them? Even if it were in Eastern Emperor Holy Land, there would still be hope, but Purple Moon Holy Land. Luo Feng was furious. Purple Moon Holy Land was his mortal enemy now. They had even tried to help other powers in the original universe to suppress the humans, and they had never even attempted to negotiate with him. Besides, he had just killed Pei Xing Master and seized 2 pairs of wings from him. Weird, Pei Xing Master had 2 pairs, why didn't he find the last pair? Luo Feng frowned. The sensation power of 2 pairs was nothing compared to 5 pairs, only tens of light years. Purple Moon Holy Land had a diameter of 1 billion light years, and it had many independent space dimensions. It seemed that the last pair must be in a space where Pei Xing Master had never visited. No matter what, I can confirm that the last pair of wings is in Purple Moon Holy Land, thought Luo Feng. Besides, that pair of wings has always been in this Holy Land. There are 2 possibilities. One, it's owned by a weak being, like an undying fighter or universe knight who isn't qualified to leave the Holy Land. 2, some great being put it in its storage. Nobody had ever seen that wing. True treasure in Universe Ocean. After all, 1 pair was only an ordinary true treasure. Universe masters looked down on true treasures at that level. I'm in trouble now. Luo Feng started to head to Universe Boat. It was time for him to get valuables of Jiafanzi. At the same time, he contacted Primal Chaos City leader through the virtual universe. Teacher, I still have 1 component for my wing valuable, as in, the last pair of wings. Besides, I know that the last pair is in Purple Moon Holy Land. I can't do anything about it. Can someone from Hong Alliance help me get it? After all, it's only a pair of wings, which is at the ordinary true treasure level. Chances are, Purple Moon Holy Land has no idea how precious they are. The last pair of wings. Primal Chaos City leader was anxious. 2 Purple Moon Holy Land, that's indeed a handful. Leave it to me. There are many great beings in the Hong Alliance, so they might succeed. However, those wings have never been out of Purple Moon Holy Land, so I can't say for sure. It's better than nothing, said Luo Feng. I can't do anything about it. Teacher, I'll go to Universe Boat now. Just go and get the valuables of Jiafanzi. You've tried multiple times already, said Primal Chaos City leader. He would leave this issue to the Hong Alliance. Luo Feng stopped thinking about it and headed off to Universe Boat for the valuables of Jiafanzi. On board his boat of Mausoleum, Luo Feng entered the internal region of Universe Boat, persevering through numerous terrifying, dangerous domains. Although he was not afraid, he exercised vigilance and kept himself obscured, so that he could grab hold of the opportunity when the great beings from Purple Moon Holy Land unintentionally made a careless move. The moment he discovered one, he would make use of Star Tower to capture that great being right away, mercilessly. This way, not only could he teach those from Purple Moon Holy Land a good lesson, but he could also seize their true treasures. It was a good idea. The only problem was, even after he had spent close to 900 years traveling to finally reach the domain where the space of the Cyan secret chamber was, there was not a single time along the way when he discovered any Great being from Purple Moon Holy Land. Purple Moon Holy Land is very careful and vigilant. It has been such a long journey, yet not once have I encountered anyone, seems like the universe. Masters inside the universe, boat have all hidden themselves with care. Luo Feng could not help lamenting as he shook his head. After all, the universe boat was extremely broad, and he had been advancing at a high rate of speed to look around. If his opponent was moving about ostentatiously, he might have discovered them somehow, but if his opponent was cautiously hiding from him, there was no way he could find them anywhere. Looking ahead into the vast space, he had already arrived at the domain where the space of the Cyan Token secret chamber was. Hong. The small, greenish-black ship shot ahead very quickly, for being able to arrive within a time of close to 900 years, much credit was due to the boat of Mausoleum. With it, Luo Feng traversed many dangerous lands, by charging his way through with brute force even supreme true treasures that could resist a certain amount of danger would be burdened by terrifying environments. Yet the boat of Mausoleum was very stable, which was why Luo Feng could solely depend on it. Along the way, Luo Feng had specially sought lands that were birthplaces of treasures and was lucky enough to obtain some ordinary pinnacle true treasures, 2 top-tier true treasures, and a senior true treasure. Once, during a conversation, Primal Chaos City leader had told Luo Feng, the boat of Mausoleum cannot be shaken within the 3 most dangerous lands. 90% of the terrifying dangers had no effect on it. Only the core region is likely able to stop it in its path, solely relying on this boat of Mausoleum. To search for treasures, your efficiency rate will be higher than any other. Great being. Riding boat of Mausoleum to roam the 3 most dangerous lands, I will be able to seek out and obtain many true treasures. How wonderful. Luo Feng was inside his boat of Mausoleum, looking far into the distance at the numerous buildings suspended on huge leaves. He drew nearer to try to feel the place out. After I obtain the treasures from Jiafanzi's legacy, I will roam the 3 most dangerous lands. Roaming the 3 most dangerous lands only required a trace of his consciousness. He mainly focused his spiritual energy on cultivation. After 2 days, Luo Feng found the secret chamber within the space of the Cyan Token that belonged to him. This is the one. The little, greenish-black boat reduced speed and slowly descended on a huge leaf. The cabin doors opened. Luo Feng walked out and raised his head to look at the building before him. The secret chamber of the Black Token and the secret chamber of the Cyan Token are both so lacking in aesthetics. With a wave, Luo Feng put away the boat of Mausoleum. Then he slowly walked toward the ancient building. The moment his body touched it, he felt as though he had touched the surface of water. He penetrated right through to enter the internal space of the secret chamber. Luo Feng appeared in midair and looked ahead amidst the void space. There were 9 huge, blazing fireballs, each bigger than any ordinary star by 1,000 times. These 9 fireballs were suspended high within the void space, and they were moving in a circular motion. In the middle of the area they encircled was a suspended continent. Luo Feng stood within the void space. With a move of his mind, all 10 wings on his back spread wide, and a blurry, golden light radiated outward. In an instant, the entire space was enshrouded, and everything within it fell under his control. Just one look, and Luo Feng's expression revealed his surprise. With one step forward, he teleported himself over to the continent. The expanse of the landform was vast. He stood on a deserted land of sandstones. and looked up toward the sky, where he could see light rays produced by the 9 blazing fireballs being projected onto the land they intertwined to form a picture scroll containing characters that were made up of fire snakes. The scroll was densely covered with a mass of characters that Luo Feng was not familiar with, yet every character contained ripples that transmitted information, so Luo Feng had no trouble understanding the text. I, Jia Fanzi, am a special life form. I became an undying cultivating the water law and have been cultivating since I became a Universe Supreme Master. After I became a Universe Supreme Master one fine day, while I was living a peaceful life on a certain planet, I was struck by a sudden thought on this planet. Life required water to survive, so water was the origin of life. But the entire planet needed to rely on the heat of the stars to absorb energy for all life forms to grow. The water law and fire law, these are not as simple as how we have all used to comprehend. They were not as simple as 2 individual laws, water and fire. Both involve the origin of life, the origin of all forms of life, and the origin of reproduction. Therefore, I have created my own studies, a new body of lost knowledge, water and fire origins. I have traversed the primal universe, and when the primal universe came to an end, I moved on to observing universe ocean and comprehended 2 reincarnation eras. Water and fire origins was getting more complete, and I believe that if I had been given enough time, I would have been able to attain an even higher level in order to transcend reincarnation, but I did not have enough time. I may have achieved a combat power that was at 10th tier as the top level, but still, I am not confident of achieving a breakthrough to transcend reincarnation. Water and fire origins was created with great efforts after spending a long time 3 reincarnation eras. I am most reluctant to see it disappear. My wish is that any later generations will be able to take on what I have comprehended and continue to pass down this legacy of mine. The 9 fireballs in the surroundings of void space are unique objects from Tilted Peak sector of the universe ocean. They are 9 iced crystals that have been transformed into 9 fireballs by my water and fire origins. They represented the peak of my accomplishment. Now that the 9 fireballs have become one, their might should not be spread to the outside world. Under this great continent, there is a pinnacle palace, true treasure, inside the palace. You will find all the treasures I have left behind, and you will also find a low to high level inheritance of the lost knowledge I have created. I truly hope that my descendants will not let my life's work, my legacy, be lost for good. On the scroll high up in the sky, upon seeing the information that was transmitted via the characters made out of fire snakes, Luo Feng took a deep breath. 10th tier as the top water and fire origins. Indeed, every generation will give rise to at least one peerless figure who is unparalleled in demeanor and talent, said Luo Feng, in awe. This Jia Fanzi actually possessed combat power at the 10th tier as the top level. This would have been comparable to what Teacher Origin already achieved previously. He must be one of the greatest figures during his era. No wonder he was so fixated on his legacy. It seems like his water and fire origins was indeed a body of lost knowledge that he had created and was incomparably proud of. This must be why he was so reluctant to see his efforts go down the drain and his legacy discontinued. Of course, in terms of talent, Jia Fanzi was still no match for Teacher Origin. After all, Teacher Origin had already attained the 10th tier as the top level when he was still within the primal reincarnation era, before being Eternally suppressed. On the other hand, Jiafanzi had taken a total of 3 full reincarnation eras to reach the 10th tier as the top level. However, throughout the universe ocean other than Teacher Origin and the ancestors of the 2 holy lands, the next strongest in line today, were all great beings at the level of 9th tier as the top. This showed how talented Jiafanzi really had been. Water and fire origins, the origin of life, the origin of all forms of life and of reproduction. Even Luo Feng was touched when he learned all this. Previously, the laws that he had cultivated, whether gold, wood, water, fire, or earth, were the most fundamental laws. Furthermore, he had always cultivated them as individual laws. Never had it crossed his mind that something as simple as an individual set of laws could contain the mystery of the origin of life. If this body of lost knowledge was merely an ordinary kind of creation, then, even if it were to be discontinued, there was no loss worth lamenting. But something as unique as water and fire origins, which far surpassed what other Supreme Masters had created, such a body of lost knowledge was truly something worth being proud of. A peerless figure in demeanor and talent, Luo Feng lamented, yet he was gone, just like that, without even achieving a breakthrough of a reincarnation. Era transcending reincarnation. Oh, transcending reincarnation, how difficult it truly is. Keep. With a random flick of his hand, Star Tower flew up right away following the guidance of Luo Feng's godly power. The 9 huge fireballs high up in space were quickly sent right into Star Tower. Rise. Luo Feng looked toward the continent at his side. Hong Long Long. The continent split apart, and a palace emerged from beneath sandstones, separated into 2 sides, revealing a palace in its entirety. Luo Feng sent a trace of his godly power penetrating through this palace, and soon enough, he had made this palace true treasure recognize him as its master. The treasures inside. After this pinnacle palace true treasure had recognized Luo Feng as its master, Luo Feng could quickly learn how many treasures were inside. After sorting and summing up everything, he had a clearer picture of the treasures Jiafanzi had left behind. What he had summed up dealt Luo Feng with a good shock. Although there were no supreme true treasures, this pile was still much more than what he had gained from killing Great Thunder Star Master. Adding on the gains from sweeping through the miniature universe, there was a total of 32 pinnacle palace type and domain type true treasures, and a total of 91 ordinary pinnacle true treasures. Top-tier domain type true treasures were considered to be on this level. Ordinary top-tier true treasures, senior true treasures, and ordinary true treasures were very few. The total might have only added up to slightly more than 100. Perhaps these did not appeal much to Jiafanzi, who was simply not interested in them. As for the large amount of various precious treasures, materials for refining true treasures, treasures for restoring godly bodies, and treasures for increasing the amount of life genes, there were many of all these, too. Not even counting the supreme true treasures, these are already riches much greater than the entire wealth of my human race. Luo Feng was awestruck. In fact, this was considered normal. The wealth of a race was mainly created by universe supreme masters who were lone travelers, regardless of whether it was Jiafanzi from eras ago, sitting mountain guest, Sherhu island leader, or several others of the current era had no need to worry for any race. The treasures they obtained were theirs to keep, yet the treasures they had were in no way inferior to those owned by an entire race. Jiafanzi's combat power was at the level of 10th tier as the top during his era. He had once swept through the entire universe ocean with his great might. His only problem was that he was obsessed with the water and fire origins. He was very ambitious by nature. If he had put his heart into plundering, he would have gained even more treasures. But the amount of treasures he had was considered normal, as he had been collecting for the long period of 3 reincarnation eras. So many treasures, therefore, I will be able to repair the final injury on the white wings of my Sherwu wings. Luo Feng was happy when this realization dawned upon him. With a flip of his hand, a fist-sized, spherical crystal stone appeared in the middle of his palm. The spherical crystal stone stored a large amount of information, and all that information was what Jiafanzi took great pride in: his water and fire origins. Let's take a look at this water and fire origins. The moment Luo Feng laid eyes on it, he was immersed. He was pleasantly surprised at what he saw. The knowledge of water and fire origins was so mysterious and magical that it qualified to be ranked within the core inheritance of the pulse of Duandong River. The pity was, Jiafanzi had only managed to comprehend the fundamentals of the lost knowledge of water and fire origins, yet even though the fundamentals were just built, the magical side of this lost knowledge could be subtly observed. According to what the lost knowledge of water and fire origins describes, Luo Feng said to himself, reaching the peak of this place with a single move of intention, and taking the 2 origins, water and fire, as the core, I can instantly develop a true universe. When there is a war, the surroundings of my body can instantly become a true miniature universe, forcing the enemies into this miniature universe. There will be no way they can survive, right? Luo Feng had been reading it for half a month, and he sighed, shaking his head. What a shame, a peerless great being just died like that. If he'd had more time, he could have transcended incarnation and created another holy land. Unfortunately, that last step, he got stuck at the last step. It was almost impossible to transcend incarnation, otherwise there would have been more holy lands. Jiafanzi only comprehended the most basic material of water and fire origins. He hadn't even fully comprehended it. If he had, he might have transcended incarnation already. If someone's able to comprehend further, he'll be incredible. If someone can fully comprehend the whole thing, Luo Feng could help but exclaim. It was a powerful and special technique that pointed to the origin. Actually, even turning from true gods, universe supreme masters, to high-level beings didn't involve universe origin mysteries like life reproduction. Fanzi had tried to study techniques that were far beyond his level, so he had failed. He studied it for 3 universe eras and still failed. However, Jiafanzi's technique offers a unique path. After I become a true god, this water and fire origins will be helpful to me on fire and water when I try to transcend incarnations. Since Luo Feng had obtained the inheritance from Duandong River, he knew exactly what he should do. He would become a true god, following the godly power path. After becoming a true god, he would use all the 10 basic laws: gold, wood, water, fire, mud, light, thunder, wind, time, and space to condense a void space. Water and fire origin could help a bit as well. Actually, starting from all the 10 basic laws was the most efficient way. It was easier to use all 10 basic laws. As for Jiafanzi, he only used fire and water, so he had encountered too many obstacles and had finally died. Luo Feng had collected many crystal balls and valuables. At the same time, the mind in the virtual universe also told Primal Chaos City leader that happy surprise. Luo Feng, are you saying that Jia Fanzi alone had 32 pinnacle true treasure palaces and he had 91 ordinary pinnacle true treasures? Primal Chaos City leader was astonished. We didn't even get that many true treasures from Thunderstorm Star. That's far too many. Jia Fanzi was at top tier level 10. Luo Feng exclaimed. He left those valuables because he wanted me to spread the inheritance. Undying fighters could already practice inheritance as long as someone fully comprehended the water law and fire law. He could start comprehending water and fire origins. Based on the records, it was possible to reach the level of a limit universe supreme master. As for transcending incarnations, Jia Fanzi hadn't succeeded, so that task fell on the shoulders of future generations. Jia Fanzi left so many true treasures so that future generations could continue his inheritance. Will definitely help. There were only 20 universe masters in the human race. It was more than enough. However, there will be more and more universe masters in the human race, said Primal Chaos City leader. We need to think about the future as well. I'll leave all that to you, teacher. Luo Feng smiled. I'll start practicing now and adventuring in the 3 lands of extremis. I'll send those valuables back to the race shortly. A great being could only use a certain number of true treasures. Jia Fanzi had too many true treasures, so he could only leave them in the storage. Luo Feng had obtained many true treasures this time, so he would leave several for himself, giving all 4 of his godly bodies better weapons and armors. However, he alone couldn't use that many true treasures. He would rather leave them to his race, like Teacher Origin and Hugh Jack's creator. I'll start practicing now. Luo Feng took a step forward and walked out of the green keepsake space. Then, he started to tour the 3 lands of extremis by boat of mausoleum. Time passed. 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100,000 years. Time passed silently, leaving no traces during practice. A few thousand years was like a blink of an eye. Boat of mausoleum became a silver boat. Luo Feng took the silver boat to the lands of extremis. He was well aware that he couldn't go too deep in the lands of extremis, so he only ventured into the inner area. Sometimes, he would tour around at the periphery of the core ground, but he wouldn't go too deep. Luo Feng's chief intention was to practice rather than to adventure. Tilted Peak Sector was mysterious, and Variable Universe Boat was a machine type valuable, and there were billions of areas within it. There were still traces of an intact universe boat somewhere, but flowing level mountain was like a maze. Luo Feng went back to the original universe once to distribute the true treasures during his travels. The 600,000th year after Luo Feng started to tour Universe Ocean, in flowing level mountain Hong Long Long. The water stretched through time and space, and on a stone amid the water stood 3 beings. It's getting more and more dangerous. A red rock life form roared. A true treasure is about to be born. We'll see which one of us is more powerful after the true treasure is born. It also depends on our power. All 3 universe masters were looking forward to it. They were all nervous, and there was dimming light around them. Apparently, there was a domain true treasure covering the entire area. However, the domain could only cover a certain area. It couldn't cover the tumbling water. They couldn't tell in advance when the true treasures would be born. Hong Long. The water, which had been moving recklessly, suddenly started to move. Normally, the water started to gather and spin. It connected the sky and land. And there was a waterspout. It's right there. All the universe masters burnt their godly power and put all their efforts. Hung. A white boat burst out of the waterspout, which astounded all three universe masters. "It's Milky Way Horde leader," shouted a black creature with many wrinkles on his face. The rock great being and the double-faced, four-armed great being were both shocked, especially the double-faced, four-armed great being. He retreated into a palace true treasure and tried to run away. A white boat rumor was spread through the three lands of extremists that a human universe master who drove a white boat had appeared in some places where true treasures were born and had seized the true treasures. The three lands of extremists were enormous, and true treasures could be born anywhere, yet Luo Feng had seized true treasures dozens of times. Luo Feng was as talented at seizing valuables as 5 universe supreme masters combined. He was so efficient, because of Boat of Mausoleum, he was able to enter some dangerous places and claim the true treasures when the great beings were still waiting outside. The black creature with wrinkles and the rock life great being stood aside and glanced at the double-faced, four-armed being trying to flee. Poor Yulan. Yulan Master was a universe master from Purple Moon Holy Land. For the past 6,000 years, Milky Way Horde leader had been journeying through the three lands of extremists. He sometimes appeared in flowing level mountain, sometimes in universe boat, and other times in tilted peak sector. He always showed up with a great shock if he met a universe master from Purple Moon Holy Land. He would capture them immediately. Nobody knew whether he captured them or killed them. In the 6,000 years after Luo Feng killed Pei Xing Master, he had captured 3 more universe masters from Purple Moon Holy Land. Even though most universe masters from Purple Moon Holy Land had returned to the Holy Land after the news, some universe masters were reluctant to retreat. Instead, they stayed out and simply tried to be careful. Yulan has been very careful, and he only showed up because a true treasure is about to be born. We didn't expect that Milky Way Horde leader would have his eyes on that true treasure as well. Milky Way Horde leader must have been in the waters, so they couldn't detect him. Now that he has emerged, it's too late. The black, wrinkled creature and the rock life both sighed. Everyone knew that Milky Way Horde leader wouldn't attack universe masters if they didn't mess with him. Milky Way Horde leader only targeted those from Purple Moon Holy Land, the Fire Origin race, and the Dragon Rock race. Those from the Fire Origin race and the Dragon Rock race had already hidden in the miniature universes. Only those from Purple Moon Holy Land still dared to come out. "Stop fighting, Yulan Master." The white boat flew over, and a 9-story tower showed up and suddenly expanded. Yulan Master was trying to fly away from the abyss at the bottom of the tower. Star Tower started to suck it in. Yulan Master flew out of his true treasure palace and attempted to flee. Milky Way Horde leader, Milky Way Horde leader, Purple Moon Holy Land won't let you go. They never will. Luo Feng drove his star tower again and tried to absorb Yulan Master, who had previously targeted the true treasure palace. No, Yulan Master tried to get out, but he was still being swallowed. He became smaller as he got closer to the bottom of Star Tower and then was completely swallowed. A voice came from the white boat too. "Sorry, I'm passing by, but I'll take the true treasure." The 2 universe masters standing at the top of the mountain were both humble. The white boat flew away. The white boat became black once it flew away, even its shape changed. In the space of suppression of Star Tower, Yulan Master, with two faces, and for arms, saw the three beings in the distance. The other three Universe Masters from Purple Moon Holy Land saw Yulan and walked forward. Yulan, why are you here? Yulan, how were you captured? A white-caped being appeared in the space of suppression. It was a young man with black hair. Milky Way Horde leader. Luo Feng. All four Universe Masters, including Yulan, glared at him. The white-caped man shook his head and sighed. Don't look at me like that. It's not that I want to kill you, it's that your ancestor refuses to save you. Don't blame me. Luo Feng didn't kill any of the Universe Masters captured. He knew clearly that even if he killed them, there would be Universe Masters to be who would become Universe Masters in no time. Purple Moon Holy Land was far younger than Eastern Emperor Holy Land and didn't have that many Universe Masters to be, but it could definitely have 8 to 10 more Universe Masters, so Purple Moon Holy Land wouldn't be affected at all. He figured he might as well just keep them as leverage against Purple Moon Holy Land. It's only a pair of wings, so it's only an ordinary true treasure to Purple Moon Holy Land. I can't believe your ancestor isn't even willing to trade it for 4 Universe Masters. Luo Feng shook his head and exclaimed, he's ruthless, too ruthless. He doesn't even care about you. All 4 Universe Masters were enraged. Milky Way Horde leader, said North Chu Master, who was the most powerful out of the 4 captured. Don't waste your energy and time. Purple Moon ancestor is our ancestor, so nobody dares to disobey his orders. He already knows you want that pair of wings, so no matter how many Universe Masters you capture, you won't be able to trade us for that pair of wings. Don't even think about it. Luo Feng Yulan Master yelled, our ancestor has already told us to go back to the Holy Land if we can't guarantee survival. We didn't do so, which is why he doesn't care about our lives. You want your wings? Impossible. Luo Feng shook his head and sighed. It's not necessary, it's just a pair of wings, and it's not going to help much with my power. 4 Universe Masters aren't enough for 1 pair of ordinary true treasure wing. That's not an ordinary true treasure, yelled Yulan. Instead, it's a component of an exceptional true treasure from the ancient civilization. Luo Feng sighed. Then you can just wait here. Luo Feng then disappeared. The 4 Universe Masters from Purple Moon Holy Land exchanged glances. They looked around the desert space, disappointed, angry, yet helpless. Luo Feng kept touring the 3 lands of extremists in boat of mausoleum. He had no idea what to do. The last pair of Sherwu wings, Luo Feng exclaimed. It's almost impossible to get them. Based on what the captured Universe Masters had said when he was sensing the wings outside Purple Moon Holy Land, a Universe Knight in Purple Moon Holy Land with wings also sensed that his wing was quivering. He was staying in an independent space of the Purple Moon Holy Land. Besides, the sensing distance was very large, possibly 100 million light-years. That Universe Knight was dazed. If he could sense it from such a distance, it must have been an exceptional true treasure, which he, as a knight, was not qualified to be a part of. He immediately reported it to his teacher, Feng Hao Master. Feng Hao Master started to raise questions and asked many Universe Masters about who had felt the sensing lately. After all, they all belonged to the same power, so it was a win-win. However, he didn't find anyone with another component. Purple Moon Holy Land was the master of the Holy Land, so he knew everything That happened in the Holy Universe naturally. He knew about the wing, as well. He didn't care about it that much, at first. Afterward, some great beings in the Holy Land traded away some ordinary true treasures using some secret techniques with those in Universe Ocean. With everything combined, and after Purple Moon Ancestor did some further research, he had a much better grasp of the whole picture. First off, Pei Xing Master had been killed by Luo Feng. However, Luo Feng had been in Universe Boat before, but Pei Xing Master was in Tilted Peak Sector. They were very far from each other. However, as soon as Luo Feng killed Great Thunderstar Tower, he must have headed to Tilted Peak Sector at the fastest speed possible and killed Pei Xing Master. Strangely, there were quite a few Universe Masters from Purple Moon Holy Land in both Tilted Peak Sector and Flowing Level Mountain, and many of them had powerful true treasures. Why would Luo Feng go and kill a new Universe Master, Pei Xing Master? The time and the choice of victim both indicated that Luo Feng had been targeting Pei Xing Master. Pei Xing Master happened to have 2 pairs of wings. Second, the sensation had happened several hundred years after Pei Xing Master died, and it was around the time Luo Feng left Tilted Peak Sector. Third, some great beings from Universe Ocean tried to get some ordinary true treasures out of the Holy Land, which might be from the Hong Alliance. Fourth, Luo Feng indeed had true treasure wings when he had first risen in the original universe. He had only had 1 pair. He had then obtained another pair. Some great beings had even seen Luo Feng with 3 pairs of wings, which meant he had acquired at least 2 pairs. Purple Moon Ancestor could tell that Luo Feng had his eyes on that pair of wings, and judging by the sensation, Purple Moon Ancestor could also tell how extraordinary that wing true treasure was. Tell Luo Feng to stop wasting his time and energies. That pair of wings will stay in Purple Moon Holy Land forever, and he'll never get it. Purple Moon Holy Land immediately told an avatar of a captured Universe Master after confirming Luo Feng's intention. Luo Feng was deeply upset. Incredible Purple Moon Holy Land had found out about it. Actually, it was understandable. Luo Feng knew that the Hong Alliance had proceeded discreetly. However, they had still left some traces, and so had he. Purple Moon Ancestor had learned of his intentions. Luo Feng started to do it in a blatant way. He started to capture Universe Masters. I'll keep capturing Universe Masters and threatening you with the lives of your Universe Masters. Will you be willing to trade them? Even though Universe Masters don't dare to resist Purple Moon Ancestor, given his prestige, they'll be upset. That means the unity within Purple Moon Holy Land won't be as strong anymore. I'll keep doing it even if I get the last pair of wings. I can't fully utilize it. After all, I haven't even fully comprehended the 3rd level of engravings on Sherwu wings. Luo Feng didn't need to rush it. It was going to be a long fight between him and Purple Moon Holy Land. Time passed. Luo Feng journeyed in the 3 lands of extremis. 90% of the universe Masters from Purple Moon Holy Land went back to the Holy Land after learning that 6 Universe Masters had been captured. Those who stayed out were very stubborn. They had eternal lives, and they had lived for so long that they weren't afraid of death. The pressure from Luo Feng only exhilarated them. In a remote area of Universe Ocean where no great beings had been before, Hong, a human shape larger than a miniature universe, lay there, traveling millions of times faster than light speed. The chaos air gleamed under the friction coming from the high speed, leaving a long streak of light in the space it kept marching toward the original universe. 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years. 100,000 years, a million years. Luo Feng had been traveling in universe boat for more than 8 million years. When the giant object, which had maintained a speed that no universe supreme masters could ever reach, finally entered the area where there were powers from universe ocean. 8 million years was a long time for ordinary life forms, however, for great beings, 8 million years was only a blink of an eye to Luo Feng, who had only lived for less than 200,000 years, not counting time acceleration. The 8 million years was a very crucial period for him, and it was the longest period of his life. He had been practicing in the space of inheritance for the past 8 million years, which was actually 8 million eras. Presently, he was still touring in the inner area of Universe Boat at the same time, in a remote area of Universe Ocean, a being was teleporting itself. I haven't been to Fulling Level Mountain for a long time, so I'll go there. Now Demon Beast Ancestor was moving forward relaxedly. He was the enemy of both Space Beast Ancestor and the two ancestors of the demon race. The United Forces Alliance and the human team were fighting now, and the human team was at a slight advantage, which pleased Demon Beast Ancestor. Hong. A terrifying streak of light flashed beside him. Hong Long. Under that horrifying speed, the shock waves stemming from the chaos air spread to Demon Beast Ancestor, who was still in the distance. Demon Beast Ancestor rolled over tens of billions of kilometers away. Pooh. Demon Beast Ancestor opened his mouth wide with blood coming out. His body was covered with scales, and it was solid dark, golden blood flowed on the scales, and it looked at the golden flowing light in shock. This. He hadn't expected that only that shock wave could injure him, a universe Supreme Master. If he had been hit directly, he would have died. What is that? What kind of terrifying being is that? Demon Beast Ancestor was bewildered. He roamed Universe Boat, and although he was at a disadvantage when fighting Dream Demon Ancestor, Shock Demon Ancestor, and Space Beast, because he didn't have Supreme True Treasure, he could still survive the attacks. He could have even put up a fight against Teacher Origin. However, that gigantic flying object terrified him and made him desperate. They were definitely not at the same level, and if he was hit by that human shape, he would be killed. A chance, an opportunity, a huge opportunity. Demon Beast Ancestor was excited. Any incredible incident might spell a chance, and based on what had happened, that gigantic flying object had an exceptional opportunity, and Supreme True Treasures were nothing compared to that. I need to seize that chance. Inheritance, great beings, or valuables, I need to seize it. Only after seizing that can I suppress the two idiots from the demon race and old beast god. I'll then rule the demon race and Space Beast Alliance. I will be the one true ancestor of the demon beasts. Demon Beast Ancestor was overjoyed, and he started to teleport. Shwa shwa shwa. He teleported 3 times and arrived beside the giant flying object. It resisted the shock waves. Compared to that giant object, Demon Beast Ancestor was like an earthworm looking at a star. Demon Beast Ancestor maintained a distance from that distant, massive object. He was resisting the ripples of impact acting against him while trying his best to see that object ahead of him. He could only make out amidst the dazzling light produced by something flying at an exceptionally fast speed a faint figure of a humanoid life form. This humanoid life form was so tall that its height exceeded 100 million light Years, and there it was, just lying flat on the ground, no matter how powerful Demon Beast Ancestor was, no matter how he racked his brains, he could not come up with any idea of how he could see better. All he could see was an unclear situation before him. Then, shortly after, Hong. At a terrifically fast speed, the massive object vanished from the limits of Demon Beast Ancestor's scope of view. Humanoid life form Demon Beast Ancestor stood rooted to his spot for a long time. God, in terms of size, this massive object was slightly bigger than a miniature universe, or even the universe boat. How could it actually be a humanoid life form even if a universe supreme master tried his very best to expand his godly body? Reaching the size of 1 light-year already proved to be exhausting. The more a godly body expanded, the more their godly power had to be consumed. Besides, none of them had ever reached a size as big as 100 million light-years. Moreover, it maintained a terrifying speed comparable to uninterrupted teleportation. It might be right to say that Universe Supreme Masters were able to overcome the speed limit, but the faster their speed got, the more of their godly power would be consumed. The pressure that their bodies were subjected to would also become stronger. Such factors accounted for why no Universe Supreme Master could achieve such a feat, and for a godly body to expand to such a massive size, its speed was bound to be reduced. Bigger than a miniature universe, and a speed that was beyond one's wildest imagination. No, it can't possibly be a living soul, nor a great being. There can't be a great being that is so formidable. Demon Beast Ancestor was in denial, unable to bring himself to believe that such a great being truly existed. How much more powerful would this great being be than him? A mere gaze could have seemingly destroyed him. It must be a strange object like the universe boat. The only difference is that universe boat took the form of a boat, and this object takes the form of a human. Demon Beast Ancestor willed himself to consider the matter and instantly felt much better. Another universe boat. The moment Demon Beast Ancestor considered this, he felt the same suffocating breathlessness again. The 3 most dangerous lands. A long time ago, Universe Ocean had not been one of the 3 most dangerous lands, and the universe boat had not existed. The universe boat had only appeared much later. Another being that was at least at the level of universe boat Demon Beast Ancestor was highly emotional, and no other great being has encountered it. Yet I am the first, so long as I can grab this opportunity, catch up with it. Demon Beast Ancestor was full of fighting spirit and no longer worried about the dangers involved. After all, whether that was a formidable and terrifying life form or a strange object, nothing would be greatly affected if it were a formidable and terrifying life form. Seeing how it lay flat on the ground, it was either deep in slumber or had been annihilated. If it was a strange object, then all the more, there was nothing to fear. Shwa shwa shwa. After a long-distance teleportation, Demon Beast Ancestor immediately caught up with that massive object that was flying at an extremely fast speed. Hong. The massive object continued flying at the same speed, and Demon Beast Ancestor often had to teleport to a much further distance ahead of it to be in the lead. When the other party had overtaken him, he would, without further ado, teleport a great distance ahead to take the lead again. Change direction. Demon Beast Ancestor executed his endless domain-type true treasure, and a blurry black light enshrouded the surrounding region. Then he manipulated the domain under his control and executed his most powerful secret technique at that moment, close to 90% of a boundless domain under his influence converged to form a huge, fuzzy tail. This huge tail lashed at the massive object right away with a loud whistling sound. A prior calculation of distance had been made, and right away, the tail lashed out at the body of the fast-approaching massive object. Pung! The fuzzy tail was immediately shattered to pieces, yet the massive object continued to advance. Seems like there is no change in direction at all. Demon Beast Ancestor was a tad bewildered. He had intended to change the direction at which that massive object was flying, which explained why he had hit from the side. Apparently, he had not dared to use a true treasure weapon to directly bombard the massive object. He had been worried that the impact of the rebound tremors alone would cause him to sustain another round of heavy injuries. This was why he had used a domain-type true treasure, so even if this domain attack were to be destroyed, he would not be greatly affected. At first, he had thought that this was a non-living object, so bombarding it from the side would have at least caused it to change its direction, even if only to a minor extent. Could it be because it is too big? Maybe that's why it was so stable. Even when flying, Demon Beast Ancestor muttered to himself, "I'll try again." Hong. 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 Demon Beast Ancestor teleported repeatedly in order to catch up with the extremely fast-moving massive object, and every time, he forcefully attacked it by its side. Almost every day, he would attack up to a few hundred times. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 years had passed. It is not as if my attacks have not caused it to change direction. My attacks did have some influence over it. It's just that the effect is very, very small. Demon Beast God was very worked up. I have been bombarding it continuously for more than 100 years in order to cause it to change direction. By only a small degree, the magnitude of that change in direction was so minuscule that even I, a Universe Supreme Master, can barely detect the change. Even a Universe Supreme Master could barely detect it. How small a magnitude could that be? Furthermore, he had to spend more than 100 years of continuous bombardment against that massive object in order to achieve such a slight change in direction. Continue. I must bring it to a halt before other great beings discover it. Demon Beast Ancestor was filled with fighting spirit. He felt that he could still afford to be hopeful, as Universe Ocean was, after all, enormous. Normally, when great beings traveled about within Universe Ocean, they had to depend on natural wormholes, but under such continuous teleportation, based on the direction of that massive object, attempting to fly all the way to arrive at the primal universe would probably take at least 1 million years. The patience of a super great being was very strong, so even if Demon Beast God had to keep struggling for millions of eras, he would still do so with much patience. Yet he had this incessant worry of being discovered. Although Universe Ocean was vast, other great beings still had to move about through the normal method of using natural wormholes. Therefore the chances of encountering this massive object were extremely low. Nonetheless, he was still worried. I'll continue to bombard it. Other than the 3 most dangerous lands within Universe Ocean, there are many other dangerous lands that are one notch less risky, based on the direction of flight of this massive object. So long as he could bring it to change its course by a few degrees, it would have to pass through a particular dangerous land, swirling water river. Demon Beast Ancestor was looking forward expectantly as he continued to rain attacks on the massive object. There were many dangerous lands within Universe Ocean. The most well-known ones were the three most dangerous lands, and there were many other dangerous lands that were a notch less risky, for example, sitting. Mountain Guest's place of residence within Universe Ocean was one of the dangerous lands. Another 5,000 years passed. Now the direction is accurate. With an undying perseverance that could be likened to that of a worker ant gnawing at a huge mountain, Demon Beast Ancestor persisted for more than 6,000 years and continued to bombard the massive object on its side. Finally, that massive object was made to deviate a little from its original course. This tiny change, coupled with the long flight distance, subsequently accumulated to cause a huge deviation. This would bring the massive object crashing into the dangerous land of Swirling Water River. There will always be many great beings in the three most dangerous lands, and the other dangerous lands that are less risky are seldom visited by great beings. As for the most common dangerous lands, there isn't a single great being to be found. Hopefully, there will be no great being in Swirling Water River. Demon Beast Ancestor prayed fervently. Another 3 years flew by. Swirling Water River. It was a river that rotated consistently, with a total of 12 huge radial arms. Flowing with water amidst the swirling water were numerous miniature islands. These islands were different in sizes, ranging from a few light years to a few hundred light years or beyond. As for the size of the entire Swirling Water River, its largest diameter could be as big as 6 million light years. Of course, this was still a lot smaller than the three most dangerous lands. Swirling Water River's diameter is as wide as 6 million light years. Somewhere far away from the edge of Swirling Water River, Demon Beast Ancestor found himself a spot to settle down and keep watch from a far distance away. He had executed an extremely long-distance teleportation, followed by a one-time transit through a natural wormhole to rush over. This was how he had managed to arrive in advance. Swirling Water River is so huge, and that massive object's diameter is over 100 million light years. Demon Beast Ancestor was muttering to himself. The difference in size between the two is not too far off the mark. There is a possibility of stopping it with Swirling Water River. Although he was muttering about the possibility of a positive outcome, he was still aware that the chances of stopping it were slim if he could not succeed. This time, he was worried that it would be extremely difficult for him to get the massive object to change course and crash into another dangerous land again. Suddenly, Hong, the peaceful Swirling Water River, which was eternally rotating, had 12 huge radial arms of flowing water flow, each of which possessed unfathomable power. Speaking of power, it was more powerful than any other great being by a few thousand or even 10,000 times. This natural power was unbelievably terrifying. The history of its existence was even more ancient than that of the universe. Boat. At that very moment, a being appeared that was even more massive than the entire Swirling Water River. Hong. At a terrifying speed, the humanoid life form, with a towering height of over 1 million light years, crashed mercilessly into Swirling Water River with loud rumbles. The 12 radial arms, which originally had been so strong and powerful, were crashed with such force that, within an instant, they were ruptured and scattered all over the place. A large amount of water splashed far out into Universe Ocean. Pung 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 pung. The little islands within Swirling Water River, upon being struck by such a high-speed attack, were like eggs exploding one after the other. What is happening? At that moment, in the deep water region of Swirling Water River, a universe master who was maneuvering a top-tier palace true treasure was in the midst of exploring through Swirling Water River. To him, exploring Swirling Water River was far easier and safer than exploring the three most dangerous lands. To him, this was a form of relaxation. Yet he suddenly felt the entire Swirling Water River trembling. Apparently, the high-speed crash brought about an impact that was so strong that the ripples could even cause this palace true treasure to tremble. However, this massive object was too fast to be seen clearly, and this universe master was only left with a glimmer of doubt in his mind. Soon after, the boundless, massive object whistled past in a fleeting moment, and this top-tier palace true treasure, which was even more fragile than the little islands before, instantly exploded. The universe master who was inside the palace true treasure was annihilated right away. An impact of such a level, even a universe master wearing a supreme true treasure armor would have been annihilated, not to mention this universe master. It was sweeping up everything. It was like a vehicle flying through a puddle. The water splashed out in all directions, but the vehicle continued to zoom past the pool at the same rate of speed. Nothing had changed. The massive object was still advancing at an extremely terrifying speed. In an instant, it passed through Swirling Water River, causing this dangerous land to be reduced to fragments. Water splashed out into all corners of universe ocean. As for that massive object, it was still moving at that terrifying speed, rocketing past Swirling Water Ocean as it left a trail of flowing light in its wake. Soon, it exceeded the limit of Demon Beast Ancestor's scope of view and vanished from sight. Ere Demon Beast Ancestor stared at the scene before him, dumbfounded. He had fervently hoped that Swirling Water River could stop that massive object. Even if, in his heart, he had known that the chances were not high, he had nonetheless held on to some hope. Reality was always so cruel. Had the massive object reduced its speed at all, it was simply too fast. Even Demon Beast Ancestor could not judge, but the implications were clear. Even if there had been 10 or even 100 Swirling Water Rivers in the way, there still would have been no stopping this massive object. Within the universe of the Divine Eye clan's first true master, an unlucky universe master reported to first true master, recounting the events he had experienced. It was the Swirling Water River. At the time, I was still within my palace true treasure when I felt a strange yet terrifying tremor. I didn't have time to respond when my top-tier place true treasure was instantaneously ruptured, and my other godly body was annihilated within a fleeting moment. Teacher, this was what happened. A top-tier palace true treasure was shattered in an instant, said first true master. He also felt as though something bizarre was happening. Swirling Water River. Swirling Water River was a second-tier dangerous place. Someone would suffer losses in Swirling Water River even if he was in a top-tier true treasure palace if he was not reckless. How terrifying that palace was for top-tier palace true treasures to be instantly annihilated and universe masters to be instantly killed. Swirling Water River couldn't be that dangerous. I'll go and check myself. The first true master sent a message to the other for true masters, then headed off to Swirling Water River. After only 3 days. The first true master stood in the chaos air and looked ahead, frowning. Water stretched everywhere in the distance, yet none of the islands in Swirling Water River could be found. The entire Swirling Water River was destroyed. The first true master was Bewildered, he knew clearly how powerful the natural environment of universe ocean could be. Even all the great beings in universe ocean combined couldn't destroy a dangerous place, not to mention the entire swirling water river. I feel that the first true master found swirling water river was destroyed by an exceptional power, and it was hit directly at the front, causing the water in swirling water river to blast everywhere while the islands were all destroyed. The first true master was thrilled. A great chance, he was roaring. On the inside, he didn't know what had caused the scene in front of him, but he was pretty sure that it was an existence beyond his imagination, and it was a great opportunity. We're facing our true death. This unknown object might be the only chance for my race to transcend incarnation. Wang. A giant halo suddenly appeared behind his head. There was a gigantic, single eye of flesh and blood in the halo. It glared at the endless space in front of it as if it could see through everything in that giant, single eye. Was a blurry trace of light hitting swirling water river, making it crumble. It's an existence millions of times more terrifying than swirling water river. Even I can't reverse the time and space to see how it is. Even if I use both my talents and techniques, I can only locate its direction. It's going that way. First true master nodded. I'll start chasing it. So he teleported and followed in that direction. One could tell where the giant object was flying to. However, it would take a long time to precisely locate. The first true master was called Divinite True Master, so he was quite proficient at observation and inspection. He immediately revealed everything. After a couple of days, the giant object was still flying at its original speed in universe ocean. That the first true master was thrilled. Even using all his power, he could barely see that the object was a prone, human-shaped creature. It was 160 million light-years tall, and it was traveling 120 million times faster than light speed. Only the first true master, by putting all his power on his divine eye, could tell. As for demon beast ancestor, who had also been following it, he wasn't able to confirm the speed. First true master, I found it first. Demon beast ancestor yelled in anger. Ha ha ha, do you really think you can have this chance all to yourself? The first true master didn't give a damn about demon beast ancestor. He had two supreme true treasures, while demon beast ancestor had none. No, I'm thinking about that. Now that we found this chance together, we'll own this chance all by ourselves. Demon beast ancestor yelled. Don't tell any of the other four true masters to come. If they do, I'll spread the news and tell the entire universe ocean. The first true master was furious. This was indeed a wonderful opportunity, which might help him transcend incarnation. Of course, the first true master wanted two more true masters to come to help him, but he had to consider the threat of demon beast ancestor. After all, demon beast ancestor's avatar was in the original universe, which meant he could spread the news in no time. Okay, said the first true master, we alone will claim this opportunity. The first true master and demon beast ancestor both tried to stop the giant object. Neither of them dared to even get close to it, given its speed, and the space and time around it had already turned hollow. They could only fly after it. The shock waves alone could injure them, and if they got closer, they might be killed. What was worse, before they could even catch up with the object, it had already made it out of their sights. Stop. Stop it. Change its direction. The first true master and demon beast ancestor were like two insignificant creatures trying to stop a mountain. Clearly, they couldn't do it. More than 3,000 years passed, and 5 more powers had already discovered the giant object. The Divine Eye clan and Demon Beast Ancestor were only 2 of them. However, Demon Beast Ancestor, the first true master, and all the other 5 powers who joined later, could only despair. Hong. The giant object rushed by and disappeared from the sights of those 18 great beings. Useless, we can't stop it whatsoever. The first true master shook his head and sighed. We've already tried everything, and that giant object has already destroyed 3 dangerous palaces, yet its speed hasn't changed at all. Apparently, those dangerous places are nothing to it. There are only 2 ways to slow it down. 1, it crashes into the original universe. The original universe is definitely powerful enough to suppress it and slow it down. 2, it is slowed by the 3 lands of extremis. Any of the 3 lands of extremis is certainly as powerful as this object and will likely stop it. What do you think? Everyone present looked at each other. They felt helpless. They could indeed slightly change the direction of the giant object to make it hit some dangerous places, but it was pointless if it collided with the 3 lands of extremis. All the powers in the lands of extremis would gather. If it hit the original universe, the powers in Universe Ocean would have no chance at all. We'll make it known. If it hits any of the 3 lands of extremis, the other powers will know. Besides, if we want to redirect it to one of the 3 lands of extremis, we definitely need help from others. We'll make it known. Everyone felt helpless. They wanted this chance all to themselves, but it was too great for them to keep it to themselves. I won't let it crash into the original universe, the first true master thought. If it got into the original universe, the Divine Eye clan wouldn't have any shred of a chance. We have to redirect it. Rampaging Devil God yelled. He was the 5th power to join. If we don't redirect it, it might affect other miniature universes. If it keeps racing toward the original universe, although miniature universes are enormous, they might not be able to resist it as well as swirling water river. They'll be crushed instantly. Everyone nodded. Yes, universe boat, tilted peak sector, and flowing level mountain were all indestructible. As for miniature universes, they only belonged to true gods, although they were too large for other true gods to move. The object was already much stronger than true gods. It would be easy for it to destroy miniature universes. As long as the shock was enough, it could easily destroy the origin of a miniature universe, crushing the entire miniature universe. If it could easily crush swirling water river, it could easily destroy a miniature universe as well. All the powers in Universe Ocean were thrilled. In one of the 3 lands of extremis, in Universe Boat, Luo Feng blinked. Teacher, he said, are you saying that a giant object was spotted in Universe Ocean, and it's flying 20 million times faster than light speed, at a height of 60 million light years, and it's in humanoid form? Teacher, who's making up lies? The limit in Universe Ocean is 100 times light speed. As for Universe Supreme Masters, 1,000,000 times light speed is the limit. 20 million times faster than light speed, and it's larger than Universe Boat in humanoid form. It's not a lie, said Primal Chaos City leader. The news comes not only from one great being but many, including quite a few Universe Supreme Masters. Leave Universe Boat as soon as possible and meet us there. Okay, said Luo Feng, it might take me 200 years to get out of Universe Boat. I'll come back now. Luo Feng finished talking with his teacher. What are you playing at? Luo Feng whispered. A giant object like Universe Boat, flowing level mountain, and tilted peak sector in the shape of a human. The very possibility set Luo Feng's heart on fire. I'll go check it out myself. Go. Boat of Mausoleum changed direction in the endless black wind and revealed its base form. It flew toward the exit of Universe Boat at its fastest rate of speed. Still, it took him over 200 years to get out of Universe Boat. The action team of the Hong Alliance immediately sent Luo Feng the coordinates. Through the virtual universe. Come, Luo Feng, we are here. I'm coming. The coordinates kept changing. Apparently, the strike force from the Hong Alliance was following that giant object. Actually, in the past 200 years, all the powers were rushing toward that giant object, so Luo Feng no longer had any doubts about the authenticity. Although he saw some images of a blurry humanoid shape through the virtual universe, he wasn't overwhelmed. He needed to see the real version with his own eyes. Shwa shwa shwa. Luo Feng kept teleporting and caught up with the strike force of the Hong Alliance. Luo Feng. Luo Feng. Milky Way Horde Leader. Milky Way Horde Leader. More than 180 Universe Masters from the Hong Alliance, led by Primal Chaos City Leader, had gathered here. Lots of great beings from the United Forces Alliance had also rushed here. They all knew what was going on and had called a truce during such a crucial moment. Luo Feng, said Primal Chaos City Leader, right now, 68 Universe Supreme Masters and more than 3,200 Universe Masters have gathered here. They're all the most powerful elites from the powers of Universe Ocean and the two holy lands. This many. Luo Feng was amazed by the number. He teleported himself, following the strike force from the Hong Alliance. Wow. Luo Feng saw a large group of beings in the space of Universe Ocean, all sticking close to one another. The weakest of them was a Universe Master. It was indeed thrilling. Luo Feng then turned around and looked into the distance. He teleported himself in the direction where the giant object was moving. It's coming. It's coming. Though none of them could see it, they could sense the invisible shock waves spreading toward them. Hong. The horrifying shock waves spread out fully. Then the giant object swept by them like a streak of gleaming light. Even Luo Feng felt that like an ant beneath the weight of a mountain as he looked at the towering, human-shaped creature. He as well every other great being in Universe Ocean felt like an insect. It's too. Luo Feng opened his eyes wide, dumbfounded. Luo Feng was truly thrilled. He wasn't sure whether the human figure was a being who was dead or in a state of slumber, or just a human-shaped valuable. Based on what he knew about the ancient civilization, there existed valuables in human form, especially machine-type valuables. Universe Boat is a boat-shaped valuable of the machine type. That human figure might be a valuable of the machine type. Luo Feng was more excited than ever. After all, he felt fortunate just to be able to take a look at it. If, instead of a valuable, it's a great being. Luo Feng's excitement intensified as he considered that possibility. Incredible, only the ancient civilization had great beings at that level. Shwa 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 shwa. The thousands of great beings in Universe Ocean started to teleport at the same time. They flew to a point ahead of the human-shaped object, but remained to the side, as they didn't dare to fly right in the middle of its path. The Universe Supreme Masters transmitted their voices again. Prepare. Hit it again. All the top great beings from Universe Ocean held their power, and soon, the giant being showed up within their sights. Actually, it wasn't accurate to say that they showed up within their sights, as light speed in universe ocean was actually 100 times faster than light speed in the original universe. If they had merely used their eyes to see, it would have been impossible to see the human-shaped object clearly. Rather, Luo Feng and the others all used vibration waves to determine its shape and speed via their control over time and space. If they only used their eyes to see, by the time the light from the human-shaped object had reached their eyes, it would already have been gone. They had to use vibration waves to sense the state and position of the human shape, and they could only feel the waves when they were within close proximity. They could only sense the waves for an instant, after which, the human-shaped object would fly past them, producing incredible shock waves. The shock wave was so strong that even Universe Supreme Masters would be severely injured if they got close. Attack! 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 Following the orders of Universe Supreme Masters, all the thousands of great beings, including Luo Feng, attacked from the side at the same time. Hong Long Long. All the attacks combined were enough to kill any Universe Supreme Master. The attacks flew 100 times faster than light speed. The combined attacks flew for a long time before they hit the giant object. The human-shaped object was 160 million light-years tall, and its feet were 30 million light-years long. Although its flying speed could hit 120 million times faster than light speed, it would take the feet around 3 months to completely change its position. Unfortunately, it moved too fast. Even though it was right beside him, Luo Feng couldn't see or sense it. Only when the group moved to the side of the front of the human-shaped object could he sense the shock waves for just an instant. In reality, the fact that they could sense a giant object flying 120 million times faster than light speed was worth celebrating. Teleportation. They all teleported at the same time. They teleported 1,000 light-years away, which was nothing compared to the length of the object's feet. Fortunately, it was 120 million times faster than light speed, less than 4 light-years per second. They could easily catch up with it by using teleportation, so they could accurately sense the position. Attack! Hong. All the thousands of top great beings in Universe Ocean tried together and thought of nothing else. They teleported and attacked again and again. Luo Feng and the other great beings stayed beside that giant human-shaped object for 3,200 years. Luo Feng flew out of Universe Boat immediately, so he was much slower. Before he arrived, the powers already decided that they needed to keep changing the direction of the human-shaped object and made it hit Universe Boat. Redirecting it to Universe Boat required the minimum amount of change out of all the 3 lands of Extremis, yet it still required an angle of 15 degrees. All those great beings had struck the giant object for more than 3,000 years. Just to gain those 15 degrees. That was why First True Master and Demon Beast Ancestor chose to publicize the news, as the first 7 powers who found the human-shaped object couldn't do it at all, and before they could redirect it 15 degrees, it would have already flown away. The direction is correct. The direction is correct. The direction is correct. Universe Supreme Masters and Universe Masters could all tell the direction using the vibration waves, and then they used its relative position of Universe Boat to determine the location. Luo Feng checked also and nodded. It will arrive at Universe Boat in around 30,000 years. Ha ha ha. We're finally going to succeed after all this time. That giant object is definitely going to hit universe boat. The top-tier great beings in the space were all relieved. After all, they had been concentrating on this task for more than 3,000 years, and they had been attacking it all this time. Although they didn't attack it very often, they needed to recover their godly power. The pressure still tortured everyone's nerves. They only relaxed after they knew that they had succeeded. In the outer area of Universe Boat, one of the three lands of extremists, thousands of great beings stood in the outer area, looking at Universe Boat in the distance. Can Universe Boat stop it? Universe Boat is tens of millions of light-years wide and tall, and over 100 million light-years long. It's barely the same size as that giant object. It is terrifically fast. Will Universe Boat be blasted away if it was hit? I hope it can stop the giant object. All those thousands of great beings arrived in advance, waiting for the giant object to hit Universe Boat. However, they were all worried that even if Universe Boat could slow that object down, it wouldn't change much. If the giant object only slowed down a little bit instead of stopping from 120 million times faster than light speed to 30 million times faster than light speed, it was no different from those powers. I hope we can succeed. If we fail, we have to change its direction again. We have to succeed. Everyone was looking forward to it. Luo Feng was in the strike force of the Han Alliance. He looked at Universe Boat in the distance. It was a giant machine boat that was already wrecked. It kept absorbing the endless chaos air around it, and there were circles of flames around the damaged boat, permeating incredible power wind whirlpools and endless electric snakes. There was even 1/3 of a miniature universe under Universe Boat. Though Universe Boat is already damaged, it's still swallowing the energies from the outside. Even some damaged miniature universes, Luo Feng thought. Apparently, some important parts in Universe Boat are still operating as a machine-type valuable that's constantly operating. It's very stable. Even though it's hit, it can resist it. Although Luo Feng thought this way, the human-shaped object was too large and fast. Time passed. All the thousands of top-tier beings in Universe Ocean were waiting. It's coming. It's coming. The giant object is coming. They sensed the vibration waves and were excited. Luo Feng, Primal Chaos City leader, and the other great beings from the Han Alliance were excited as well. They all stayed as far away as possible and hid themselves. They didn't want to be killed by the horrifying shock wave. Although we can sense the shock wave, it might take a few years before that giant object hits Universe Boat. The strike team from the Han Alliance was in Boat of Mausoleum, and they were all looking forward to it. A period of several years was nothing to supreme beings. The human-shaped object was too fast for them to see it, and if they missed the area where vibration waves spread, they couldn't sense it. They could only wait until the impact, when the vibration waves would spread everywhere. Then they would be able to sense them. Palace True Treasures floated. Supreme True Treasures, Pinnacle True Treasures, and Boat of Mausoleum. They were all waiting for it. Everyone was silent. There were no great beings in Universe Boat. After a long time, Wang. Invisible vibration waves were transmitted in all directions, following the time and space. Those great beings who were hiding in the distance all felt the horrifying vibrations, followed by destructive shock waves. Endless chaos. Air was torn. All the great beings felt the waves at the same time and immediately reversed time and tried to watch the scene. A giant, human-shaped object was flying fast. A gigantic, damaged spaceship didn't move at all. The human-shaped object collided with universe boat. Pung pung pung. Some of the fragments around the spaceship were blasted away. The fire, the electric snakes, and the light around the spaceship were also annihilated. Then the human-shaped object struck the ancient spaceship. Its upper half hit the ancient spaceship head first. Hong. The instant the two objects collided, the space and time around them were crushed, exerting horrifying shock waves and vibration waves. The weakest vibration waves at the periphery were transmitted first, followed by the destructive shock waves. The central area of the crash was like a nightmare. The collision was so powerful that even Universe Supreme Masters or Supreme True Treasures would have been annihilated. The shock wave spread everywhere. 10,000 light-years, a million light-years, 10 million light-years. The longer it traveled, the weaker it became when it spread to the great beings several hundred million light-years away. The great beings in the palace True Treasures couldn't be harmed anymore. However, the palace True Treasures, including Supreme True Treasures, were still blasted away. Inside the boat of Mausoleum, Luo Feng, Primal Chaos City leader, and deserted Mirror Master all stood as they looked out at the numerous palace True Treasures rolling and tumbling away. "We are 500 million light-years away from the universe boat," said deserted Mirror Master. The ripples produced by the impact when the humanoid life form and universe boat crashed into one another are being transmitted in all directions. The power is weakening as the ripples travel, but when it reached us, it was still so terrifyingly strong. How terrifying is that? At least for our universe ocean, no one would be able to survive in the core area of that impact, Primal Chaos City leader said in a low voice. Luo Feng also nodded. Even the boat of Mausoleum couldn't claim to be able to resist an attack of this intensity. After all, the boat of Mausoleum had merely undergone Duandong River's remodeling. In terms of strength, it would likely be similar to a Supreme True Treasure. In terms of identity, it merely took on an additional role to be within the school of automaton. "I'm not certain whether it will stop it or not," Luo Feng whispered. "Let's hope it will." Primal Chaos City leader was also keeping a close watch on the situation outside. Deserted Mirror Master was very disturbed, too. "If it doesn't stop, we're in trouble." At that moment, it was not just the Han Alliance, but also various groups of top powers within Universe Ocean, including the two Holy Lands, who were worried that humanoid life form was comparable to Universe Boat in size. So, if both were to collide, it was difficult to tell whether it could be stopped. Hong. The head of the humanoid life form crashed viciously into the Universe Boat at 120 million times light speed. The ancient, damaged ship was sent tumbling and flying through the air due to the great impact. In that endless era, this boat had once been severely damaged, so on its body were many cracks and crevices. Yet despite the cracks, great beings from the Universe Ocean were still unable to hurt even the damaged parts. However, this crash caused some fragments left on the surface of the tumbling Universe Boat, originally marked only by a certain degree of damage, to detach and fly off in all directions. Even the internal space of the Universe Boat trembled beneath the impact. Of course, for an ancient ship like the Universe Boat, its overall structure was unharmed. There was not the slightest dent made to its gigantic shipboards. Apparently, Universe Boat was also an automaton True Treasure that was extremely sturdy. One crash could only cause fragments to fall off. Due to impact, causing any true harm to it was simply impossible. Wang. The deep, internal region of this ancient boat was in continuous operation. Even as it was sent tumbling by the impact, its internal region continued to operate for an endless time. It had been swallowing so much chaotic airflow that all of that accumulated to become a powerful energy, which was the source of stability of this boat. Even when there was rapid deceleration, the boat was still stable. After the first wave of impact, the humanoid life form's speed was greatly reduced. After waiting for the universe boat to reduce its speed, the humanoid life form dealt the universe boat with another impact. Hong. It was another earth-shattering impact. This time around, however, the power was obviously weakened to a great extent. This time, it was the waist portion of the inclined body of the humanoid life form that struck the ancient ship. The two objects seemed to form a cross, but this time, the impact did not send the universe boat tumbling away. The ship merely flew out of the way. As for the humanoid figure, perhaps because its inclined position weighed it down, it tumbled over and flew off in the other direction. Two impacts, one after another. From the first impact, the direction of the humanoid life form did not change much, but its speed had been sharply reduced to less than 20 million times the speed of light. From the second impact, its direction changed drastically, and its speed was further reduced to only 300,000 times the speed of light. Hong hong hong. The humanoid life form was tumbling at a speed that exceeded 300,000 times the speed of light. In the process of tumbling, it faced an obstructing force from the chaotic airflow, which caused its speed to be greatly reduced. Then, gradually, it ceased tumbling and went back to its initial pose of lying flat on the ground. It has stopped. The universe boat has stopped. It is no longer moving. Thousands of great beings in all of universe ocean gathered around the universe boat. As they looked at its surface, they realized that although the vines, frost, and organisms initially found on the surface of the universe boat had been annihilated, the original outer wall color of the universe boat was revealed. Luo Feng and the others were amazed by what they saw. Such an impact, yet there isn't a single dent to be found on the surface of the universe boat. Primal Chaos City marveled. The universe boat has been around the universe ocean for so many reincarnation eras since it first appeared, and is already so damaged, yet it was able to take such a terrifying impact. All those injuries that caused it to be so damaged, what could have caused those? I really cannot imagine. Universe ocean is indeed mysterious beyond words. It holds so many secrets that seem so improbable, like the human-shaped life form that just appeared out of nowhere. Before it appeared, would any one of us have suspected its existence? Luo Feng and the surrounding great beings from the Hong Alliance all nodded. Let's go. We shall go after that human-shaped life form. Primal Chaos City leader said. Yes, the human figure and universe boat have collided twice, said Luo Feng. With its speed greatly reduced, getting it to stop is no longer that difficult. The resistance from the chaotic airflow alone will cause it to continue weakening. Luo Feng looked forward to the outcome. The strike force from the Hong Alliance that was inside the boat of Mausoleum started to teleport as a group. As they gave chase, the direction the human-shaped life form was heading was easily deduced. Various groups of top powers within universe ocean were all going after it, and they caught up easily. Haha, it is slowing down by a lot. And it is continuing to reduce its speed. This is getting so much easier. At one point, great beings from the various groups of top powers within Universe ocean were surrounding the human-shaped object, at times teleporting, and at times exploring. At merely 300,000 times the speed of light, it did not constitute a major threat, and the impact of its attack was much weaker after all. If there was an outburst from a universe supreme master, his speed could go up to 100,000 times or even 1,000,000 times the speed of light. Universe ocean was filled with endless chaotic airflow with an extremely strong resistive force. The ordinary beings who were much weaker would immediately be annihilated in this chaotic airflow, which was why energy had to always be maintained when flying within universe ocean. Previously, the humanoid life form had been so fast that the force of its impact was far too strong. Even at that speed, it was able to form an area that was similar to an absolute domain. All around it, everything was shattered. Time and space were in shards. The chaotic airflow was in pieces, and nothing was able to get near to it at all. With it traveling at such a speed, the chaotic airflow was so fast that the naked eye would not have even seen it in the form of dust. Yet at this very moment, it started to slow down, as it was no longer able to go further to reach the level of an absolute domain. The resistive force of the chaotic airflow was constantly exerting its influence over the massive human-shaped life form to reduce its speed. The slower it moved, the faster it descended to reduce its speed from more than 300,000 times the speed of light to just 200,000 times the speed of light. It took approximately 3 days time, but after just 3 more days, there was a sharp decrease to not even 10,000 times the speed of light. Primal Universe, Ancestral God School, Ancestral God Palace. Wang. Intangible willpower fell upon Ancestral God Palace. 3 figures were seated on the thrones. They were the 3 great ancestral gods from the first reincarnation era. Currently, they all wore solemn expressions with their eyes shut. All of them seemed extremely holy and pure, and they were exuding bouts of a strong yet strange power. My children, it is coming. Crisis. Must. The 4th most dangerous land. The ancient willpower was transmitting numerous bits of information being sent to the 3 ancestral gods. After some time, the strong, intangible willpower finally retreated. The 3 ancestral gods opened their eyes and looked at one another, shocked. Since the day we became ancestral gods, we have not taken a single step out of universe ocean, the ancestral god in the middle said in his old voice. This time, by the orders of the willpower of the primal universe origin, we can finally leave the primal universe. Let's go. If we arrive too late, I'm afraid that the various groups of top powers of universe ocean will suffer a great loss. So, what if there is a great loss? Even if they are all annihilated, does it matter to us? We should just go at our own pace and do what we are supposed to do. That should be fine. Let's go. Hong hong hong. The 3 ancestral gods transformed into dazzling rays of light and speedily left the ancestral god palace. Then they vanished from within the ancestral god secret region. In the vast universe ocean, under the obstructions posed by the endless chaotic airflow, the impact of the energy that resulted from the flying of the human-shaped life form was continuously weakening, and its speed was rapidly decreasing. Thus, the various groups of top powers of universe ocean were getting less and less afraid of it. Charge. Charge. Various groups of top powers, on board their palace true treasures, charged straight toward the human-shaped life form. Luo Feng, we will join in, too, Primal Chaos City leader decided as he looked out and saw the palace true treasures flying past. All right, Luo Feng immediately took control of his boat of mausoleum and headed straight for the human-shaped life form. At high speed, the boat of mausoleum advanced. Very soon, it arrived at its destination and started to descend on the expanse of the human-shaped figures. Body shortly after. Hung. A loud bang sounded. The boat of mausoleum had made its landing on the body of the humanoid life form standing. It would have been a towering 160 million light years, so even if the boat of mausoleum had landed on it in its entirety, it still was like an ant floating in the vast ocean. We have landed, Luo Feng said, but now, it is moving too quickly. Everyone, please do not rush to exit yet. Understood. Understood. Various great beings from the Hung Alliance were very excited because the boat of mausoleum had landed on the body of the humanoid life form to get a good look at what was on its surface. Look, there is a rolling mountain range on the surface of this humanoid life form. At first glance, there seems to be no end to it. That is not a mountain range, Primal Chaos City leader said. Based on the deductions from the vibrating ripples, it must be the shape of the entire humanoid life form. What might seem like a rolling mountain range to us now is actually the texture of the subtle wrinkles of the clothing worn by this humanoid life form. Huh. There was a moment of surprise, then everyone started to burst out laughing. Especially those universe masters who had initially thought the wrinkles were part of a rolling mountain range, laughing at their own silly thoughts. Even for Luo Feng, by examining the vibrating ripples that were transmitted over trying to deduce the shape of the human-shaped life form, it was only possible to conjure a rough image, to deduce that those were the clothes of the life form was a great challenge, yet a universe supreme master like Primal Chaos City leader was able to deduce the silhouette of its armor. Let's take a good look first. Milky Way Horde leader, drive and park your boat of mausoleum on the surface of this human life form and advance. Let's go. Everyone was rushing him. All right, Luo Feng said. He was also filled with curiosity, so, without further ado, he drove the boat of mausoleum to the human-shaped life form and latched it onto the surface of it as it advanced forward, because the boat of mausoleum was on its surface. Even if the human figure was moving extremely fast, the surface was still relatively stable. Luo Feng, the other parts of this human-shaped life form must all be shut. Just like the outer walls of the cabin area, Primal Chaos City leader said. Go to where its head is. Where its head is, there should be a passageway in. The head of the giant object was enormous, and there were true treasure palaces on top of it. Almost 90% of the great beings in Universe Ocean were around the head. It's enormous. This must be the mouth of that human shape object. Boat of mausoleum landed. Luo Feng, Primal Chaos City leader, and the other great beings from the Hung Alliance were all looking into the distance. Amazed, there was a vast abyss in front of them, and judging by the outer shape of the giant object, it had its mouth closed, yet the abyss was only a crack between its lips. That abyss was 19 million light-years long, and it was 120,000 light-years at its widest. Even Luo Feng's domain true treasures could only inspect a small part of it. 10 Milky Way galaxies could have filled this crack. So. Streaks of light appeared above the abyss and shot out. Quick, quick, if there are valuables in this giant object, those who find them first can get them quick. All the powers were nervous, although they were frightened and intimidated by the giant object. They were still keen to find out more about it, which was why they immediately sent universe masters with multiple bodies to check. Let's go, Luo Feng. Chaos. The great beings in the Hung Alliance were nervous as well. The valuables were on a first-come first-served base, and everyone knew it. They were nervous upon seeing all the other powers sending great beings. Primal Chaos City leader looked around and said, "We know nothing about this giant object. We don't know how dangerous it is inside even Universe Supreme. Masters can't guarantee they can survive it. We'll send Universe Masters with multiple bodies, and first, then, even if they die, they will only lose a body. And some true treasures. The main entryways of that giant head are the ears, the nostrils, and the crack between the lips. We might enter separately through different portals." Nobody knew which entryway led to the valuables, which was why they would need to try all of them. "Okay, I'll go. I'll go, too." Great beings were very efficient, and they transmitted their voices using their godly power. Immediately, 8 universe masters decided to send bodies in, including Luo Feng. Primal Chaos City leader said, "Everyone who's going in, be careful also. When you enter, please record your route, then other great beings from the Hung Alliance can learn from it. Now, everyone, off you go. Let's go. Go." The gate of Boat of Mausoleum opened. So. Streaks of light flew out swiftly, including a black, oval-shaped palace. Other great beings from the Hung Alliance were all looking at the great beings of their team, including Primal Chaos City leader. They all wished that they could get the huge chance contained in that giant object. Inside the black, oval-shaped palace, Luo Feng stood looking at the outside. He was wearing black armor and carrying a blade. A blurry black light permeated the oval-shaped palace. Centered on him, it covered an area of several square light years. This was Luo Feng's Masha body. "Inspection," he muttered. Luo Feng was full of expectation. Actually, he only carried his golden horned beast body and the Earthling original body while journeying in Universe Ocean. However, for the present purpose of inspection, he had immediately sent his Masha body, which had been in the original universe, back to remote ocean and killed it. The true treasures carried by his Masha body had been kept by endless remote ocean. Then Luo Feng immediately had spared some godly power from his golden horned beast body and condensed a new Masha body. Masha body had a life gene level of 5,000 times, and it was 10,000 kilometers tall. Its godly power wasn't even 1/1000th that of his golden horned beast body, so it was okay for the golden horned beast to spare that much. As for the valuables that Masha body was carrying now, they had been obtained over the course of the past 8 million years. Luo Feng had kept some true treasures he had obtained from Jiafanzi after donating most of them to his race. He had also journeyed throughout Universe Ocean in Boat of Mausoleum, so he had obtained quite a few true treasures, meaning it had been easy for him to get a set of true treasures. The armor and the blade Masha body was carrying were both pinnacle true treasures, but they were only ordinary pinnacle true treasures. As for pinnacle palace type and domain type true treasures, they were much more precious. "It's done. Let's see what's inside that giant object." Masha. Luo Feng drove the black, oval-shaped palace, performing short-distance teleportation time and time again. Each time, he only teleported within the domain range. He also documented his route while he was moving forward. In Universe Ocean, 3 beings walked out of the wormhole shoulder to shoulder. Based on 9 remoteness, the powers from Universe Ocean can't wait anymore. So they sent some great beings in regardless. They were careful enough to only send those with bodies, at least most of them did that. They'll soon realize how terrifying that 4th land of extremis is. Not our business, we'll just move at normal speed. As for the death toll, it's their luck. Tell 9 remoteness and the others other than those like 9 remoteness who are not afraid of death. Others can't go in, although we know about this 4th land of extremis, we can't spill the secret. The 3 ancestral gods went because they received an order from the original mind. They knew about the secret, yet they didn't dare to leak it to their great beings. As ancestral gods, they benefited greatly, yet there were still many rules that they needed to follow. Hong. The giant object kept slowing down under the chaos air. Eventually, Hong long long. It completely stopped. The human-shaped object has fully stopped. That armor, is it decorative or is it a valuable like the armors we're wearing? Let's see whether we can make it recognize us as owners. The great beings who remained outside had many thoughts. They believed that powerful valuables would recognize masters, so they all endeavored to give it a go. However, before the great beings landed, there were already those who had tried. They had all failed. That giant armor was like a decoration. It was not subject to master recognition, and no matter how it was attacked, it wasn't damaged even in the slightest. Luo Feng entered via the crack between the lips. He was driving a true treasure palace and teleporting at a short distance. He was very fast, and soon enough, he had already traveled 10 million light-years forward. That giant object had already stopped. An endless abyss. Inside the palace, Masha Luo Feng looked down, and he couldn't see the bottom. He looked to his side, but he couldn't see the end either. It appeared endless. He could only see the exit dimming at the front, and using his domain type true treasure, he could tell that there wasn't any route at the front. He had to go down. Go down. Hong. The black, oval-shaped palace immediately dove down, and it started to teleport at a high frequency again. There's a huge area that my domain true treasure can't detect, Masha Luo Feng said. He overjoyed. Ever since he started detecting, he hadn't been able to find anything out of the ordinary in dangerous places in Universe Boat and Tilted Peak Sector. Domain true treasures couldn't detect them. He had been in this giant object for a long time, and this was the first time his domain true treasure wasn't able to detect something. I'll go and see. He drove the black oval palace and got closer. After half an hour, Masha Luo Feng looked to the front in the palace. That is Hong Long Long. An endless whirlpool appeared in his sight. The whirlpool twisted the space, spreading outward. A natural wormhole. Masha Luo Feng could immediately tell that it was a natural wormhole. That wormhole is too large and too powerful, he said. Only universe masters, and those stronger, could get through such twisted energies. I haven't seen a natural wormhole this big in Universe Ocean or in the original universe. Masha Luo Feng was thrilled. Apparently, the natural wormhole led to another area. Go deeper. Masha Luo Feng drove the true treasure palace, dodged the natural wormhole, and kept diving. All great beings who inspected dangerous places knew that there were 2 ways to move forward in dangerous areas: teleportation and flying. Teleportation could take them to areas that could be inspected, and great beings only did That when they could make sure the area was safe, flying was far less risky. At least great beings wouldn't fall into dangerous places without a fight. As for natural wormholes, nobody knew what was on the other side. Wormholes in Universe Ocean and the original universe were okay. As for those in Universe Boat, Tilted Peak Sector, Flowing Level Mountain, and this giant object, nobody would enter. Move forward. The abyss seemed to have no end, but it appeared safe. Masha Luo Feng drove the true treasure palace and kept moving forward, teleporting. There's no end, no end. I've been here for 15 days. On the 15th day, Masha Luo Feng lost his patience a bit. After all, there were lots of dangerous areas in the other 3 lands of extremis, yet there seemed to be nothing but an endless abyss in this giant object, with nothing in it. And teleportation was allowed everywhere. Who? A freezing breeze suddenly blew by. Even though Luo Feng's domain true treasure covered an area of several square light years, it couldn't detect the breeze. It was completely silent. It blew through the black, oval-shaped true treasure palace, which was suddenly like dust, crumbling and separating, spreading across the ground and disintegrating into nothing. As for Masha Luo Feng, inside the oval palace, true treasure, he only felt cold before his godly power was completely frozen. The blade, the armor, and Masha Luo Feng himself all turned into dust, spreading and disintegrating into nothing. In the endless abyss, there still seemed to be no danger. It was tranquil, and teleportation was still possible everywhere. But Masha Luo Feng and the true treasure palace he drove had all turned to nothing. It was as if they had never been here. Inside Boat of Mausoleum, Luo Feng looked shocked. His body shook. Primal Chaos City leader realized something was wrong. What happened, Luo Feng? He asked. The Masha body I sent in died, said Luo Feng. He was terrified. Even if there were some dangerous places in Universe Boat and Tilted Peak Sector that couldn't be inspected, they were vacuums, meaning they couldn't be inspected. Luo Feng could at least sense that there were dangers. However, his domain could detect everywhere in that giant object, yet he had still been killed under that situation, and the pinnacle true treasure palace was also shattered without a trace. Even the energies in the origin of Sherwu Wing made some sort of sound when slashing pinnacle true treasure palaces into pieces. Died, how? Asked Primal Chaos City leader. It must be wind, said Luo Feng. Must be. Primal Chaos City leader was dazed. I didn't see it at all, so I couldn't detect it. Luo Feng shook his head. My domain type true treasure worked perfectly fine and was able to inspect everywhere. The wind just came out of nowhere. My pinnacle true treasure palace and my godly body were both shattered, and Masha body died. He couldn't fight, not even a little bit. Primal Chaos City leader was shocked. Even pinnacle true treasure palaces couldn't resist it. Then everyone who went would be doomed unless he had a supreme true treasure. 8 Universe Masters from the Hong Alliance entered to conduct a search. Luo Feng had gone in through the crack between the lips. He had gone in first and had died first. The following day, another Universe Master died. On the 4th day, 2 other Universe Masters died. On the 5th day, another Universe Master died. In the 10 days following Masha Luo Feng's death, the other bodies of the 7 Universe Masters from the Hong Alliance all died. Nobody survived, which terrified all the Universe Masters from the Hong Alliance. Even the 3 lands of extremis weren't that incredible. In the Palace of Boat of Mausoleum, the last Universe Master who had gone in had died, and the universe masters were discussing this heatedly. Milky Way Horde leader was met with a wind that couldn't be detected once. That wind blew, the pinnacle true treasure palace he was in was annihilated. As for Shui Master, he was met with fire that came out of nowhere, which immediately burned the pinnacle true treasure palace. As for other universe masters, by wind, fire, or mist, 7 had died instantly without even putting up a fight. 1 had encountered water stretching out and freezing the time and space around him so that nobody could teleport or flee. The water had easily eroded the pinnacle true treasure palace, killing the universe master sitting inside. Everyone, said Primal Chaos City leader. They all became quiet and looked at Primal Chaos City leader. Based on the information I have, it's not just the great beings from the Hong Alliance who have died, said Primal Chaos City leader, even great beings from other powers who journeyed in and entered the endless abyss couldn't find the route, and they couldn't clearly see the environment around them. They were all trapped in the abyss and were killed by the fire, wind, or other forces that showed up out of nowhere in the abyss. Even supreme true treasure palaces were destroyed, not to mention pinnacle true treasure palaces. Supreme true treasure palace. Everyone was stunned. I just received the news, said Primal Chaos City leader. The skeleton race from the first universe era sent a great being in a supreme true treasure palace. He was met with fire, which burned the palace instantly. He couldn't resist it in the slightest. Everyone was shocked. Luo Feng sighed. It had burned a supreme true treasure palace. Some designs in boat of mausoleum could indeed kill some great beings hiding in supreme true treasure palaces. However, they couldn't destroy a supreme true treasure palace. The abyss in this gigantic object, on the other hand, had done just that. Even supreme true treasures can't resist it. What can we do about it? Literally nobody has survived. The death rate isn't that high even in lands of extremists. Primal Chaos City leader suddenly yelled over their panic. Everyone. Luo Feng looked to his teacher in surprise. All the other great beings in the palace did so as well. I just heard the news, said Primal Chaos City leader. Several powers from the first universe era have entered the natural wormhole in the endless abyss. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed while he was inspecting the object. He had also found a natural wormhole, yet he hadn't dared to go in. Instead, he had kept moving forward. It seemed that those from the first universe era were in more of a hurry, as they had dared to enter the wormhole. Chances were, it hadn't ended well. Otherwise, they couldn't have spread the news. What's on the other side of the natural wormhole? Asked Shui Master. The other 7 universe masters had also found the natural wormhole. No matter how they entered the giant object, through the ears, the nostrils, or the mouth, they had all entered the endless abyss and continued right past the giant wormhole. Enter the natural wormhole, said Primal Chaos City leader. It'll lead to a secret place full of chaos air with a miniature universe in it. A miniature universe. Miniature universe. Everyone was dazed, including Luo Feng. The natural wormhole led to a space where there was a miniature universe. We've confirmed that the natural wormhole leads to a mysterious space, and it's in the human-shaped object, said Primal Chaos City leader. Besides, the great beings from the first universe era are also trying to get into that miniature universe. They have arranged their machine puppets, and some of them are even trying to get in themselves. However, when they touched the membrane of the miniature universe, they were annihilated immediately. Ah! The membrane is that powerful. How is it possible? Everyone in the palace of the boat of Mausoleum was shocked. Luo Feng couldn't even imagine that, normally, the membranes of a universe couldn't attack some universe supreme masters would try to use their miniature universes to kill enemies, but it was after the enemies had entered the miniature universe, and they used the power of the origin of the miniature universe to do it. It sounded ridiculous that the membrane itself could kill. Dead. No matter how the powers in Universe Ocean tried, they all died without exception. This 100% death rate intimidated all the powers. Even a slight chance of survival would help, but there was none. Just when giant objects in Universe Ocean were all panicking and feeling helpless, the news was spread that the three ancestral gods were summoning all the powers in Universe Ocean and were going to pass on the message of the original mind. What, the three ancestral gods? I thought the ancestral gods from the original universe never left the original universe. A message from the original mind. Everyone was surprised. The ancestral gods who had never set foot in Universe Ocean arrived and were given the message of the original mind. Both attracted the collective attention of Universe Ocean, plus the power suffered losses when they were inspecting the giant object, so they all gathered around. Boat of Mausoleum also went along. A message from the original mind. Luo Feng frowned. This is the first time that the three ancestral gods entered Universe Ocean. What do they want? Primal Chaos City leader looked solemn. They're here for a good reason. When he was trying to kill Great Thunder Star Master, he was able to perform a power that was exactly the opposite of godly power. That was when Luo Feng realized that there was a hidden secret in Universe Ocean that he didn't know of. This giant object is one of them, said Luo Feng. He also wanted to know what the ancestral gods had to say. Hong Supreme True Treasures went along, and Boat of Mausoleum was among one of them. There were three beings in white capes standing in the space around 10 million light-years away from the giant head. They stood side by side, and their white capes glowed with colorful light. They were incomparably powerful, and their force permeating everywhere. Palaces floated around the three beings in white capes, followed by lots of great beings. Luo Feng and the others walked out of the gate of Boat of Mausoleum. They stood in the space and looked at the great beings in white capes in the distance. Luo Feng sighed. What a powerful force, he said. He felt like the space and time within hundreds of square light-years were controlled by the three ancestral gods, and they were much more powerful than any Universe Supreme Master. Primal Chaos City leader transmitted his voice. Remember, they are the representatives of the original mind. Their power is bestowed by the original mind. Let's see what they're going to say. Luo Feng was staring, too. The humans didn't have any emotional attachment to the original mind, as teacher origin was suppressed by it. As time went by, more and more great beings gathered. The ancestral gods were the ones that gleamed the brightest. 3 universe eras, 2 holy lands, and all the powers have arrived, said the one at the center. Will begin. We enter Universe Ocean because of the order from the original mind, and we're here for that giant object. He then pointed at the giant object. When you get in, you will find a natural wormhole, said ancient ancestral God. If you enter the natural wormhole, you'll be transported to another place. There's a miniature universe in the space, and it's called the world of Gene. That is the only place in that giant object where you can survive. The 3 great ancestral gods, being the spokespeople of the willpower of the primal universe origin, were now surrounded by colorful lights that contained The power of various laws of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, electricity, light, time, and space, and these lights were consistently exuding an endless, oppressive force. Clearly, this was not something that these three ancestral gods could achieve on their own. This was obviously achieved with the support provided by the willpower of the primal universe origin. To a certain extent, it could also lend credibility to the words of the three great ancestral gods, proving that their claims were not baseless or random. That miniature universe we have all tried before, mere contact with the walls of its membrane will bring one to annihilation. There is simply no way in. Right away, great beings began firing persistent questions. Double-face ancestral god, one of the three great ancestral gods, who was seated to the side, spoke up. If you intend to intrude and barge your way through, then there will certainly not be a way in. This world of Gene is extraordinary under normal circumstances, even after thousands and millions of reincarnation eras. It remains unborn, however, when everything in the vast universe ocean has a universe law to adhere to. That time will be the time for its proper birth. No one bothered asking how they should enter. This information from double-face ancestral god was enough to cause a stir among the various groups of top powers from universe ocean. Proper birth. What did he mean by proper birth under normal circumstances? Even after thousands and millions of reincarnation eras, it would remain unborn. What exactly happened? Luo Feng was taken aback and transmitted a voice message to Primal Chaos City leader beside him. Teacher, after hearing what the three great ancestral gods had to say, the birth of this world of Gene seems to have a special meaning to it. Yes, Primal Chaos City leader nodded solemnly. Everything has its own laws. The willpower of the primal universe origin may be very strong, but it is also very detached, so it cannot differentiate between good and bad. It can only adhere to the most fundamental rules even when dealing with a single universe master like Yuan Ao Master, or dealing with Great Thunder Star Master. It must draw on the support of other great beings. Obviously, it is not invincible, so even against Teacher Origin, the most the willpower of the Origin could do was keep him under suppression. There is no way it could annihilate Teacher Origin. Luo Feng nodded. It was true. Everything seemed to have a predestined set of laws to adhere to, and apparently, under normal circumstances, this massive object should not have been born yet. Now, it had undergone a proper birth. Obviously, this meant that this period had entered into a special phase that was different from the other reincarnation eras. The most handsome ancestral god, a being with fine, delicate features and a red-scaled tail, who looked nothing older than a youth, spoke internally. The world of Gene is fraught with endless predicaments, yet it also contains endless opportunities. It is more special compared to the other three most dangerous lands. That massive object was of no use at all to universe ocean. Its true significance lay in the world of Gene that resided within its body. If you want to enter the world of Gene, you must wait for the right opportunity. The power of the universe membrane wall periodically switches from strong to weak when it turns black. Its power is at its strongest when it turns white. Its power is at its weakest, that is when most ordinary universe masters can easily penetrate it. Each cycle is approximately 1 era long. Everyone, we just need to wait for the membrane walls of that world of Gene to turn white, then we can enter. Hearing the words of this ancestral god, the various groups of top powers instantly grew restless and itchy for action. Periodic cycles. At that point, a handful of great beings wanted to take off and rush into the world of Gene right away, but the moment they heard that a single cycle took as long as an era, they had to suppress their heightened emotions in order to continue listening. The world of Gene is mysterious and unpredictable, the old ancestral god in the middle said. Within the world of Gene, there are many living souls. Living souls. What? There are living souls there. A few thousand top-tier existences from all over universe ocean were shocked. Luo Feng was astounded, too. The three most dangerous lands of the universe. Both did not have any living souls. The living souls of the world of Gene can only survive in the world of Gene. They cannot come out, the old ancestral god continued. The moment they leave, they are bound to die. If you all enter, what you bring out when you exit will only be lifeless things. If you have brought a living soul out, it will be the same as killing it. Also, the world of Gene contains a secret on transcending reincarnation. Hua. This gathering was already a powder keg, and now, thousands of beings were getting even more worked up. The secret on transcending reincarnation, was this not what they all yearned for? Remember, said the old ancestral god, the secret to transcending reincarnation is the secret of the world of Gene. Upon entering, you can explore and seek what you yearn for, but the moment you leave the world of Gene, everything you learn from it must be kept to yourself. Absolutely nothing must be leaked to the outside world. Of course, even if you want to, there is no way to leak anything from the world of Gene. Everyone seemed to be deep in thought. Luo Feng understood right away. It was just like how he received the inheritance of the pulse of Duandong Rive. He simply could not find anything more profound. It was like how Sitting Mountain Guest had bestowed upon him the 9-volume manual. Sitting Mountain Guest had needed to pay a hefty price before he could impart the manual to a single disciple. Obviously, there was an intangible kind of law that was influencing everything. The secret of transcending reincarnation, the secret of the world of Gene. Luo Feng could feel the upsurge of emotions. He was aware that for many generations of reincarnations, the world of Gene had not been born this time. Its birth was the closest he would likely get to the secret of universe ocean. World of Gene, the fourth most dangerous land of universe ocean, the old ancestral god said. All of you must bear in mind, when the opportunity arrives, a crisis also lies in wait. The world of Gene is much more dangerous than even Tilted Peak sector, flowing countless mountains, and universe boat. Let's go. The three ancestral gods looked at one another, then immediately vanished into thin air and left. The thousands of great beings from universe ocean were also incomparably fast in returning to their palace. True treasures, the large group of great beings from the Hung Alliance also returned to the boat of Mausoleum immediately. The three generations of ancestral gods played the roles of the spokespeople of the willpower of the primal universe origin, and they were mainly tasked with conveying messages and guidance. However, the various groups of top powers from universe ocean did not dare to commit their full belief in everything they received. They still explored cautiously. Suddenly, they discovered that the entire route from the point where they entered until they reached the natural wormhole was danger-free, and the moment they went through the wormhole, they would arrive at a secret space where they would see a miniature universe, the world of Gene. Luo Feng, no great being has ever set foot in the world of Gene to explore it. And yet, you are going in now just like that, said Primal Chaos City leader. It is too dangerous. If an accident happens, the loss you incur will be far too great. Luo Feng was carrying numerous true treasures on him. If he were to suffer a loss, it would, indeed, be massive. Teacher, I simply cannot bring myself to give up such an opportunity, Luo Feng said. Besides, I have other bodies. Even if I fail, I still have the chance to pick myself up from the fall. Teacher, please be at ease. Luo Feng divided his force into two different roots. He condensed part of his godly power to form his Masha body, which would take one of the two roots. Masha body would take Sherwu wings and Star Tower and return to the primal universe. After all, everything about the world of Jin was unknown. If all his true treasures were brought in at the same time, the moment he failed, everything would be lost. By that time, it would be too late for regrets. His earthling original body and golden horned beast would take Blood Ghost Blade and the boat of Mausoleum and set off on the other route, preparing to head into the world of Jin. Following the route along the natural wormhole, they arrived at another space. The boat of Mausoleum was suspended in midair as Luo Feng looked out from his location and saw a miniature universe far in the distance. It was dark blue in color, a clear sign that it was not yet the time to enter. Even without any true treasure, given my current combat power, I can still stand at the apex of Universe Ocean all the same. Luo Feng was full of confidence, but was unwilling to put all his true treasures at stake. That was why he had sent Sherwu wings and Star Tower back. But he still brought with him Blood Ghost Blade and the boat of Mausoleum to charge his way through. Those two would be more than enough. Wait for the moment to enter this world of Jin. The boat of Mausoleum waited silently. Judging by its outer appearance, the dark blue miniature universe seemed to only have a diameter of around 10 million light-years. However, its power was stronger than any other universe. Supreme Master's miniature universe by countless times. In its surroundings, numerous palace true treasures were suspended. Great beings from every single group of power from the entire Universe Ocean would be waiting. Of course, this was being treated as a dangerous land that no other great being had ever dared to explore before, and so, not many groups of powers dared to charge their way in with full force. Most of them had sent a very small number of their great beings to conduct a prior round of exploration. There were more than 200 great beings, including Universe Supreme Masters, all seeking to be among the first to explore the world of Jin. Over 200 great beings were waiting outside the world of Jin, ready to enter to begin their exploration. On the other hand, various groups of top powers from Universe Ocean were mostly on their return journeys. For example, the Strike Force from the Hung Alliance was heading for the primal universe as fast as they could. That was why, at that moment, other than the world of Jin, which was contained within its body, the other parts of the gigantic, human-shaped life form had regained peace and quiet and were no longer as boisterous with activities like earlier. Only a few great beings had stationed themselves in the void space. Hua! Ripples appeared in the space. A lone figure appeared out of nowhere. On his forehead was a pair of crystal horns, and he wore a black robe that radiated black light. It was none other than Sitting Mountain Guest. Sitting Mountain Guest had arrived earlier than any of them, yet no matter who had previously come to explore, or the message that the three ancestral gods had conveyed to the public, not a single one of them noticed Sitting Mountain Guest's presence. Luo Feng, too, did not realize that teacher Sitting Mountain Guest was around. He had even tried to ask about Sitting Mountain Guest through his transmission token, but there had been no reply from him. Sitting Mountain Guest stood amidst the void space and looked quietly at the gigantic, human-shaped life form ahead of him silently. He looked at it. His gaze penetrated through time and space to cover every inch of its body. He scrutinized its hair, eyes, nose, ears, mouth, and even the ancient armor it wore. Thoroughly, he looked at the humanoid life form as though he was observing an incredibly precious treasure. Finally, sitting mountain guest mumbled to himself, "It has arrived." He made his way forward one step at a time, teleporting ahead. He very quickly landed on its body. After his feet touched down on the vast, rolling mountain range, sitting mountain guest took several steps forward. Every step was a teleportation. He reached the finger of the humanoid figure, then went on to the shoulder, and eventually to the waist. There was a ruptured spot due to a wound, a place where something had broken through the armor. Sitting mountain guest caressed the ruptured spot on the armor. At 9 million light-years long, it was impossibly huge. Suddenly, sitting mountain guest let out a burst of hoarse laughter. Ha 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 ha. Sitting mountain guest laughed heartily and loudly. He was laughing so hard that his entire body trembled. He was laughing so crazily that, gradually, the laughter evolved into something bitter, forlorn, and shrill. It contained hysteria steeped in hatred and insanity. The laughing slowly came to a stop. Sitting mountain guest sat down slowly, then caressed the armor. Golden, crystalline tears fell soundlessly. "It's here, it has arrived," he said as he caressed the armor with trembling hands. World of Gene. The primal universe origin is known as the world of Gene. Sitting mountain guest mumbled to himself, "Gene, Gene, the willpower of the primal universe. Origin has no emotions. How can it remember Gene?" Sitting mountain guest raised his head to look at the vast void space overhead. Hong long. The chaotic airflow in the void space was revolving, and an overpowering willpower lurked there. "I won't be as foolish as Teacher Origin," said sitting mountain guest. "I will give you a chance." He shook his head, then took a single step forward and vanished within the void space. 1,800 years passed, and the membrane of the miniature universe, the world of Gene, kept changing from dark blue to light blue, and one day, it turned white. True treasure palaces floating outside the world of Gene started to move. "It's turned white. We can enter now. Let's go." More than 200 great beings flew toward the world of Gene and tried to use their weapons to poke the membrane first. Then they realized that although the membrane was still exerting great power, godly bodies of universe masters could easily get through. After confirming that they could get through, the first true treasure palace flew in. Other true treasure palaces followed, including Luo Feng's boat of mausoleum. The world of Gene seemed to have a diameter of 10 million light-years from the outside, and the great beings entered it from different areas so they wouldn't gather. Hong. After the silver boat made it through the membrane of the miniature universe, it immediately rushed into the world of Gene. Luo Feng's godly power sensed the inexplicable force around him. It was a power so pleasing that his entire soul was as cheerful as a fish returning to a lake from a desert. This amazing sensation mesmerized Luo Feng. "It feels so good, there's no restraint at all." Luo Feng was happily surprised. Rampaging devil god was exhilarated. "Ha ha ha, this world of Gene is awesome, there's no restraint at all, and I can utilize all my godly power." Xiao. He drove his palace true treasure. Diving downward, he landed quickly on an ancient and endless land. There were towering mountains around him. The sky and land were filled with energy, and compared to the chaos air in universe ocean, the energies made rampaging devil god much more comfortable. This is where great beings should live. Rampaging devil god was exhilarated. He roared, "Hell!" Hung. A streak of light flashed, and it was 1,000 times faster than light speed. A being with 3 heads, 1 golden one and 2 silver ones appeared in front of rampaging devil god. All the heads had giant fangs, the 3 tails were like barbed metal whips. The strange, giant beast looked down at rampaging devil god and roared, "FCK. Off, this is my land." Rampaging devil god could tell from the force of that strange beast that he was also a universe supreme master. A universe supreme master. Rampaging devil god was astounded. Although the ancestral gods had mentioned that there were creatures in the world of Jin, he was still surprised to discover that the first creature he met was a universe supreme master. "FCK off!" The strange beast roared in anger again, giving another alert. Rampaging devil god was even more dazed. He could understand the language, but he had no idea how to speak it. The language used by the strange, giant beast was very special. Even if one hadn't learned it, he could easily understand its meaning. Rampaging devil god didn't know how to speak it. Rampaging devil god opened his mouth, yet he didn't know what to say. "Uui." How the strange giant beast was furious. He didn't attack, as he could tell that rampaging devil master was as powerful as he was, yet this individual, who was gleaming with golden light, ignored him as if he was provoking him. Hung. He turned into a streak of light, and 3 curves of light appeared in the sky left by the 3 tails of the strange giant beast. They swept toward rampaging devil god, who tried to dodge them. Suddenly, 3 giant gullies showed up on the ground. Rampaging devil god grew anxious. He wanted to transmit his voice using his godly power. Under normal circumstances, he could totally transmit his voice to convey what he was thinking. However, his blurry godly power was destroyed by the giant strange beast as soon as it was sent. The giant strange beast grew more furious. Soul attack. Rampaging devil god felt helpless. He couldn't even transmit his voice. "I won't fight you," said rampaging devil god. How the strange giant beast charged at him. More than 200 great beings from universe ocean arrived. They were exhilarated to get into the world of Jin, as it was a wonderful world. Of course, few were as unlucky as rampaging devil god, who had met a true god right as soon as he entered. Hung. The silver boat landed on a vast plain. Then it disappeared, and Luo Feng, clad in silver armor, showed up. He wore only crazy demon extermination godly armor, and he a pinnacle soul true treasure. To protect his soul, he was also carrying blood shadow blade. By all appearances, out of all his equipment, only blood shadow blade was special. This was his first time here, so he hadn't brought his most powerful valuables. What a beautiful world. Luo Feng took a deep breath. A fresh, powerful force infused his body, and it was turned into godly power. I can transform something into godly power that easily in the original universe. I can only do that by using the law ocean. I can't believe I can transform the energies into godly power so easily. It is such a stable world. Luo Feng's godly power trembled. There weren't even any ripples in the space around him. It was stable beyond Luo Feng's imagination. Beautiful, stable, and majestic. Luo Feng was amazed. It was a perfect world, and it might actually contain the ultimate secret of universe ocean. So. A great being flew forward, stepping on the ground. He was fast and landed in front of Luo Feng. Immediately, it was a child with 2 black braids in his hair. He clutched a large piece of meat in his hands as he looked at Luo Feng. "Outsider," said the child, "this is the land of dry wilderness, tribe YR. You here? Are you one of the travelers our elders talk about?" Luo Feng was shocked by the language spoken by the child, the indigenous being. In front of him was very mediocre. He was merely an emperor undying. However, the language he was using was that which had been used to document the information in the memory stones of Duandong River. Apparently, this was the common tongue of the ancient civilization, with the inheritance from the ancient civilization. Luo Feng had easily learned this language. Luo Feng nodded and spoke in the common tongue. "That's right, I am a traveler." "Well, I want to be a traveler as well. However, I need to become a law knight. Before I can do that." There was envy in the child's eyes. In the virtual universe, Luo Feng and Primal Chaos City leader stood at the top of Thunder Island. "I've entered the world of Jin," said Luo Feng. "I can confirm that it's an incredible and extraordinary world. It's far beyond our imagining, and the language they use is the common tongue of the ancient civilization I know. This language, teacher, I'll leave the information about the language in the virtual universe. The indigenous creatures in world of Jin are using the common tongue of the ancient civilization." Primal Chaos City leader was startled. Then the world of Jin might be a remnant left behind by the ancient civilization. No wonder. There are secrets about incarnation transcendence in it. The language is indeed important. It is the most important factor in integrating with the indigenous creatures. The world of Jin. Luo Feng carried his blade, and under the invitation of the child, he headed toward Dry Wilderness Tribe. During his conversation with the child, he could tell that there were many beings who started to travel around when they became Law Universe Knights. Law Knights must be Universe Knights, thought Luo Feng. Law Masters must be Universe Masters. That's our tribe. The child was excited. He fly. 2 beings standing 100,000 kilometers tall were fighting in the distance. One held a blade, and the other held a spear. They were hitting each other like gods. One was blasted away, rolled, and hit the mountainside in the distance. A universe master. Luo Feng was thrilled. It seems they both have perfect life Jin levels. Hong. Kill. Luo Feng carefully tried to sense the area. He saw there were many more great beings fighting in the distance. They were all universe masters. "The warriors of my tribe are training," said the child. "There are a billion creatures in my tribe, and they're all incredible warriors. They became law masters after countless battles." A billion creatures. Thoughts flooded Luo Feng's mind. Incredible. It seems that it's also difficult to become a universe master in the world of Jin. He extrapolated as much as possible while he speaking with the child. After all, he knew nothing about the world of Jin. So. Luo Feng and the child kept flying closer to the tribe. Hub. Luo Feng spotted 3 towering beings standing in the sky. They were all exceptionally powerful. They wore black armor and carried hammers and axes. Their forces permeated the area. True gods. 3 true gods. Luo Feng was shocked to have found 3 true gods so soon after entering the world of Jin. How powerful did that make the rest of the world of Jin? It was such an exceptional world, yet according to ancestral gods, the creatures living here would die instantly if they entered Universe Ocean. It was a powerful world, yet it was under heavy restraint. There was, indeed, a huge secret behind this place. Luo Feng grew more cautious. There were 1 billion members in the might dry wilderness tribe they had seen. Many creatures like Luo Feng, who traveled around the world to sharpen themselves. It was so common that he wasn't even received by the seniors of the tribe. However, he was still warmly welcomed by hundreds of families. Around the child's family, some great beings even came to fight Luo Feng. This race is obsessed with fighting, Luo Feng sighed. On a towering mountain, the strange giant beast and rampaging devil god were fighting each other. Hong Hong. Moron, is that all you've got? Rampaging devil god roared. Come, come, come. You've angered me, roared the strange giant beast. Angered me. Rampaging devil god behaved even more recklessly and didn't back down. He thought, I learned how to pronounce anger. Great beings had great memories. Nobody had ever spoken that kind of language in Universe Ocean, so rampaging devil god couldn't understand a word of it. At the start, he listened to the pronunciation of that strange giant beast, and he could decipher the meaning of the common language of the ancient civilization. He could infer the meaning that corresponded to each word. It was very easy to learn a language that way. Rampaging devil god kept provoking the strange giant beast as he attempted to learn the pronunciation of each word. After half an hour of fighting, he had learned the pronunciation of more than 300 words. You're not strong enough, not strong enough, rampaging devil god yelled. Hell! The giant strange beast was furious. This outsider had armor to protect his body, so it was difficult to fight him. As for the giant beast, he moved without any burden, and he didn't have any precious armor from the land he randomly occupied. I'm angering you, angering you, angering you, rampaging devil god roared, using the word he had just learned. The giant strange beast stopped. Damn, damn you. Rampaging devil god was joyful. He had just learned the pronunciation of the word damn. He wasn't stupid. He had met a true god instantly after entering the world of Jin. Apparently, the indigenous creatures were powerful beyond imagination. It was important to learn the language, and the best way to learn it was to talk to a certain creature. I'll keep bullying you to force you to talk. I only seek to wrong you anyway. Rampaging devil god thought. You, damn you. The giant strange beast looked up and roared, come here. This guy is a handful, and he has armor. Kill him and divide the trophies. The voice was transmitted via godly power, and the limit speed in the world of Jin was 10,000 times faster, the speed of light in the original universe. After only a few seconds, great beings burst out from different places in the mountains, and they were all ferocious, strange beasts. Rampaging devil god looked around. 12 beings appeared in the sky, and all of them were true gods. You ask for help, rampaging devil god roared, and tried to retreat like a streak of light. Seize him. Don't let him run. He has armor. Capture him. The giant, strange beast and the 12 beings flew in all directions and encircled rampaging devil god. There were many members in the dry wilderness tribe in one area. 2 beings were fighting like 2 streaks of light. Pung. Luo Feng's foot bore a gleaming golden light, and it struck the chest of his competitor like a burning star. The giant man rolled over and hit a hill in the distance. Rocks fell from the hill. Milky Way. The rolling man flew over, holding a black stick. He roared. That was impressive. I couldn't even resist it. I've fought many travelers who came here before, and none of them was as powerful as you. Hundreds of children watching the fight in the distance all flew over. The leader of the children cheered. Uncle Milky Way must have been to lots of tribes. Haha, Luo Feng, strolled the leader of the child who was named Shen Moe. Luo Feng had been in the dry wilderness tribe for 3 days. In that time, he had pretended to be a common traveler obsessed with fighting. He learned more and more about the world of Jin during this conversations and battles with the warriors from the dry wilderness tribe. First of all, the world of Jin was an enormous world. Luo Feng didn't know the actual number, but he knew that the world of Jin had a diameter of at least a trillion light-years. Although this miniature universe looked small from the outside, it was much bigger inside, much larger than the Holy Lands. Only the original universe was bigger than world of Jin. The world of Jin is indeed incredible. Luo Feng looked at the little child Shen Moe beside him and sighed. There were countless tribes in the world of Jin. They fought each other for territory to survive, and their warriors were extraordinary as well. Besides, all creatures born in the world of Jin would become undying when they matured. They took the energies from the world of Jin from birth, and as time went by, they mastered a law. Everyone could become undying, and after some training, they could become law. Knights, universe knights. However, it was very difficult to become law masters, universe masters. Normally, only 1 out of 100 ordinary warriors, law knights, could become a law master. As for true treasures, it was rarer, and those more powerful than true treasures were exceptional. However, based on his conversations with the locals, there must have been beings more powerful than true gods, as there was one in dry wilderness tribe. He was the greatest being of the tribe, and he was also their pride and joy. It was their leader, dry wilderness. Because of the power of this leader, the status of dry wilderness tribe was very stable. Incarnation transcendence. Incarnation transcendence. Luo Feng was excited upon hearing the news. Surpassing true gods meant successfully transcending incarnations. There was a powerful being that surpassed true gods in dry wilderness tribe, which meant there must have been lots of beings like this in the world of Jin. It was right for the powers from Universe Ocean to come to the world of Jin to look for chances of transcending incarnations. On the 6th day of Luo Feng's stay in dry wilderness tribe, he was talking to his best friend here. Northern Wind, he said. I'm leaving. Leaving? Are you continuing traveling? Said Northern Wind. Northern Wind was a highly gifted warrior, and the entire tribe believed he could become a true god. He was also the most powerful universe master that Luo Feng had fought. Of course, Luo Feng could still suppress him, which was why they admired each other. No, I'm joining the military this time. Luo Feng looked into the distance. The military. Northern Wind's eyes gleamed. Yes, there was a measure of expectation in Luo Feng's voice. I've been traveling for a long time, so it's time for me to join the military. I want to be stronger, so I want to join the military of the king. That's the best way. That's where countless great beings of the world of Jin gather. After learning lots of information from the tribe, Luo Feng knew that the tribes in the world of Jin also called this world of Jin. Besides, the entire world had a common master, majesty of godly king. Luo Feng knew that the world of Jin was only one power that belonged to the great majesty of godly king, and it was for honing great beings only. Supreme beings were summoned by majesty of godly king, left the world of Jin, and fought for him. To fight for majesty of godly king was the desire of all the indigenous creatures in the world of Jin. However, majesty of godly king hadn't taken supreme beings from the world of Jin for a long time. Luo Feng was astounded when he learned this information. The entire world of Jin belonged a single king. Because of the inheritance from Duandong River, Luo Feng knew that there were many powers in the ancient civilization. Wu was one such power, and the supreme leader of Wu was the so-called majesty. That was the information Luo Feng got from the inheritance. The previous Duandong River was bestowed with the name Wu, and it was an incredible honor in the military of the world of Jin. Only those most talented and bravest elites could be bestowed the name Jin, and majesty of godly king hadn't summoned warriors from his world of Jin for a long time. Luo Feng extrapolated that Wu and Jin must be different powers from the ancient civilization. Duandong River was from the Wu team. The world of Jin was from the Jin team. Majesty of godly king hadn't summoned great beings for a long time. The world of Jin was in universe ocean now, and it was in the human-shaped object. Luo Feng extrapolated that the great majesty of godly king from Jin might have died, and that human figure was majesty of godly king. That godly body is so powerful that it can crash universe boat. The shock waves can annihilate supreme true treasures, and the breath inside his body could annihilate supreme true treasures. That's a supreme being from the ancient civilization. The ancient civilization was mighty universe boat, Duandong River, the black-striped stone pillar, boat of mausoleum. Sure, Wu Wing, he could tell from everything that had been left behind. But even though the ancient civilization had been powerful, it hadn't ended. Well, the beings in the world of Jin were lucky to still be alive. However, they couldn't leave the world of Jin at all. If they did, they would die instantly. The world of Jin was for cultivating great beings for the military, which was why a portion of warriors at the lawmaster level would be taken away. They would spend a long time in the military, after which they could retire. If they were layabouts, however, they would be hunted by the entire world of Jin. The military was the most powerful force in the world of Jin. There were lots of pieces of armor in the military. The so-called supreme true treasures were only outfits for true gods. There were also lots of inheritances. However, the elimination rates in the military were very high, and if someone was eliminated, he would die. It was so ruthless that fewer than 5 out of 100 who entered the military survived. There were many benefits to joining the military. 99% of the great beings in the world of Jin, including those stronger than true gods, gathered in the military. The core secrets were shared only there, which was why Luo Feng had to go. He believed that with the inheritance from Duandong River, he could earn a place in the military. Are you going to the military? Northern Wind roared. Wait, there will be a group of warriors from my tribe going, and I'll join as well. We can go together. Oh, Luo Feng nodded. Then let's join the military together. So, in order to set off together, Luo Feng waited at Dry Wilderness tribe. However, what Northern Wind, a warrior from this tribe, meant by very quickly was actually a long period of half a year. In the virtual universe, at the peak of Thunder Island, a group of universe masters from the human race had gathered, ready to discuss their plan of action regarding the fourth most dangerous land, the world of Jin universe. Masters were steadily arriving, and the atmosphere was filled with enthusiasm. Have you heard that there is an existence in the world of Jin that transcends a true god? I heard that within the world of Jin, there are many supreme true treasures. Luo Feng, are there many universe supreme masters over there? Every one of these universe masters was extremely excited. Luo Feng was the only one from the human race who had entered the world of Jin this time. The other great beings were in no rush at all. Who Primal Chaos City Leader appeared. All the universe masters ceased to chatter. As the place quietened down, Primal Chaos City Leader sat on the main throne, with Luo Feng on one side and Darkness Master on his other side. "Dear all," he said, seated on the main throne, his gaze swept across the crowd. At this point, the world of Jin has been opened for some time other. Then our Hung Alliance, great beings from the various groups of top powers from Universe Ocean have also entered the world of Jin. The Hung Alliance has collected quite a bit of information. The other groups of powers have also gathered some information. After we have exchanged information and communicated with one another about certain information today, I will explain certain things before we decide on what approach we should adopt toward this world of Jin. World of Jin. Incomparably powerful. But, in actual fact, it should be considered a fragment of the world of the ancient civilization. Primal Chaos City Leader said. The ancient civilization fell long ago. This world of Jin may be powerful, but it's great. Beings who were natives of that world were eternally kept within the world of Jin. There is no way out alive. The humans, we are the true protagonists of this era. Luo Feng's eyes lit up. In reality, when he had established contact with the world of Jin, he did feel the pressure, but now, hearing this, indeed, the world of Jin could only be considered a large cage. The great beings inside, no matter how impressive they were, could not leave. Their era was a thing of the past now. It was his generation's turn to be the protagonists. It, of course, will never truly be as powerful as the world of the ancient civilization in its entirety, Primal Chaos City Leader said solemnly, yet it was, after all, a fragment of that world of the ancient civilization to us, who are still very tender. This is definitely an opportunity not to be missed, and also a challenge we should face up to now, from the human race. Only Luo Feng stands alone in the world of Jin. Over there, Universe Supreme Masters were known as true gods, and the existences at this true god level are plenty, and of course, since these true god existences were considered to be supreme masters, they can occupy a small territory. But in the world of Jin, there are existences more powerful than true gods. So long as we can achieve that level, we can easily transcend reincarnation. Fighting in the world of Jin, there is fighting everywhere. The core of the world of Jin is none other than its army, an army that belongs to a particular majesty of godly king. This army is formed by carrying out brutally stringent selection and elimination processes. Once a great being sets foot in there, all freedom is lost. He must adhere to military orders and undergo various cruel selection tests where the risks of annihilation are extremely high. Primal Chaos City Leader added most solemnly, the various groups of powers of Universe Ocean have sent more than 200 great beings in, but solely from what I know, the number annihilated already exceeds 120. What? Exceeds 120. So many. There were exclamations of shock all over the place. Even Luo Feng was in shock. Primal Chaos City Leader had not mentioned anything about this to him. Yes, Primal Chaos City Leader nodded. In world of Jin, there are many tribes established. In addition to the countless ancient tribes, there are many kinds of special life forms and various kinds of beasts entrenched in the wilderness. Walking about the lands in the wilderness is dangerous, as you may easily be attacked. The natives know of certain safe routes, but we don't, which is why more than half the number of great beings were annihilated, although they had spent less than half a year in the world of Jin. After entering, no one has been accepted into the army yet, and already, more than half have been annihilated. If the final selections were made, it was said that the rate of annihilation would exceed 95%. Being part of the army, one can have access to the detailed guidance on cultivating to become an existence that surpasses a true God, but judging by the rate of annihilation, it is clear that throughout our entire universe ocean, there might not even be one who could finally achieve the level that surpasses a true God. Silence the human universe masters who had been filled with enthusiasm and eagerness earlier all fell silent. Even without being accepted into the army, many great beings were annihilated. With the army in the picture, another batch of universe masters hoping to become universe supreme masters, true gods, would be further eliminated, and from true God to an even higher level, the army would not impart their information that easily, so the rate of elimination would be unimaginably high. How cruel! Even Luo Feng kept mum. Indeed, it would be difficult, but he was confident. My human race already has the inheritance of the ancient civilization. Primal Chaos City leader said, in that world of Gene, it qualifies to be regarded as a high-end inheritance. This is why we should not take the risk. For now, we should just observe for the time being. With the passing of time, when more things about the world of Gene are unearthed, the secrets of the world of Gene will gradually surface for those who earnestly want to go ahead. Then only those with multiple bodies shall be allowed to venture into the world of Gene. We have to be prudent. The universe masters started to cool down and were no longer as fervent as before. A true blue great being was fearless but not reckless. Luo Feng also agreed with Primal Chaos City leader's suggestion. After all, based on what he had learned, there was no inheritance within the tribes. Should anyone want to become a supreme master, the only way was to be accepted into the army. This was the ironclad law of the world of Gene. Only upon being accepted into the army was one allowed to have the profound inheritance. Yet, even if they gained guidance, those returning great beings would not dare to impart anything within their tribes. As for entering the army, it was too dangerous. The tragic results of the first batch of entrants seemed to have poured a bucket of cold water over the various top powers. They had been filled with enthusiasm and eagerness earlier on, but the reality had awakened them from any wishful thinking. Inheritance within the army, there was a profound inheritance, an inheritance that could allow them to transcend reincarnation, but were they able to survive the tedious selection process to get that inheritance? Supreme true treasure. There were many in the army, but those were standard pieces of equipment made for true gods. How many true gods were there in the universe ocean? Not even 100, and if they were to join the army, more than 90% would be annihilated. Would there not be only less than 10 true gods left in the entire universe ocean, just to get hold of standard equipment? Just the thought of it could send shivers down one's spine. No rush. We can only enter once every era, so we can take it slow. So what if the great beings who were natives of the world of Gene were very powerful? They are trapped in there for eternity, those pitiful natives, still shouting about their loyalty to fight for their majesty of godly king. I think their majesty of godly king may have already been annihilated. The various groups of top powers from the universe ocean seemed to have realized how powerless they were, so they took it as they were the protagonists of their era, while their opponents were merely pitiful creatures trapped in a large cage. They believed as much purely to console themselves, to feel better about their plight. After all, they were all top-tiered existences to begin with, but when they were in the world of Gene, they became ordinary Great beings who would not feel terrible when subjected to such an extreme change. World of Jin, dry wilderness tribe. Northern Wind was shouting for Luo Feng, let's go, Milky Way, let's go, we must set off now. Luo Feng bade farewell to some friends he had made over the past half a year. Then he speedily went over to meet up with Northern Wind. You must come back. Trust me. Do return. If you don't become a true god, you can forget about coming back to me. There was much hustle and bustle as a big crowd of tens of thousands of people gathered, consisting of good friends or children who were eager and full of hope. These children yearned to join the army when they grew up. However, the baseline for joining the army was that they needed to be law masters. Come up quickly, roared a true god wearing a helmet. On his helmet was a pair of horns, one of which was broken. Hurry. A dark red, huge ship was suspended above him. This ancient ship exuded a powerful aura. Raising his head to look up, Luo Feng saw that this ancient ship was a supreme true treasure. Back when Uncle Northern Rock was in the army, he had made a great achievement, Northern Wind said with great excitement. Thus, he earned himself this battleship. With this battleship, we will be much safer on our way to the army base. When I get to the army, I will ask for a bigger and more powerful battleship. Luo Feng said, we should get something better, much better than this. Yes, something much better. Northern Wind nodded. The true god with a helmet, who was gathering his fellow tribespeople, turned back to look. With one wave, he gave Northern Wind a firm pat on his shoulder. His pat was so strong that Northern Wind's body actually trembled slightly. Well said, you are doing better than me, Wind, from our family of the Northern name. By far, you are the most outstanding one. Don't put us to shame. Yes, Uncle, Northern Wind replied right away. Luo Feng was a little taken aback by what he saw. How terrifying one casual pat from this true god who had appeared so suddenly. He was worried that if that had been his shoulder instead, he would not have been able to dodge in time. This was undoubtedly a powerful true god, one who had survived the brutal stages of selection and even worthy enough to earn a reward. What might be a casual pat on the shoulder to this true god, from how Luo Feng saw it, in terms of how impressive its strength was, Luo Feng's guess was that it would have reached the level of 9th tier as the top. Let's go, Northern Wind called out to Luo Feng, who also following Northern Wind into the battleship. One after another, powerful warriors from the clan were entering the battleship. Some started to howl loudly. Apparently, it was a way to show that they were filled with boundless fighting spirit. A short moment later, the interior of the battleship was very simple. The huge cabin could house 800 lofty bodies, where each and every one was consistently at a height of 10,000 kilometers. There might even be some who were as tall as 100,000 kilometers tall, but none dared to make any reckless moves. This time, from my dry wilderness tribe, there will be 800 warriors joining the East Army. Northern Rock, true god, stood in the forefront as he spoke in his forceful voice. This time around, other than our tribe, there will be another brave soul joining us on our adventure Milky Way. Given Milky Way's power, among all 800 of you, none is comparable at all. If there is someone here who can get into the army and catch up with Milky Way, I will give this battleship to him. Suddenly, many warriors looked toward Luo Feng, and there was an air of provocation. Luo Feng felt a sense of helplessness. He had become a benchmark. He might have sparred with quite a few great beings these days, but these 800 warriors came from different regions of the entire tribe, so there were many whom Luo Feng had yet to cross paths with. "What are you all staring at?" roared the gigantic northern wind, who stood beside Luo Feng. "Even I am not Milky Way's match, let alone all of you." "What? Even northern wind yourself is not a match?" The simple-minded warriors, who had been more provocative earlier on, instantly looked at Luo Feng differently. Many of them were in shock and felt a newfound admiration for Luo Feng. The whole world of Jin was always respectful toward powerful great beings. Northern Rock, true God, shouted, "All you young fellows, I'm not afraid to tell you all that back when I was still a lawmaster, I joined the army with a batch of 800 fellow tribesmen, but in the end, only 21 of us made it back alive, and only 3 of us could finally become true gods. I truly hope that all of you here can be stronger than my batch." Instant silence. Everyone knew how brutal life in the army was, but they were all gathered for the purpose of joining, and now, hearing what Northern Rock true God had to say, the pressure on them grew even heavier. "True God, not only must we be true gods, but we must become true gods of the void space," Northern Wind bellowed. "True God of the void space. True God of the void space." Warriors of the other tribes suddenly started howling one by one. This was their dream, that was every warrior's dream, and the entire dry wilderness tribe only had one true God of the void space. It was none other than their tribe leader. All of them yearned to become an invincible true God of the void space. Luo Feng stood aside in silence, with fists clenched, as he listened to the ongoing conversations. A true God of the void space, based on the information he had, above a true God, was a true God of the void space. Northern Rock, true God's lips curved upward as he saw the upsurge of fighting spirit from his tribe's warriors. Then he shouted, "Let's set off." Hung. The ancient battleship swept past like flowing light and rapidly disappeared into the sky. The world of Jin was enormous. The 800 warriors from the dry wilderness tribe, including Luo Feng, sometimes teleported and sometimes flew fast, led by true God Northern Rock. They met lots of dangers while traveling, and they surprised lots of warriors who hadn't journeyed in the world of Jin for a long time. "I heard that 9 Smoke Marsh is occupied by the strange beasts of 3 true gods of void space." Northern Wind looked down and exclaimed, "And they lead many strange beasts. Even warriors from the East Army will come to wage wars on 9 Smoke Marsh. No wonder it's 9 Smoke Marsh." Luo Feng looked down as well. It was a vast marsh, and clouds and mist were flowing up in the air. Sometimes strange beasts appeared in the mist, and there were a great many true gods. It was a power 10 times stronger than dry wilderness tribe. 3 true gods of void space, Luo Feng exclaimed. It could be said that there were 2 kinds of powers in world of Jin tribes. And strange beasts, they all submitted to the armies. Armies were superior. But sometimes, to train the warriors, they would send ordinary warriors, to fight those strange beasts and tribes. However, those fights were all just practice, so true gods of void space didn't need to meddle. They kept moving forward. Even Luo Feng was amazed at how many powerful creatures there were in the world of Jin. There are around 1,000 true gods in dry wilderness tribe. As for 9 Smoke Marsh, there are 10,000 true gods. Luo Feng thought, there are countless tribes and strange beasts in the world of Jin. How many great beings are there in the army? Northern Rock, true God, led the warriors, and they were in supreme true treasure ship, so they didn't encounter any dangers during the trip. However, they witnessed many After around 3 months, Northern Rock True God looked to the sky in the distance and yelled, "We're arriving at the East Army Camp." East Army Camp. The warriors all followed, including Luo Feng. They could see that the sky in the distance had forces permeating from it, with the ship moving forward. Quickly, it became much clearer. They could see the endless army camp. "It's the East Army Camp." Luo Feng was elated. He knew that there were 4 armies in the military: East, South, West, and North, though they were all loyal to His Majesty, the godly king, and they were also competitors against each other. "It's enormous," the warriors from Dry Wilderness Camp all exclaimed. It was amazing. In the boundless camp, soldiers were everywhere, standing close to each other. The most common ones were universe masters. Other than soldiers, there were also strange beasts who had joined the army. There were many varieties of strange beasts, which dazed all the warriors, including Luo Feng. "What's that? What? It's so tall." The warriors all noticed those strange objects that were standing. Each was over 100 million kilometers tall. Compared to them, the warriors looked tiny. Hub Luo Feng also looked at them. They were strange objects over 100 million kilometers tall, and they looked like giant, oval-shaped fortresses. There were tens of thousands of oval-shaped fortresses. Other than those, there were also quite a few strange objects that looked like flying beasts. "Those are machines," Northern Rock True God exclaimed. "Those are machines built by machine soldiers." Machines. Machines that can be used by a large group of warriors. Machines that can easily kill true gods of void space. The tribe warriors were all excited, and so was Luo Feng. Of course, he knew about machine-type valuables. He had heard about them from the inheritance from Duandong River, but he only knew about them. He only saw a few, yet those in the distance were all machine-type valuables. "Can kill true gods of void space," confirmed Northern Rock True God with a nod. "That's right. Look at that oval-shaped machine. It's called Jin Luo Sky and Land. It requires at least 1 million true gods to fully control it, and it can hold 10 million true gods if it's used. It can kill a group of true gods of void space." Luo Feng was amazed. 10 million true gods. It was a top-tier machine, even judging by the standards of the ancient civilization. "The best machine the world of Jin has made is Jin Luo Sky and Land," said Northern Rock True God proudly. "The material is very simple, yet the power can reach the apex. Besides, it can be mass-produced. The East Army alone has made many versions of Jin Luo Sky and Land. Even the warriors from all the armies need to use them. It's still more than adequate. There are too many of Jin Luo Sky and Land. They are for His Majesty, the godly king, and they're meant to be used for fighting outside. However, His Majesty, the godly king, hasn't summoned warriors for a long time." Luo Feng nodded. Jin Luo Sky and Land was used for fighting outside. The fights inside world of Jin wouldn't involve machines like that. See those small machines like flying beasts around Jin Luo Sky and Land? That's Jiao Xiao. It is also one of the best machines the world of Jin has ever made. Northern Rock True God kept introducing the machines. "Jiao Xiao needs at least 100 true gods to be driven, and it can hold at least 1,000 true gods. It is known for being fast and flexible. It's also great at defense. Even though it only has one fighting technique, it's a very useful machine in a large-scale war." Luo Feng nodded. Not all types of machines were suitable for large-scale wars. There were many great beings in the ancient civilization, and the large-scale Wars between major powers could be horrifying. Some machines might be destroyed as soon as they entered the war zone. Machines were useful for the weak, but for ancestral teachers and godly kings, they were much less so. To true gods and true gods of void space, machines were of great use. Great machines that were fit for wars could be mass-produced, and some materials were indeed complicated. His Majesty the godly king might have died already, Luo Feng thought without the summons from His Majesty the godly king. The army in the world of Jin can only keep making machines based on the previous order. They have to keep preparing and waiting for a summons, yet they might never be summoned. Those machines might be a waste. Luo Feng shook his head. He didn't want those machines. After all, they required too many great beings to be used. Jin Luo sky and land needed at least 1 million true gods. How was that possible in Universe Ocean? Even Jiao Xiao required at least 100 true gods, which was still over the capacity of Universe Ocean. The ancient civilization is indeed extraordinary. Luo Feng sighed. He wasn't surprised that it was this powerful. The existence of Universe Boat had implied the supreme power of the ancient civilization. If Universe Boat utilized its full power, even 100 million true gods were nothing. Unfortunately, Universe Boat is broken and has to stay there forever. The human shape, which might be His Majesty the godly king, may be lying there eternally as well. The inheritors of Duandong River have all died, and I'm the only one left. Luo Feng shook his head. It was cruel. He could still sense the influences of the ancient civilization in the world of Jin. The East Army camp was enormous. A quarter of the tribes and strange beasts in the world of Jin joined the East Army, so there were warriors joining every day. The process was strenuous, which was why the warriors who came here for assessment formed a long line. There seemed to be no end. Hong hong hong. The spaceship landed on a plain. It could be said that 2 true treasure palaces landed in the distance as well. Apparently, they were carrying warriors as well. Quick, come out, hurry, come out. Northern Rock, True God yelled. All 800 warriors from Dry Wilderness Tribe and Luo Feng exited the palace. They came to the plain. Go and line up there, yelled Northern Rock True God. Wait for the elimination. Do not fail to join the army. Northern Rock True God was very familiar with the process, so everything went smoothly. The 800 warriors, including Luo Feng, immediately stood at the back of the long line and started to wait for their turn. Gosh, how long are we going to wait? Northern Wind asked. Luo Feng also looked to the front. There were so many creatures, and other than humanoid creatures. There were also lots of strange beasts in the line. Apparently, it was not only those from the tribes who were joining the army. There seemed to be 800,000 waiting in line, said Northern Rock True God. Glancing around, it should take around half a month before it's your turn. Just wait here. There's no need to rush. Prepare for everything that's about to happen. Even the initial screening kills 2/3 of the candidates, and only 1/3 of them can successfully join the army. Luo Feng was astounded. 2/3 died during the initial screening. Do not bring shame upon Dry Wilderness Tribe, yelled Northern Rock True God. He then left and flew to talk to other true gods from other tribes. Zan Su tribe, your warriors have also arrived. They seem fine. The true gods were talking with each other. Northern Rock True God didn't rush to leave. He would wait, as he needed to see how many from Dry Wilderness Tribe would be able to join the army. Time flew by. The warriors from all the tribes and the strange beasts from all the lands were being screened. Roaring, yelling, and bellowing sounds were transmitted. From the front of the line apparently, the screening process was ruthless. Luo Feng was moving forward with the line. After half a month, it was his turn, along with the warriors from Dry Wilderness tribe. Next round, 3,000, roared a strange beast with a bloody horn. Come in, all of you. 3,000 warriors, including Luo Feng and those from Dry Wilderness tribe, were led in. They were about to start being screened for the army. All the 3,000 warriors and strange beasts were led by several true gods and headed toward that giant stone arch. Milky Way Northern Wind's eyes gleamed, and he transmitted his voice, kill as many as possible. If you perform well enough, you'll be selected into the Special Army. Special Troop. Luo Feng was startled. Northern Wind transmitted his voice, there are many troops in the East Army. And 99% are in the ordinary troops. Chances are none of the 3,000 candidates can get into the special troop. However, you're very powerful, so there's hope for you. Remember, we need to stay close to each other when we just get in. Northern Wind and Luo Feng then followed the crowd and entered through that stone arch. Hong. The time and space immediately changed after they passed the stone arch. They entered a deserted plain, and there was sand everywhere. Where is this? Luo Feng looked around, and soon, the other 2,999 warriors and strange beasts also looked around. They could see clearly an area of 100 million square kilometers, and it was darker in the distance. It was a desert. The control over the time and space of the ancient civilization is perfect. Luo Feng thought he was standing right beside Northern Wind, and the other warriors were also staying around them. As they were looking around, an invisible force arrived, covering the entire desert. All the warriors and strange beasts looked up. A single horned man in black armor appeared in the sky. He looked down with his cold, golden eyes. Suddenly, two beams of golden light shot out of his golden eyes. Hong Hong. The beams hit the desert, becoming circles around 1,500 warriors and strange beasts. Then the group of warriors and strange beasts encircled on the left had a blurry red light, while those on the right had a blurry yellow light. An invisible pressure covered everyone, and all were intimidated. The force wasn't strong, yet its superiority and the trembling of godly power made everyone realize that the being in the sky wasn't a true god. Instead, it must have been someone at a higher level, a true god of void space. Luo Feng looked up. A true god of void space, a being who could transcend incarnations. The single-horned man looked down and yelled, you will be divided into two teams. You'll try to kill each other and to kill as many as possible. When I tell you to stop, those who survive can join the military. Show all your power, and if there are any exceptional ones, you might be able to join the special troop. Then the single-horned man yelled, begin, and disappeared into the darkness. Half of the warriors and strange beasts glowed in red light, while the other half was yellow. They couldn't help feeling ferocious. Damn it! Northern Wind clenched his teeth. Luo Feng glanced around. Although the warriors from Dry Wilderness tribe all stayed together, almost 100 warriors were still encircled on the opposite side. No wonder Northern Wind told me to stay close to him. Luo Feng looked around. Kill. Hell. The warriors and strange beasts all started to roar and turned into streaks of light. The warriors from Dry Wilderness tribe all knew well enough not to fight those from the same tribe, and they chose to fight those from other tribes or lands, trying to kill them. Special Troop Luo Feng's eyes glinted fiercely. He had 3 goals he wished to achieve in the world of Jin. The first one was to gather creatures from the world of Jin, especially bodies of true gods. For him to study the composition of creatures, it could help him achieve a life Jin level of 90,000 times as soon as possible and became a true god. The second goal was to learn about the secrets in Universe Ocean, and the third was to gather machine-type valuables. He knew about the ancient civilization, so he knew clearly that for the ordinary class, and even for the great beings class, machine-type valuables were highly useful. Only when someone became a supreme being would machine-type valuables be rendered useless. The more ordinary someone was, the more useful a machine-type valuable would be. A true god with a precious machine-type valuable could rival a true god of void space. Even though he had Boat of Mausoleum, that was only for defense. Sherwu Wing was also an assistance type, and it was highly advanced. The complete Sherwu Wings would be for highly advanced beings. To use, Luo Feng needed those most suitable for him. The East Army had a great many machine-type valuables, even ones that could be used by millions of true gods all at once, not to mention those used by individuals. Those within the second category were Luo Feng's target. As long as he could obtain some of them, the humans would have a very strong and stable status in Universe Ocean. However, he inferred that the original mind knew everything, yet it had still told the ancestral gods to guide them instead of stopping them. That meant the more powerful a machine-type valuable was, the more difficult it was to get it. On his trip here, he hadn't seen any true god obtaining a machine-type valuable. That meant only those with special statuses could obtain them, not mediocre ones. Only those in the special troop could obtain them. There were special forces in the army on the Earth, and training was offered. In the virtual universe company, the same rule applied here. There were countless soldiers in the army of the world of Jin, and it was normal that there were special troops who were equipped with special valuables. Broken bodies and blood were scattered everywhere, and the great beings from both teams fought each other crazily. Kill. Luo Feng held Blood Shadow Blade and rushed toward the warriors and strange beasts. He killed everyone with a red light. The blade light was gleaming and sweeping across the area. The time and space were very stable, so there were no space ripples even beneath the power. So many universe masters fighting each other. The world of Jin is a world where there is lots of fighting, thought Luo Feng. The ancient civilization has never ended here, so the great beings are generally more powerful than those in Universe Ocean. He could tell that the weakest ones were at top-tier level 4, while most of them could reach level 5 or even top-tier level 5. As for Northern Wind, he was covered in gray, and each attack from him could reach level 6. He was the center of Dry Wilderness Tribe, and he had a supreme true treasure armor. Kill. Kill. During the fight, some great beings from other teams might make sneak attacks, which made the fight furiously. They were all universe masters, so it was difficult to kill someone in one shot. However, universe masters fought at high speed. It was not surprising that 2/3 died within half an hour, meaning the weaker ones needed to be careful and stall for time. All they needed to do was to stay alive. The weaker ones were careful, but the stronger ones, especially the two with supreme true treasures, were trying to display as much power as they could. They wanted to be selected for the special troop. They included Northern Wind from the Yellow Light team and a strange beast from the Red Light team. Arg, the strange beast roared and rushed toward Northern Wind. Die. You're the one dying, Northern Wind yelled as he rushed forward. Hong hong. The two of them fought each other, and after only a few attacks, Northern Wind was hit on the head and rolled away. He immediately stood up and clenched his teeth, shouting, "Burning godly power technique, my father is the master of Northern True Ocean. This is the power burning technique of Northern True Ocean." The strange beast with two wings was roaring, which upset Northern Wind. Luo Feng, who had just killed a warrior from the opposite team, turned around and yelled, "Let me fight him, Northern Wind." Hong. Luo Feng raced forward like a bolt of lightning. Great Northern Wind retreated. He had found this strange beast to be terrifying. During his fight against him, it carried a set of supreme true treasures, and he had the godly power-burning technique, though there were rules in the military, and some inheritance information within the military was forbidden to be leaked. The elements comprehended by individuals were exceptions to the rule. Northern True Ocean was a superpower. Among the strange beasts, there were 9 true gods of void space in Northern True Ocean, and the leader was a mighty limit true god of void space. They all enjoyed high status in the world of Jin. Compared to them, the dry wilderness tribe were nobodies. Die, the strange beast roared and dashed at Luo Feng. Burning godly power technique, Luo Feng sneered. It wasn't anything new to him. There were many volumes in Duan Mia, created by the 3 ancestral teachers, and Universe Supreme Masters could learn the first 3 volumes. It was not uncommon for some great beings to create techniques like those of the first and second volume. After all, the world of Jin contained a rich inheritance from the ancient civilization as well. Luo Feng's shadow took on a blurry appearance. Hua. Luo Feng went to the back of that strange beast, and his blood shadow blade turned into a thin trace of light. That light immediately expanded and became a miniature universe, enveloping the entire strange beast. The killings were brutal, and with time passing, warriors and strange beasts died, but the most ferocious fight was the one between Luo Feng and the strange beast. The strange beast had a set of supreme true treasures, and he had a godly power-burning technique Luo Feng had practiced for over 8 million years. And in the space of inheritance, that was more than 8 million years. Over the course of 8 million years of training, his blade techniques and close combat techniques had been greatly enhanced. However, he wasn't sure about the situation in the army, which was why he didn't use all his power. After all, it would be incredible if he utilized all his power. He was a talent that was cultivated by the inheritance from Duandong River. And in the world of Jin, all the precious inheritance was in the military. How could he be so powerful without the special inheritance? It was unrealistic. The military might carefully examine his background, which would get Luo Feng into trouble. After he learned more about the military, he could slowly increase the amount of power he demonstrated, improve his power, and get what he wanted. Your godly power is under 50% now. You're not my match. Luo Feng was mad. His body moved fast as lightning. During those 8 million eras, he had created a close combat technique, flowing gold, based on the close combat technique, Blood Ocean, created by the 3rd ancestral teacher from Duandong River. Pung. The strange beast rolled and hit the endless sand. His godly body was at less than 50%, being 10 times weaker than it had been at the beginning, and he was not Luo Feng's match. Stop. A powerful force arrived suddenly. If the force before had been like a breeze, this one was like a mountain. Hong Long. The universe masters who were fighting all groveled, including Luo Feng. They couldn't resist this power in the slightest. Is this the power of a true god of void space? Luo Feng wondered in amazement. The single-horned man walked down and looked around. 921 survived. You and you, the single-horned man pointed at Luo Feng, and that's strange. Beast, you too will join the Python River army. Haha, we survived. We have made it into the East Army. That was one scary fellow with his blade. Luckily, he was engaged in a fight with Wu He from Northern True Ocean. If not, we would have been in deep trouble. The warriors and beasts who had managed to survive were all highly excitable, with only a handful mourning the deaths of their fellow companions who had been annihilated. Since youth, they had witnessed the annihilation of scores of companions, so this was nothing new. There was a legend that the whole world of Jin knew annihilation was the manifestation of reincarnation. The living souls of the world of Jin knew this by heart, so they would silently send their partners off with blessings and not be overly upset. After all, anyone on the path of great beings was destined for a high probability of annihilation. Just to enter the army, 2/3 would have lost their lives. What might happen thereafter was not a difficult guess. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Let's go quickly. In the desolated desert space, a huge, arched door appeared out of nowhere. From it, 3 true gods, all shouting at the top of their voices, walked out. The surviving warriors and beasts walked over obediently and immediately. After all, they were about to undergo the next round of selection. The two of you, said one of the true god warriors. He was clothed in dark red armor with a large tail and gazed at Luo Feng and his unusual beast companion with the single, red eye on his head. Follow me, I will bring both of you to Python River Army. All right, Luo Feng replied. The unusual beast, which was badly battered, also replied, all right. The two followed this true god, who was the first to head outside via the arched door. Milky Way, good luck, Northern Wind shouted. Luo Feng also turned his head to shout, good luck. Just like that, the two parted ways within the army. It was not up to their will to do as they pleased. Northern Wind's ability was still far from the expectations of Python River Army. He might have been considered an elite, but he was not considered to be a true genius, so he would not be accepted into the army at the beginning. If he could demonstrate outstanding performance in the period that followed, there was a chance he could still be accepted into the special troop. The only problem was that by then, it might no longer be the Python River Army, but some other special army troop. Luo Feng and the beast followed behind the single-eyed true god to fly within the vast army camp. They flew at the speed of light. All of space is completely sealed, Luo Feng muttered under his breath. Seems like within the army camp, it is impossible to teleport. I am Wu He from the Northern True Ocean. A voice resounded. My father is the master of Northern True Ocean. Luo Feng turned around and grinned. I am Milky Way. Everywhere can be home to me. Oh, this beast, Wu He, nodded his hideous head to show that he understood. In the world of Jin, wars between tribes and wars between beasts were common, and all too frequent. Some of the tribespeople lost their homes as a result, and were forced to become refugees roaming about. Of course, there were some who were willing to roam about to hone their skills and abilities. You are very impressive, Wu He complimented. Luo Feng smiled and returned the compliment. You are not too bad yourself. There are many special troops within the East Army. Python River Army is just one of the many, he explained during the initial screening we had to go through when we first joined the army. That is when they identify the extraordinary talents. It is extremely rare to be chosen for this special troop in particular. The others will be further deployed to other troops. Which is why, within a short period of time, the new recruits for Python River Army will only be the two of us. For those of us who have just joined the Army, the veterans will look down on us. We have to join forces. Join forces. Luo Feng was shocked. The life of a soldier is a life of battle, he said. These experienced warriors were accepted into the special troops because they were outstanding. To begin with, they had their inheritance of the army and long-term cultivation. With these factors, combined along with the rich experience they gained from life and death situations, that allowed them to hone their skills. Whenever they go out to fight battles, indeed, they will be very impressive. Luo Feng nodded to show that he understood. Impressive, what a joke. The warriors of Python River Army might have been really impressive, but compared to one who owned the inheritance of Duandong River, they were still a notch lower, unless they had automaton-type treasures that could allow them to bypass levels and unleash stronger powers. The army camp of the East Army was so massive that it was said to be endlessly vast. Luo Feng and Wu He followed that single-eyed true god, flying if he flew, and traveling via wormhole transportation if he did so. It took around half a day's time to finally arrive before an incomparably towering hall. Inside there were many people and beasts all over the place. The two of you, wait here, the single-eyed true god ordered. Luo Feng and Wu He obediently waited outside the towering hall while the single-eyed true god entered alone. What is this place? Luo Feng asked Wu He, who was right beside him. This is one of the military points. Wu He swayed his head, and the two wings on his neck were set to a fanning motion. The military supplies for our Python River Army should be found here. Look, there are many warriors going and they must be here to change their military arms. Change their military arms? Luo Feng was taken aback. Yes, Wu He nodded his huge head as he said in a low voice, all warriors relied on the various battles they fought to hone and train their skills time and again. Training and honing of skills via life and death situations have seen to the annihilation of many warriors. For ordinary warriors, their chances of annihilation will be pretty high, but for us, warriors of the Python River Army, if we were subjected to situations involving the same level of danger, I'm afraid not many will be annihilated. What we have to go through will definitely be more dangerous compared to them. Similarly, the spoils of our victory can be used to change for military credits, which can, in turn, be used to exchange for armaments. The more military credits, the more outstanding one is, and the more benefits can be exchanged. You can even exchange for a group of true gods to form your personal team of bodyguards. This is also possible, of course. The amount of military credits required is a fearsome sum. Luo Feng laughed. A personal team of bodyguards? What a pity that the natives would die the moment they stepped out of the world of Jin. There are also automaton-type treasures here? Luo Feng asked. Of course there are. Wu He's cold eyes flashed with a glimmer of excitement. As he said, there are many powerful automaton-type treasures, but the amount of military credits required is outrageously high. The more magical these automaton-type treasures are, the more precious they are. Back then, my father also managed to seize a powerful automaton-type treasure. Even after he had retired from the fighting scene, he was still a dominating figure throughout the northern true ocean, however, to seize powerful automaton-type treasures. Even a true god will need an extremely long time to accumulate military credits for us mere law masters. The rate at which we accumulate military credits will be even slower if we want to obtain those powerful automaton type treasures. It will be very difficult. Even if we manage to, it will take a long, long time. Luo Feng took everything to heart. It would take that long. The world of Jin was an incomparably ancient world to begin with. A single reincarnation era might be regarded as a normal length of time in the world of Jin. After all, there were many true gods here, with quite a handful of true gods of void space. If even Wu He believed that this was a very, very long time, it seemed an extremely long period would be required. And coming from Universe Ocean, time was what Luo Feng lacked. It has arrived. Wu He looked off into the distance. Luo Feng also looked over. They could see that from the military points of the Great Hall, the single-eyed true god was walking out with a single wave. He sent 2 streams of rays descending to land before Luo Feng and Wu He. "The two of you might only be law masters," said the single-eyed true god. "But you are now entering the Python River army, so you can get this true god level armor." A set of true god level Python River armor is actually just Python River armor. He gave Luo Feng and the beast, Wu He, a quick look. "It can allow you to stay alive for a longer period in the midst of a life and death battle. Especially as new recruits, you will need to ensure that you can endure and live on. All right, now, follow me to Python River Army." Luo Feng held the armor, feeling its oppressive force. True god level armor. In Universe Ocean, it would be supreme true treasure armor, yet in the world of Jin, it was only the standard armor of a true god. Any warrior who was an ordinary law master would not be qualified to own this armor. For a special troop, however, things had to be a little more special. "Seems like," Luo Feng said quietly to himself, "battle armor is also divided into different levels, like true god level, true god of void space level. So obviously, supreme true treasures will also be different in strength, strong or weak. This must be an ordinary supreme true treasure. I suppose Black Prison Tower and Yanjun Rod would both be regarded as ordinary supreme true treasures. Sherwu Wings and Star Tower are obviously a little more special." The single-eyed true god looked behind him and swept through the surroundings. "Quick, get the armor to recognize you as their masters and put them on. All warriors of Python River Army must wear that." "Understood," Luo Feng replied. "This is not even as good as mine," Wu He said, transmitting the message only to Luo Feng. Luo Feng laughed to himself. When he had first come in, he did not even bring Sherwu Wings or Star Tower, which meant he did have an urgent need for this Python River armor. Getting it to recognize its master is easy. Luo Feng speedily succeeded in getting the treasure to recognize him as its master. It was not very difficult, probably on the same level as Yanjun Rod. Hua. He quickly stored Crazy Demon Extermination godly armor while the Python River armor was rapidly appearing on his body. Soon, the dark red armor had fully appeared over his entire body. On the helmet was a skull modeled into the form of a strange python. There were also circular black lines all over the dark red armor. Beside him, Wu He, the beast, had rapidly transformed into a dark red beast. On the surface of its body were similar black lines. This time, Luo Feng and the others spent a full 3 days within the army camp and finally arrived before a vast lake. There were numerous islands on The vast lake, as many as trillions of them, and the diameter of the entire lake was so vast that it had to be measured in light years at first glance. Dark red figures could be spotted. One look at them, you know they are warriors of Python River Army, Luo Feng said to himself. All of them wore dark red armor, and on their helmets were the same strange python shapes. These are your new recruits for your Python River Army, the single-eyed true God shouted, his powerful voice spread out to transmit the message to every corner of this vast lake. Divide your large team into 6 smaller groups, and assign them somewhere. When he finished shouting his message, he shot a quick look at Luo Feng and Wu He. Hopefully, I will still see you guys the next time around. Shwa. He transformed into a streak of flowing light and departed speedily. Shortly after, numerous figures could be seen flashing in the distance. They appeared to be teleporting. Teleportation was impossible in the main surroundings of the external region, but in a certain area within that lake, it was possible to teleport. More than 20 figures were teleporting over very quickly, and soon, they were suspended in space beside Luo Feng and Wu He. Some were humanoid life forms, while others took the form of beasts. They were all scrutinizing Luo Feng and Wu He. Wu He lifted his chin proudly as he shouted, "My father is the master of Northern True Ocean." Of the 20-plus figures suspended in the space above, a tall and burly man immediately replied, "In the army, your father cannot help you no matter how impressive he is. The 2 of you, report your names and tell us what you are good at." "I am Wu He," roared. "I'm skilled and I'm good in, well, my godly body is big enough. My godly body is more than 1,000,000 kilometers in length." "Yes, you do have quite a big godly body," said the big, burly man. He looked at Luo Feng. "What about you?" "I am Milky Way," Luo Feng replied. "I am more powerful than Wu He in terms of ability, and I am more skilled in close combat evasion." Beneath a gigantic pair of curved horns, the burly man's gray eyes gazed at Luo Feng and Wu He. "Both of you are gifted with talents that can be considered at the ordinary standard of my Python River Army. However, in half a month's time, 6 of our troops will be going out. It is just your luck. The 2 of you have to make full use of your time and train to the best of your abilities so you can brush up your skills. The moment you join us, you are met with a mission ranked at a catastrophe level. How unlucky can you be?" "Catastrophe level?" Wu He was shocked. Luo Feng looked at the group of soldiers in front of him. The giant man in the lead said coldly, "I am the captain of the 6th squad of the 1st team, and all the rules and knowledge of the army are in here. Learn everything yourself, and if there are no special occasions, don't disturb other teammates." Then 2 crystal balls showed up. Each crystal was the size of a finger. Luo Feng and Wu He took them. "Go back to training, prepare," the captain yelled. Yes, some soldiers answered, yet some other soldiers didn't respond. Apparently, the captain didn't have enough authority. "I need to remind you that the catastrophe level task is coming," said a clear voice. It was a female with green skin and green wings. "Kufa, do you really think those 2 newbies can survive the catastrophe level task?" "Humph. They haven't received the basic inheritance, and they don't have enough time to train themselves. How are they going to pass the catastrophe level task?" The other soldiers all shook their heads, teleported, and left. They didn't want to talk with Luo Feng and Wu He. The captain took a look at Luo Feng and Wu He and said, "Prepare yourselves." Shwa. He left as well. Only Luo Feng and Wu He stayed. It seems that we're unlucky, Luo Feng whispered. Wu He, what does catastrophe-level tasks mean? Wu He bellowed, we're very unlucky. The army will go out and do the task. Prepared every era, and will be ordered to make attacks at a specific place. For every 10,000 eras, there'll come a task that is very dangerous, and it's at catastrophe level. For every 100 million eras, there'll be a task more horrifying at incarnation level. Incarnation level, Luo Feng was dazed. That means if you're faced with that task, you're going for incarnations, Wu. He glanced at Luo Feng. Luo Feng smiled. Those in the world of Jin treated incarnations as death, which meant the incarnation level task was indeed full of dangers. If we were in the ordinary army, then even the incarnation level would fine. For us, Wu He said nervously, however, this is Python River Army. The ordinary tasks in Python River Army equal those of the incarnation level of the ordinary army. As for catastrophe level, that means a real catastrophe for talents like us. The incarnation level is a nightmare. Half of experienced soldiers will die during the incarnation level tasks. By comparison, the survival rate in the ordinary army is much higher. Those who have been training for a long time in the ordinary army can become supreme beings among law universes. Those supreme beings can survive the incarnation level tasks. The more powerful someone is, the most difficult the tasks will be at the law universe level. No matter how powerful we are, there's a limit. However, the military task is very difficult, and many die. Luo Feng felt intimidated. Only a few out of 100 who joined the ordinary army could live long enough to retire. According to Wu He, special armies like Python River Army had an even lower survival rate. His Majesty, the Godly King, from the world of Jin, had designed a mad screening process. It's much more dangerous. Wu He's eyes glinted madly, but it's much easier for us to get a precious inheritance and powerful valuables. Those supreme beings in the world of Jin, like true gods of void space, were all selected from the special armies. As for ordinary armies, they'll stay mediocre for their entire lives. My father is the master of Northern True Ocean. I need to become as powerful as my father, if not stronger. Luo Feng took a look at Wu He and smiled. Let's go. We need to choose an island to live on first. Complicated information was contained in the crystal balls, but there wasn't much of it. It simply introduced the military rules and regulations to Luo Feng and Wu He, who immediately grasped them using their godly power. They also knew that this lake belonged to Python River Army. There were 3 teams in Python River Army, and each team occupied an area of this lake. There were 9 squads in the first team, and each squad had its own area. They could choose any island without an owner for them to practice on. Hong. They teleported and became streaks of red light flying across the sky above an island. Soldiers in the special army have different treatments, as they can occupy an island, while other great beings are banned from entering it. Luo Feng looked down and felt satisfied. As for Wu He, he chose a more distant island. So Luo Feng quickly landed. The island had a diameter of more than 100,000 kilometers. It was only a small island. At the center was a simple, stone-made residence. If he wasn't satisfied with it, he could certainly rebuild it. Luo Feng didn't care about that, as he only needed a place to rest. Freeze. Luo Feng's godly power spread, and he went to the deep area of the island. He touched a prismatic crystal stone and infused his godly power. The crystal stone's color changed. From now on, the island had an owner. On the roof of the stone-made house, Luo Feng lay in a stone chair. The stone chair was huge, and Luo Feng's godly body changed to 100 kilometers tall. He lay on the stone chair as if it were a bed. He looked into the distance and could see endless lakes and islands. I've entered world of Jin and Python River Army, the special army of the East. Army 1 year later, there will be a task. Luo Feng was thinking about his path. Supreme true treasures, machine type valuables, they both required military credits. I really need blood and scale armors of true gods. Luo Feng thought I need to get as many bodies of true gods as possible and take them back to the original universe. In the past 8 million eras, Luo Feng had devoted most of his energy to studying the composition of life forms. Humans were of flesh and blood type, so he would still be a life of flesh and blood type after he became a true god. And all his bodies were combined as one. As a result, Luo Feng best understood flesh and blood type life forms. He could change the new remote ocean body into a flesh and blood life form using the structure of life genes, and he could make its life gene level reach 10,081 times. However, Masha body was an energy type life form, and Luo Feng hadn't spent much time on them. Although he had an elementary understanding, its life gene level was only at 5,000 times. I've improved too slowly. I haven't even surpassed 10,081 times yet, let alone 90,000 times. Luo Feng felt nervous. Based on his understanding, the higher a gene level was, the more difficult it was to get a higher gene level. His original life gene level was 10,081 times, so it would only take him a little time to analyze this level. He had succeeded in fully analyzing this level, and he had reorganized remote ocean body with a life gene level of 1,000 times. It was like turning wood into a diamond. He had changed the internal composition of remote ocean body, making it a powerful godly body at the perfect life gene level. However, surpassing 10,081 times and reaching 15,000 times or higher was much more difficult. There were several levels. Level 1 was to surpass the perfect life gene level 2 was to reach a life gene level of 30,000 times. Level 3 was to reach 60,000 times. Level 4 was to reach 90,000 times. In terms of gene structure, true gods were far more advanced than universe masters, and they could provide more insights in terms of a breakthrough for Luo Feng. However, Luo Feng only had the body of Great Thunder Star Master and the hair and blood of Sitting Mountain Guest and Primal Chaos City Leader. That was far from adequate. He needed much more. Luo Feng knew exactly the steps he needed to follow. First, he needed to analyze billions of life forms and billions of material structures. Second, he needed to create life forms. Life forms that could procreate were the most difficult to create. The life forms 9 Remoteness Master created were born in the ocean. They were all energy life forms, so they couldn't procreate. Those were the easiest ones to create. If Luo Feng wanted to create life forms that could procreate, he needed to study the origin of life forms, which was far more complicated. Of course, it would help to analyze many life forms. Luo Feng estimated that his godly body could at least evolve to a life gene level of 50,000 times. Only after reaching that level could he create life forms that could procreate, which could, in turn, help him move higher on the godly power path. Bodies of true gods and military credits. Luo Feng thought, I'll go check the basic inheritance now. Luo Feng, who had been lying on the stone chair, flew away like a streak of light. There was a basic inheritance of Python River army at the center of the island. So Luo Feng immediately landed. There were pillars all around the island, and each pillar had a crystal ball. He was shaking his head in the distance, and his body was winding around a pillar. Milky Way, he let go of the stone pillar, his claws clenched the ground, and the wings on his neck fluttered. He flew toward Luo Feng like a streak of light. What took you so long? The catastrophe-level task is coming. We need to spend as much time as possible to study the basic inheritance. Although it's a basic inheritance, it's still a lot. That's something even my father couldn't teach me, and it is precious. Those from the army need to exchange the inheritance for military credits. We're in the special army, which is why we can get a free basic inheritance instantly after we enter. However, the more complicated the inheritance was, the more military credits were required. To get it, be quick. I'll continue with my comprehension. He stopped speaking. Apparently, he wanted to fully utilize the time. Luo Feng nodded. There were around 100 crystal balls on the island. He immediately spread his godly power and penetrated it into each crystal ball. Information flooded his mind. True treasure making, machine making, close combat, illusions, combinations, and burning godly power techniques. Luo Feng was greatly surprised. He had expected the basic inheritance to be mediocre, but it was, in fact, very useful. Those combat techniques, combination techniques, and burning godly power techniques could all improve his fighting power. As for the training, it only covered how to become a true god. Burning godly power techniques only had one level, like the first volume of Duan Mia. Based on the instruction, law masters could only learn the first level, while true gods could learn the second level. The inheritance after that required military credits to be obtained. Luo Feng memorized all of Python River Army's fundamental inheritance and was shocked when he learned more about it. This fundamental inheritance might have been a notch less superior compared to the inheritance of the pulse of Duandong River, but compared to what he had gotten from the memory stone with that tremendous amount of memory, and based on his understanding of ancient civilization, this was absolutely top-notch inheritance. A powerful inheritance was not easily imparted in the world of the ancient civilization. The inheritance of an army, especially the inheritance of Python River Army, was enough to be regarded as a superior inheritance. Of course, this was only a small portion of the most fundamental part of this superior inheritance. Anything beyond this would need to be exchanged with more military credits. The inheritance of the pulse of Duandong River was regarded as a super inheritance, and Luo Feng had the entire set. After I have mastered this set of secret techniques on blazing my godly power, I will be able to execute the first stage of extermination, Luo Feng thought. World of Jin is very stringent in its management of the inheritance. If I were to execute extermination by blazing my godly power but be unable to tell where I learned this secret technique on blazing godly power, I will be sentenced to death. Just as Luo Feng was putting on a show of learning the fundamental inheritance in the human territory of the primal universe, in Milky Way Holy Land, Luo Feng's new remote ocean body sat cross-legged in a towering hall on the 9th story. There was nothing in the surroundings, only the vast space could be seen. He opened his eyes and stood up right away. He turned his head to look into the distance. So a streak of light flew by. It was the ancestral god school's double face. Ancestral god. Milky Way Horde leader Double-Face Ancestral God stepped onto the black, jaded floor of the hall on the 9th story and smiled as he looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng was surprised as he returned the smile. Ancestral God, why have you come calling on me? You and I are good friends even if there is nothing going on, can't I just come calling on you? Double-Face Ancestral God teased. Luo Feng smiled in return. Of course you can if you are willing to, you may stay for as long as you please. This double-face ancestral god had saved him once out of the 3 great ancestral gods. Luo Feng was indeed most fond of double-face ancestral god. Double-face ancestral god said right away, of course I do have a purpose in coming here. Milky Way Horde leader from the world of Jin, you have gained a lot, otherwise you would not have alarmed the willpower of the primal universe origin. My purpose in coming here this time around is to represent the willpower of the primal universe origin. Oh, Luo Feng was shocked. Represent the willpower of the origin, who had said he had gained a lot. It seemed like the primal universe origin knew a lot about him, which made sense though, as he did not feel constrained when he was in the world of Jin. He had also tried comprehending the memory stones found in the space of inheritance of the boat of Mausoleum, but he realized he was still unable to view the more profound content. That was when Luo Feng realized that the willpower of the primal universe origin still wielded influence over him. World of Jin existed within the universe ocean, and under the guidance of the willpower of the primal universe origin, it would be strange if there was no control at all. I have gained a lot. Luo Feng laughed. How so? Milky Way Horde leader should know, double-face ancestral god said. Indifferently, I may not be that clear about it, but according to the willpower of the primal universe origin, out of all the great beings from the first batch to enter the universe ocean, you are one of those with the greatest amount gained. Luo Feng squinted. The greatest amount gained. Now that he had been accepted into Python River Army, he had gained a set of Python River armor. Python River armor was a true god-level armor and was regarded as a supreme true treasure. However, Luo Feng had discovered that when his Shiwu wings were extended into a suit of armor, the armor was still much stronger than the Python River armor. By donning the armor that was an extension of Shiwu wings, any attacks that were weaker than 8th tier combat power would not be able to harm the godly body under its protection, but Python River armor was only capable of keeping the godly body safe from any attacks that were below the 7th tier. As for the magnitude of the weakening effect, both were on par. However, the limit of endurance of Python River armor was far from the limit of endurance of the armor that was an extension of Shiwu wings. If he'd had no means of comparison, he would not have known, but upon comparison, Luo Feng was all the more aware of how impressive Shiwu wings were. Other than gaining the Python River armor, the most important gain he had made was his identity as a Python River Army warrior, a warrior of a special troop. Whether it was military credits or the inheritance that could be exchanged was greatly superior. The number of great beings of groups of top powers from the universe ocean who had entered Python River for the first time was not that many, around 200 or more. Yet, right from the start, quite a few were already being annihilated. There were some who had managed to sneak their way into the army, but to further worm their way into a troop as special as the Python River Army other than Luo Feng, there was no one. Instantly, various thoughts started to surface in Luo Feng's mind. He looked at double-face ancestral god, who was right before him. Ancestral god, your Purpose here, what is your true intention? I have come under the orders of the willpower of the primal universe origin. To guide you, double-face ancestral God looked at Luo Feng, his entire being. Radiated oppressive force, though not overwhelmingly strong, it was obviously still a very powerful force that far surpassed a true god of void space to the extent of transcendence. Obviously, this was something the universe origin of the primal universe had bestowed upon him for a normal reincarnation era. There will not be a fourth most dangerous land appearing, he articulated slowly, and this era now is obviously not normal, which is why a fourth most dangerous land has appeared. This is a great opportunity, but also a great disaster. His voice was like a heavy hammer that pounded against Luo Feng's heart. A great disaster. Luo Feng frowned. The appearance of that humanoid life form, the willpower of the primal universe origin, had provided them with guidance and told them the way to enter the world of Jin. Going such great lengths to help them, it must have had a purpose for doing so. After all, the willpower of the origin was normally so detached. By right, there should be no reason for it to interfere. As such, obviously, it must have had a purpose. It, who had once suppressed teacher origin, it, who had once killed Yuan Ao master and banished a strange object, it, who had wanted to annihilate three great beings such as Great Thunder Star Master. All of these factors went to show that the willpower of the primal universe origin had a standpoint of its own. Out with it. Luo Feng looked at double-face ancestral God. What is it that you want me to do? You are going to be the #1 master of the entire universe ocean. Double-face ancestral God slowly made his point. This is something you cannot deny. Your power is going to be much stronger than teacher origin in the future. All the disasters, you need to deal with them, and how should you deal with them is that you need to rely on the world of Jin. Remember, double-face ancestral God looked at Luo Feng, adhering to the rules within the world of Jin. Try your best to gain benefits that can allow you to empower yourself. Your strength and power will be the hope of the willpower of the primal universe origin. As a child of the primal universe, whatever does harm to the primal universe will also be harmful to you. Remember, everything is in the world of Jin. You have to get stronger. So, double-face ancestral God smiled after he finished saying his piece, then transformed into flowing light and left. Luo Feng stood in silence at the same spot, gazing into the distance in the direction double-face ancestral God was going. The willpower of the origin truly values me, Luo Feng mumbled to himself in a hushed tone. Everything that had happened earlier on had allowed Luo Feng to understand this. The willpower of the origin was unable to make any moves on its own, so in everything that it needed to accomplish, it would have to borrow the hands of other great beings. Apparently, the willpower of the origin had set its eyes on Luo Feng and felt that he would be the one true strongest being in the future. This was the reason it had been providing him with help and guidance. All this while it had the intention of getting Luo Feng to become a keen tool of the willpower of the origin, someone who could damage and destroy all enemies. I am the child of the primal universe. Anything that harms it will also harm me. Luo Feng was asking himself this question repeatedly in his heart. This was obviously telling Luo Feng that the willpower of the primal universe origin stood on the same side as him. Whatever you say, I should just believe. The world of Jin appearing before Great Thunder Star Master was annihilated. The power he executed was something entirely different from his godly power. The proactive guidance by the Willpower of the primal universe origin. Everything has to have a purpose. The willpower of the origin cannot directly attack on its own so long as my power is strong enough, and I can become the #1 master of the entire universe ocean. By then, I will truly dominate the right to speak. Let's wait and see what is going to happen before whatever is in store for me. I need to brush up on my ability. Luo Feng felt no resentment. The willpower of the primal universe origin had wanted him to understand this crisis so he would feel the sense of urgency in elevating himself. He would do just that. After all, there was nothing wrong in making oneself more powerful. Virtual universe, the peak of Thunder Island. Luo Feng and Primal Chaos City leader met up. Teacher, this is the secret technique on blazing godly power of Python River Army. Luo Feng had stored records of the inheritance of Python River Army in the virtual universe and sent them over to Primal Chaos City leader as a message. Secret technique on blazing godly power. Primal Chaos City leader looked through thoroughly. Yes, even for the ancient civilization, this secret technique on blazing godly power can only be created by an extremely strong existence, Luo Feng explained solemnly. But teacher, you have to bear in mind that the moment you enter the world of Jin, such special methods like techniques on blazing of godly power must not be executed, otherwise, you will be investigated by the army in the most stringent manner, and if you are unable to tell them where you acquired such a technique, you will be sentenced to death internally. The world of Jin is extremely strict with how it handles its inheritance. Primal Chaos City leader nodded. You can rest assured. Also, just a while ago, the willpower of the origin sent me a message through ancestral god. Luo Feng said slowly. He mentioned some kind of great disaster, and he wanted me to do my best to increase my power when I'm in the world of Jin. Humph. Primal Chaos City leader gave a hostile snort and said, I have spoken with teacher Origin. You need not be bothered about any great disaster. It is only intimidating you. Even if there was a great disaster, it might not be a disaster directed at us like East Emperor Holy Land. It survived through countless reincarnation eras, and is it not still going strong? According to teacher Origin, the willpower of the primal universe origin is not invincible. So you need not be overly concerned, but of course, increasing your power. There is nothing wrong with that. Luo Feng nodded. Yes, the willpower of the origin had decided to use him as its weapon, but that also depended on whether or not he was willing to be used. But you have to make sure you grasp the right opportunity. Based on the information I received, there are more and more great beings being annihilated in the world of Jin. Primal Chaos City leader said in a solemn tone. It was said that Divine Eye clan had sent in its army, but the moment its army entered, it was killed in the military camp. Only a handful survived. Regardless, groups of top powers of Universe Ocean would have to wait another century before they could enter. Now, you have an advantage over them, so you must try your best to grab the right opportunity. Luo Feng nodded with a smile. The pitiful Divine Eye clan, killed in the military camp. The ordinary army was more scattered and dispersed, while the special army was prohibited from mutual killing in the camp. The ordinary army was looser on such discipline. Only by standing out from the crowd to be accepted into the special army would one be able to truly receive specialized cultivation. World of Jin, East Army, military camp of the Law Masters of the Python River Army, the island of the fundamental inheritance. No matter how anxious the various groups of top powers of Universe Ocean were, Luo Feng had come to the world of Jin in peace. Milky Way, tomorrow is the day we must receive our military mission, Wu He said, flying over from afar. This is a disaster-level mission. Have you gained anything from cultivating on the fundamental inheritance? I have mastered the secret technique on blazing godly power, Luo Feng said casually. Wu He's eyes widened instantly. The wings attached to his neck also stopped their fanning motion. It has only been how long since you started, Wu? He was shocked. Then he senselessly said, when you have yet to receive that technique of blazing godly power, you are already able to defeat me. That blade technique of yours is especially terrifying. The power of your blade could be so well condensed that it could penetrate my armor without causing any external damage, and yet cause my godly body to be greatly consumed, and your close combat dodging allows you to transform so quickly that I have no time to resist being your target and enduring so many blows from you. An entire half of my godly body was used up. Luo Feng merely grinned in response. Back then, they had battled for half an hour. 3,000 had turned up for the selection, but not more than 1,000 had survived to the end. It was hard to imagine how long it took Luo Feng to kill and how fast his blade was. The number of blows hacking onto Wu He's body was unknown, but it had destroyed 50% of his godly body. Let's go have a good rest, Wu He said. We are heading out tomorrow, and I really hope we can make it back alive. Luo Feng waited on the stone roof of the house on his island. Catastrophe-level tasks, how difficult is it going to be? Luo Feng thought. Dangerous as it seems, it's a great chance to gain lots of military credits. Everyone depended on military points in the army. By sitting around and doing nothing, death would be one's only destiny. Normally, when someone went out for a task, he would buy some valuables with his military points, such as valuables that could immediately recover godly bodies or true treasures, and machine-type valuables used for escape. However, Luo Feng didn't have any military credits, so he couldn't get any valuables. At the same time, Luo Feng and Wu He got the arms credits from Python River Armor. Captain, all of us combined only have around 2,600 military credits. What can we convert them into? This is the catastrophe-level task that was only met every 10,000 years. We need to get enough of those that can save lives. Outside the arms palace, the 18 soldiers from the 6th squad of the 1st team were discussing the exchange. A bunch of morons. 6 beings glanced at them in despise and entered the arms camp. The 18 soldiers were irritated. It's you, Luo, and the others. Let them be smug. They can't be so lucky forever. That's right, we'll set them a trap at some point. The 18 soldiers all felt annoyed. A voice was transmitted to all the soldiers from the first team. Gather. Luo Feng, who lay on the rooftop, also opened his eyes. So it begins. Luo Feng smiled. So he flew from the island, teleported, and proceeded toward the island of basic inheritance. The camp of the Python River Army was enormous, and the gathering point was the island of basic inheritance. Milky Way. Wu He. Luo Feng arrived on the island of basic inheritance. A strange beast was close by. Wu He flew toward him, shaking his wings. Luo Feng took a look at the island. Many soldiers had already arrived. Milky Way, I've asked around. Wu He transmitted his voice. There are 39 soldiers in total. The original 37 soldiers didn't have enough unity, so they were divided into 3 small teams. One is led by the team captain, and there Our 18 soldiers, one of them is led by Kufa, and it has 10 soldiers, another is led by Yu Luo, and there are 9 soldiers. Oh, Luo Feng took a look at Wu He in surprise. No wonder Wu He was a child of the master of Northern True Ocean. It seemed that he had fully prepared himself after entering Python River Army and had learned about the internal relations. Wu He did a far better job than him. So. They flew toward the island immediately. As they spoke, they landed on the island, and over 30 beings had already gathered. Luo Feng glanced around and saw that the soldiers were divided into 3 circles. The team captain he had seen before was in a circle. Kufa, who had a gentle appearance, was in another circle, while a cold, angry-looking individual was the leader of another circle. The soldiers didn't look happy about Luo Feng and Wu He's arrival. Apparently, they were trying to warn them not to get close. The team captain is just, Wu He said, transmitting his voice. Kufa has the best temper. As for Yu Luo, he's the one with green skin and 18 hoofs. He's very aggressive. More than half the strange beasts in our team are led by him. Normally, they would try to recruit us. However, we are facing the catastrophe level task, and we've never cooperated with them. We haven't practiced any combined attacks technique with them. None of the squads will accept us for their own sake. Luo Feng nodded. It was to be expected. Those 3 squads had been through countless life and death battles together, and they cooperated with one another well. If they let in the new soldiers, it would only hinder their cohesion. No matter how kind they might be, they wouldn't be willing to do that. Milky Way, Wu He, said the captain coldly. You're on your own for this catastrophe level task. Do you understand? Wu He smirked and said, of course, we understand. Luo Feng nodded. The team captain nodded. Great. Then he stopped talking to him. Neither of these new soldiers had enough time to practice the inheritance, and they didn't even have the military credits to buy valuables or some better inheritance. Unless they got exceedingly lucky, they were bound to die. So. One being after another landed within their designated circles. Go, ordered the captain. Let's go get the task for this time. Hong. There were 4 teams, one led by the captain, one led by Kufa, one led by Yu Luo, and the new soldier squad that consisted of Luo Feng and Wu He. They immediately flew out and teleported. After nearly a day, all 39 soldiers arrived at an area dominated by a palace. The strange black palace was surrounded by many sculptures, and there were many great beings here. Hong. A light pillar shot toward the soldiers. Voices entered their heads telling them the detailed task from the military. The location was 9 Smoke Marsh. 10,000 military points, which could be gained by killing a true god. Killing a Law Master was worth 1 military point. The required proof of killing a true god was to recover its body, and the required proof of killing a Law Master was its plundered weapons. As for the deadline, it had to be completed before the next task, otherwise there would be punishment. The description was simple, yet it frightened Luo Feng and Wu He. Kill a true god or Law Master in 9 Smoke Marsh. We're in big trouble, Wu He said, clearly worried. It's 9 Smoke Marsh. Although that territory is not as powerful as Northern True Ocean, it's still a great power. There are many true gods and countless Law Masters. It would be suicide for us to go there. Wu He had been quite confident before receiving this task. He was powerful, and he had believed that no matter how difficult the task was, he would be able to finish it if he dedicated enough time. However, he crumbled after learning the task. Luo Feng was nervous. 10,000 military credits, how could they do it? He'd already seen 9 smoke marsh on his way here. It was a swamp surrounded by smoke and mist. While flying over it, he had spotted many true gods too. Kill one true god in an era would have been possible for Luo Feng after 800 eras of training. Of course, the true god couldn't hide in a supreme true treasure palace. However, killing a true god in 9 smoke marsh would be very difficult for him. The other true gods in 9 smoke marsh wouldn't be foolish enough as to just let Luo Feng and the others attack without any consequence. There were 39 law masters, and a group of true gods from 9 smoke marsh could kill them all. It's crazy. 10,000 military credits, Luo Feng thought. Even if I shift my target to law masters, I would need to kill 10,000 of them. They are probably well protected in 9 smoke marsh. It might be possible to kill 10, but killing too many would certainly alert the true gods. Once surrounded by a large group of true gods, I wouldn't be able to make it out, even with boat of mausoleum. Luo Feng was really worried. He had been encircled by many Universe Supreme Masters in Universe Ocean, but there weren't many Universe Supreme Masters in Universe Ocean. Besides, they had all been suppressed. In 9 smoke marsh, however, there could be hundreds of true gods encircling him, and none of them had their power restrained. He might not be able to get away even in boat of mausoleum. This is madness, thought Luo Feng. Fortunately, true gods of void space won't meddle in army tasks, otherwise, I would have no hope. Military tasks. There was a hidden agreement between the army and the tribal powers and strange beast power squads who were sent to attack a particular power was clearly sent for training purposes. Luo Feng's squad didn't pose any threat to 9 smoke marsh, so the 3 true gods of void space wouldn't interfere. However, true gods could participate. It's very difficult to succeed, but if I fail, Luo Feng thought. According to the military rule, he would be executed. With the authority of the army, one order could turn all the tribal powers and strange beast powers against them. They wouldn't be able to get away. If someone had 100,000 military credits, they could use them to save their lives as merits offset faults. However, 100,000 military credits was an exorbitant. Some even experienced soldiers didn't have that many military credits, let alone Luo Feng. If someone did have that many military credits, they would use them to improve their power. The entire team stayed silent outside the strange palace. Everyone felt the pressure. Everyone knows the task now, the team captain said, glancing around. There's a required location for the task, which means all the true gods and law masters we kill need to be from 9 smoke marsh. When we come back, the military will contact 9 smoke marsh to confirm our military credits. If this task wasn't in 9 smoke marsh, we could certainly kill a true god as individual teams, and if we kept doing that, it would only be a matter of time before we succeeded. However, this is 9 smoke marsh, so we could be surrounded by a large group of true gods, after which, we won't be able to get away. The team captain looked around. I think we need to cooperate.